I'm Alex Jones, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The fascist globalist overlords, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promise I'd be a good boy.
Ugh, I'm a good boy.
There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. There's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
I just got three things to say. God bless our troops. God bless America. And gentlemen, start your engine!
I got you, sir. Let me get my shoes. Hold on, get ready. Bloody. So we gotta move to the front.
Not only do you have a micro penis, which is an important point, but on top of that, you refuse to share your Pokemon cards, and that's not nice.
So first of all, a 2-inch penis is not a micro penis, okay? And for your second point, my Pokemon cards are all mine, and I don't have to share them if I don't want them. I work super hard to get them, and they're really special to me. So I'll keep them.
You don't understand. You can't continue to play with us if you refuse to share your
cards. Not fair.
I'm Ukrainian, and this is my bridge. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my gas station. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my school.
2 seconds earlier.
Would you let a Jew work out in your gym without paying if he claimed that the membership was promised to him by God 4,000 years ago?
No. Bro, you are fucking...
That's a good question.
Yo, you're fucking funny. No, I mean, everyone pays.
What if he tried bombing you for that?
Bro, I mean, that would be like some crazy crime. Some acted, I don't even know, there, I don't know.
Are you taking a political stance right now?
It's found in my house. That's called a bird grasshopper. I'm gonna eat him.
He has not been transparent. I mean, there may be...
They are making routine announcements about the things they are finding, and they are inviting questions about the things they are finding every single day.
But by definition, he's not being transparent. They're not providing data for the things that they say they have found evidence of. They just aren't.
The White House has provided...
You can make announcements, and he also did admit that he actually...
So you just don't believe it. I mean, they are providing information. You just choose not to believe that it's true.
We're seeing about 13 months for these brain and spine MRIs. Cool. Canada, where healthcare is free, but only if you can afford to wait.
Step 10, states must publish their own map and allow internal challenges to their own map. So the government has published a map. They have invited the states to challenge the map. Then states have submitted initial proposals, and they then have to publish their own map and allow challenges.
Wait, who's challenging it within the state?
Well, organized interest groups, environmental groups, I don't know who specifically, but literally anybody. This is, right. I want to say something because it's very important I say this. This is the Biden administration's process for its own bill. They wanted this to happen. This is how liberal government works now.
This is something they instituted for this bill.
For their bill. This is a bill passed by Democrats with a regulatory structure written by Democratic administration. Okay.
Right.
Step 11.
Ideological subversion is the slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country.
For our most tricky disagreements, seeking the truth and seeking to convince others of the truth might not be the right place to start. In fact, our reverence for the truth might be a distraction that's getting in the way of finding common ground and getting things done.
free fries when you get vaccinated? I got vaccinated. You're saying I could get these delicious fries? Wait a minute. But there's also a burger element to this? Let me check with Bill Neathart. Is it too early in the day to eat a burger? No. This could be breakfast? Okay. I want you to look at this and think about, again, some people love hamburgers, some don't. Really want to respect all ways of life. But if this is appealing to you, just think of this when you think of vaccination. Vaccination. I'm getting a very good feeling about vaccination right this moment. Thank you.
When I win, I will immediately bring prices down starting on day one.
Men to woman, or woman to men.
Man to woman.
From penis to vagina.
In the shower, on a walk, the Dylan hour. Feeling sweet, feeling sour. I feel nothing. The Dylan hour.
Hello and welcome to Wales. We understand being a refugee isn't easy. They go through so much. Fleeing your country is difficult, but Wales wants to help you feel welcome. The Welsh Refugee Council is here to help you.
Tell me you love me. Say it like you mean it. Say it like you mean it. You message one other guy ever again, whether we're together or not. You understand me?
But if you're a man who's stuck with a woman and you don't even get along with each other and it's a show marriage and you have to be together and you argue all the time and you're sexually repressed and you're being promised in secret that you can go to an island and finally be pleasured and satisfied, no one's ever going to find out, that's how you end up on the island. So this whole monogamy garbage that's being pushed by the West, especially amongst our elites, is the reason we have the biggest problem with pedophilia, and they don't have this problem in South America.
The whole point of this is for me to begin to reintroduce myself. I'm doing this both personally for me, but in a professional capacity. Moving forward, the majority of what you will see will be me speaking in a professional capacity. My goal is to continue to help.
Arguing with them, hey guys, if no one pays taxes, then who's going to stop the fires? Who's going to stop all the violent crime? Dummies. And then the LA fire happened, and the fire department didn't stop the fire because I guess they ran out of budget for water, and the police didn't stop the looting because I guess they didn't want to get near the fire, and so I guess I lost that argument. My bad.
All right, boys. I'm sick, but I'm back. So, you know that how it is. If you're following the channel and like sometimes I dip out for a few days, yeah, I'm probably just having some type of autoimmune reaction. It sucks, but we're here. Because I was like, dude, I suggested this to Prime Guys a couple days ago as topic. And then when he hit me up with it, even though I was sick, I was like, there's no way I'm missing this. So, and I'm starting to get better. But I still got like the neck swelling goiters thing. I'm hopped up on energy drinks and Benadryl right now to like get my histamine reaction down. Took some vitamin C. So we're going to power through it. All right. But yeah, I'm happy to be here. I love being here. I wish I wasn't sick all the goddamn time and I could just stream all the time. I've been getting better, but, you know, setbacks happen. We'll see. If you're noticing, I'm playing Final Fantasy music on the background. I'm trying something out this stream. And what I'm trying out is, let me know if it's too loud. I'll, like, try and make it a little quieter. Hold on. There we go. That might be a little better. I'm trying something, which is I get like 3 to 4 copyrights claims on my, like, per stream. And it's really fucking annoying, and it puts my channel in, like, it drags my channel through the algorithm. Because what'll happen is a stream will come out, I'll get like 3 or 4 copyright claims immediately, I'll dispute or trim them, and then I'll continue on. And then by the time those things are dropped, then I'm in ad limited space because like the stream's offensive and not safe for advertisers. But like, it usually takes 3 or 4 days before it's considered, you know, not advertiser friendly. And I'm missing out on like any of my streams ever being in the algorithm because there's copyright claims, and then once those are resolved, then it's like an issue for advertisers because I don't say, you know, because I'm not a woke lefty that like talks about, you know, hair and makeup and nails or some shit. So I'm like, fuck it. I'm going to play some video game music because video game music, from what I understand, very rarely gets copyright striked, because if they did, it would just be a nightmare for YouTube and Twitch. Because like people play the games and then that's fair use, etc. So I'm going to try it out. So I threw on a compilation of Final Fantasy music, and you know, we'll try some different ones and see if there's one that vibes with the stream or something. And also, just if I can just not get copyright striking all the time. You need bisexual lighting. I have some images saved. Hold on. Did I watch 12 Angry Men? I watched some clips. When I did my research for the debate, I was more interested in I spoke with Speakeasy and was like, okay. And then we planned how we were going to do the debate. And so because of that conversation, that guided how I did my research. Right? So it like if that conversation had gone differently, then I might have done like bringing up more jury trials specifically, and like the tragedy of like, you know, certain cases, and you know, the emotional story of how juries swaying, you know, from like a dominant figure in a jury pool could be a problem. But because of I did the research based off of like kind of what we had done. Let me see. Okay, that's where that is. So then let me find background. And then we go to home, desktop, docs, Liberty. Where it is? Is that better, boys? Hold on. Dang it. It's locked. Hold on. There we go. Wait for it. Oh my God. How large is this fucking file? We're almost there. Does the bisexual lighting help the stream, boys? There you go. Will I now be in the algorithm with the bisexual lighting? There we go. Okay. Works for Ollie? New beta like non-fun? Yeah. I mean, dude, I have one as like a meme. All right? Like I'm not. We could do a library, all right? Now all of a sudden, watch out, not so erudite. There's another person pretending to be a smarty pants. All right, boys? Who am I? I'm a motherfucking genius. Because I read books in my big library. Okay? And then we got, we have this classic, obviously. You know? Sometimes you just have to let motherfuckers know that the Shire was an anarchist society. All right? And I'm actually really small. President Sunday ass background. Yeah. No, I usually just go. I mean, I use the. You know, I got some. What is this one? Here's another space. You want to go with space, but the space is bisexual lighting? How about that? How about bisexual lighting in space? Best of both worlds. Like I need a vaporwave background. Dude, if any of you guys are talented with art or like cool AI shit, make me a vaporwave background for stream. I'll check it out, and if it's cool, I'll put it on stream. Somebody wants to do that. Otherwise, I'm just going to use the one I've been using. You want to go with bisexual lighting tonight, guys? This is the best I can do. Like that one movie, Gay Inwards from Outer Space. That is a wild movie title. And yes, boys, it is a real blaxploitation film. I don't like the purple. I don't like the purple. It's not. It doesn't match my aesthetic very well. You know? Has Prime seen that movie? Has anybody seen that movie? Also, I think the movie is on YouTube. Wildly enough. What are they saying in the group chat? Oh, they're just linking shit. Yeah, I'm not doing like a 2-hour thing before stream. I feel like shit. So, I kind of already said that earlier, but I'm just letting you guys know. We're just going to hop into this debate because I suggested the topic, and I'm not going to miss a day on a topic that I suggest. Movie night? I've heard of it. Yeah, it's a real movie. Also, what is the music in the background? So I am experimenting to see if I get less copyright strikes by just playing video game music in the background, because I pay like $120 a year. I think it's like I do like a yearly thing. I pay like $120 a year to have copyright safe music for YouTube. And I get copyright claims all the time. Now, granted, the disputes always go away, which is fine, but it kills my channel in the algorithm the first couple of days anytime I do anything. And then by the time all those disputes are resolved, the stream is old. Nobody watches old live streams unless they're like a couple days old. And then on top of that, I'm in like ad limited whatever. And so it's harming my channel, the amount of copyright strikes I get. So I'm like, let me play some video game music, and if I don't get any fucking copyright strikes, then I'm not going to pay Pretzel Rocks fucking $100, $120 a year for a service that isn't helping me or my channel. I mean, I like having appropriately themed music, and when the copyright strikes go, I always win because I pay for the music, but it's just super fucking annoying and it takes a lot of my time. So, we could talk about a lot. We could talk about the fact that Hassan can't stop shocking his dog and crying about it. We could, there's plenty of things going on in England. Like, I know a lot of news has occurred. Emiru got sexually assaulted and Twitch doesn't give a fuck. And you know what I mean? Like, there's all kinds of crazy shit. Maybe some of it will come in the debate. But there's one thing that I want to talk to you guys about. And I need you guys to know that this would be against the law for me to say this. So I'm going to say it so that you know, like, I'm going to say it explicitly. This company does not sponsor. This is not sponsored content. Just something I want you guys to check out. And I want to talk about something else a little bit with AI. So Mark bought some fucking, those scent warmer, those wax scent warmers, like the scents candles and shit. He bought some scents and they came in the mail today and they are fucking amazing. One of them is a petrichor, like the smell of the smell the soil makes when it rains, and like the whole apartment just smells like that, like it just finished raining smell. And then she sent like some samples, and the lady that runs this business, I'm gonna tell you the business in a second. She sent like a little note, like, these are my two favorite scents for, like, this is my favorite scent for the year. And she gives a sample with it. And it's a pen and parchment. Why is it illegal? It's illegal for me to do sponsored content and then tell you that it's not sponsored content. So I was just letting you know, like, this is not sponsored content. I didn't get paid for this. I'm just letting you know, which obviously I didn't get paid for because I don't get enough views and you guys barely pay me. So like, share, subscribe, like the stream. I don't get paid for this. I'm just doing this for the love of the game. So if you want to give me some bail money, all right, for the next time I go to, I get in trouble and get a felony charge or something, you know, my skin's too white, so I'm gonna need that bail money, boys. So give me some super chats, and more importantly, like, share, subscribe, join the Discord, etc. I'm on the upswing. I'm feeling better, whatever. But anyways, the company is called Flame and Flagon, Flame and Flagon Candle Company, flameandflagon.com. And here's what's crazy. All right, we'll do this. So this is just the website. It's like some nerdy whatever. You know, it's got some reviews. You can buy some body lotion and shit. It's a lady that does it, but the scents are amazing. But before I was going to talk on stream, I was like, hey, Grok, is this some bullshit? And this is why, as much as I hate dead internet theory and all the bots on X and the problems of technology, man, it's like, it's good side, bad side. Very quickly, I was like, oh shit, what if this is like some front company or something or whatever? I was just like, hey, real quick. This was like while the intro video was playing. I was like, what can you tell me about who owns the website, right? Flameandflagon.com, if they're a small business in America or a front. And then immediately was like, here's the owner, self-described mom. Here's where the business is. It's in Mays Landing, New Jersey. Business type. Here's their Facebook page, how many likes their page has, what check-ins have occurred. There's no Yelp or TripAdvisor listings, so it's unusual for an online-focused candle base. But here's the content, the About Us section. Here's why there's no red flags of this being like some bullshit business. And I was just like, dude, fucking AI is so amazing. If you're not using AI at this point, like, what are you doing with your life? Oh, but they use water. Is the water going away? But they use power, and they're making the energy costs go up. Are they paying for the energy? Oh, they are. No, actually, they're not, because New Jersey just passed a bill saying that now they have to, which proves that they weren't. It's like, no, actually, it's just politicians creating bills where they have to pay more for energy than everyday Americans because of rising energy costs, because of inflation, and they're looking to blame your energy bill on AI data centers instead of the fact that it's a state monopoly. You think going full-time in the future is a possibility? I mean, yeah. I mean, I kind of do it full-time. I'm just sick all the time. I mean, I do other shit, but that's none of y'all's business. But, like, I'm in a position now where, like, you know, it just depends, man. It depends. You watched the video I sent you, didn't you? I watched, like, the first, like, minute and a half and was like, oh, I'm going to react to this on stream. So, like, I saw him talking about energy companies and, like, something, and, like, and was like, oh, okay, this will be interesting. I'll watch this on stream. Is the term state monopoly not redundant? It isn't to you guys, but it's important that sometimes it's important to use redundancies in language when you're trying to speak to a large audience. Like, I totally understand that to you guys, you get that the state is a monopoly, but to normal people, using phrases like the state monopoly enforces what it is, something that is implicit to you, but not necessarily to the normie, which is like, they need that word monopoly to recognize, like, oh shit, yeah, the state does own the power company, or in Tennessee, like the Tennessee Valley Authority, they have it's state owned, right? Like, they need that, and it's not an insult to their intelligence or anything. Not like, oh, you guys are big brain, these other people, these normies are retarded. It's just, you know, if they're not super familiar with our ideology, then, you know, of objectivist philosophy or of, you know, libertarianism and anarcho-capitalism, it doesn't necessarily click that the monopoly is the issue here. Dude, Legends Reign, I tweeted this out, and again, someone had mentioned how I'm, like, you know, shadow banned on Twitter again, but, like, it's just kind of like a on again, off again thing with me. I don't even worry about it, you know, because, like, I'll just go through periods where I gain too many followers, and then they'll just be like, fuck you. Like, I gained like 150 followers like last month. And now for a month I have not gained or lost. I've gained 2 followers in this month, and then a month and a half ago, in like a month and a half, I gained like 150 followers. And it wasn't off of any one post. Like, dude, my Twitter is like woo woo woo. like my Twitter just goes from like no likes to like blowing up to like back down to nothing. But yeah, I tweeted out the other day. I was like, this isn't financial advice, but if AI is a bubble, at AMD stock would be good to hold. Because like Nvidia is like really working hard with China and Google and everything on like data centers and AI. And it's like AMD's market share has like shrunk because of AI. Because Nvidia produces so many so many cards for AI data centers and stuff. And like AMD is like, nah, we'll make the PlayStation GPUs and CPUs and the Xbox GPUs and CPUs, and like we'll make like the ROG shit, and like we'll make like the handheld market, and we'll make like price to performance budget cards, but we're not like they don't have the clout or the power to really get into that, and they don't even seem to be pushing it. I'm just like, so if it's a bubble, like, and you own some AMD stock, it's gonna be somewhat isolated if that bubble bursts while still being invested in the health of the tech market. Not financial advice. Do not take financial advice from me, but it's just a thought I had. Who's Zwag? I should do a fuck Ireland segment. Well, first of all, we doing fuck England, and Ireland is basically just fucking occupied England, all right? That petrichor melt slaps? Yeah, dude, that thing slaps. Like, genuinely, I'm super excited the sample that she sent us. It's some mom in New Jersey. She sent us a sample called pen and parchment or parchment and pen. Swear to God, I opened the bag up and it smells deeply of like old bookstore. Like, you know, like when you're in when you're in like a small town and they have a bookstore there and it's like next to a coffee shop, that's what it smells like. You walk in and it just smells like aged tomes, and it's amazing. Think of the Bailey. I mean, like, it's not like a fuck Ireland wouldn't be funny segment, and I'll probably do it in the fuck England, just like I've done France and Germany before. It's just that there's not enough videos to grab to make it a regular segment. I mean, I'm sure there is if I went searching for it, but like its relevance to the conversation would be like, like, I'm not Irish, you know what I mean? Like, I don't care. I mean, I'm part Scotch Irish, but I'm a mutt. You know what I mean? Like, it's just not. It's like, if you find a fucked up video or a thing from Ireland and you want to send it to me, I'll ham-fist it into the fuck England segment, and it'll be like, hey, bonus content, which is what I've done for Germany and France before. Is the fuck England thing is like centered on England, but let's be honest, it's really fuck Europe. To make room for sellable consoles? That's wild. Yeah, the price increase on Xbox. I have a whole thing that I want to talk about when it comes to pricing in games, in the video games industry. I have like a whole thing prepared. I'm not going to get into it, but we're going to talk about the supply and demand equation and relative pricing and high time versus low time preference by marketing people in the video games industry. Like, I have a whole thing about it that I've been like wanting to do. I don't have time because I got to go hop in this debate. But like, remind me and I'll bring it up some other time. Every goddamn time. Try again. There we go. AI is garbage. You're garbage. Dude, I wish I could fucking mute this shit. I can't mute it on my end. I muted it for you guys. But bro. Every now and then I get a notification logged into my YouTube that I've gone live. Because I guess I'm by default subscribed to my channel. And every time I get it, I'm like, this is the dumbest thing ever. Why would you let me know that I'm currently live? Like fucking YouTube, what are you doing? Can't wait till that fucking music is off. Everybody that uses it's not a you thing. Yeah. Can you hear me? Word. I mean, it's headset mic, but yeah. Yeah, yeah. I need to next time I get like a good little chunk of money, I need to buy like a new capture card. And potentially a new I have my preamp is fine because it's analog, but like my digital connection for my amp for my microphone for XLR, so that I can just make the switch to Linux. Because like I want to switch to Linux, but my capture card, like my Focusrite, there are people that have written programs for that, but for my capture card, I'd have to run a virtual machine, and I just don't have the CPU power to run the virtual machine and run the stream smoothly on Linux. But as soon as I get like a good chunk of money, as soon as you all donate to me, as soon as you all donate me a bunch of money, boys, you fucking pay pigs. Yeah. I'll also buy a set of high heels to crush your nuts with. I know you like that. Give me some money.
A little bit louder.
It was fine, just a little bit low. I
gotta be able to speak over Scott. How's my voice now? Is it louder?
Louder, but it's still feminine. You can't fix that.
Well, but it's louder though.
It is loud. It sounds like dog shit, but I mean that's just a headset mic.
Well, what am I gonna do?
Wait, I mean, like you're gonna sound like you're in a Call of Duty lobby and not a streamer if you're using a headset mic.
Hold on.
That's
maybe
what allows them to say the N-word by being in the Call of Duty lobby.
Yeah, can we retroactively give the in pass, the N-word pass, just to like not now, okay? Totally get not now, but
Starting
anyone
now.
in like an Xbox video game live chat in like the 2000s up to before the election of Donald Trump, right? So like 2015 and before. Can we just be like, when someone comes out and they're like, oh yeah, this you? Here's a clip from 2011 where you were playing Halo 3 and you fucking said this bad thing. Can we be like, it was a different time, all right? We're sorry, but like we're not really sorry.
I have no clue what you're talking about.
I was black at that time, and I was in those lobbies at that time. It was not fun. I gotta say.
You were black at that time? Yeah, it's 2025, motherfucker. You got like 1 or 2 more years of being allowed to be black.
Yeah.
You got like 2 more. You got like 3 more years before Black Twitter is like, your parents are Haitian. You're not black.
being a child and then having white children like spam like the N-word at me in those lobbies wasn't the greatest. I gotta say, it wasn't the greatest. It didn't make for the greatest experience. Now, for me, like I was fine with it. Like I handled. Sorry, what I mean to say is I handled it well. My friends who were also black, I didn't handle it so well. They let more of that get to them. And it got to the point, and I think it happened to so many of us, is that like the Call of Duty lobbies, the first person shooter lobbies, like especially on Xbox, right? Where it just got so toxic that you just went into a private room, right? Like at first, like when they had those rooms open, like you could just jump in, as a solo player, and it'd be noisy, and it'd be talking to, you could try to make friends, reach out to people, but then eventually that stopped, right? If you
Can we
went
cut
into
off
those
that
lobbies-
music, please? It's just repeating the same music over and over again.
Now
It's
Scott's on
good
my side.
music.
Scott's on my side. I'm
Oh my
slowly
God.
converting people. The
Okay,
elevator.
anyway, I just for you, Scott, not for Corey. I did it for you. But
No, I'm no factor.
Oh, are you
whatsoever.
streaming through Streamlabs so you can't have like any of your own music playing essentially? Because it's like whatever.
It's a streamer, and I think I can have my own music. I think I can.
You can upload
I
your
haven't
own
tried.
music, but you have
Yeah,
to upload
but
it
there's
through
great
so that we
lo-fi
end up
music,
hearing
and
it.
I don't. There's no reason not to.
It's
because
not great lo-fi music because it's one of the default ones from fucking
We had
StreamYards,
an
and so
argument
we've
already.
heard it a billion times.
The great one. The great one.
No,
Anyway,
dog.
way. So the point was that, like, yes, like those lobbies, the public spaces became quiet because no one was talking to them. Everyone was in the private lobby, right, talking to their friends, and then going in. You had to cloister yourself, or else, like, you're just gonna have, like, even if you were fine, a white guy fine with someone saying the N-word, I don't. You're not maybe not fine with it, like being spammed the entire time. Like from the beginning of the match to the end of the match, the entire time, right? Like, so like it just became annoying. So people just like did their private.
There was this game, and it was listen. I'm not trying to like suck. I'm not trying to like lick Blizzard's leather boot. Okay, talking to pay pigs or anything, right? But they had a really shitty version of like MOBA called Heroes of the Storm, and like genuinely. One of the things that I really liked about that game, and there was others that have done it before, which was unlike League or other MOBAs, when your teammate dies, like you had shared experience on the team, right? And so like if someone was feeding, it was really, really bad because it would, give the other players experience or whatever. But it wasn't like, like there wasn't like this like jungle carry situation that you have in other MOBAs. And one of the things that I kind of liked about that system is that it bred out toxicity in the game, which I was always kind of fascinated with, how like small game mechanics can change the culture that arises from the game. Because in that game, if you get tilted and you get angry because it's such a team-based game with shared experience, you lose. You're punished, right? Like, if you get tilted and you start trash, I mean, like, obviously this is true in any MOBA, but it's especially true in a system with shared experience. And so, like, you'd get into, like, Bronze and Silver League, and it would be full of toxic people. But, like, as soon as you got into Gold or you got above, like, there wasn't that much toxicity in the game anymore, especially compared to every other MOBA, because everybody at that level had learned the moment I get tilted and I start freaking out is the moment we lose a match. And like, I have to stay focused and I have to stay somewhat positive. And like, I have to help people that are fucking up so that they don't become a detriment to me, because there's no carry mechanic. There's no means by which for me. And I just found that fascinating because it's very interesting, like intellectually from like a cognitive psychology perspective, how like little things within the system, especially in games, can pull the levers to change just the way humans interact with everybody. And it's just a stark contrast to like old team shooters and things like that, right? Where like this shared experience thing seems to improve toxicity far more than anything else. I saw the same thing, another Blizzard game like World of Warcraft, where the old games, if you wanted to do a dungeon or something with somebody, you had to like find someone, and then you had to walk with them like a half hour somewhere. And then if they were an idiot, you just kind of had to teach them, because if not, you'd have to you'd have to go back to town and then try and find somebody and then walk another half hour. So like the game punished you if you would just willy-nilly kick somebody. And then modern systems, it's just like you kick someone and then you instant queue and you get another person. And so it like breeds toxicity.
So I'm totally with you. Well, and I want to comment to that, but one second. Lactoid, I sent you a invite for stream together. So when you got a moment. But anyway, back to our friend Scott here. Yeah, I'm fascinated by exactly that as well, right? Like it's people responding to incentives, right? You know, like you can put a certain type of incentive, and it can completely change the dynamic, right? You can put in collaborative incentives or competitive incentives or toxic incentives or anything in between, right? Like you can design it, but like it's interesting that sometimes it's really unexpected mechanisms that like will have like wildly different outcomes, right? Than you would otherwise predict. So like I like that. Like I think game mechanics is like a good like small low stakes way of like testing that.
Yeah, because
like,
you can see it. You can I mean, obviously this is true of the state. This is true of governments. This is true of corporations. And marketing and things of that nature. But again, like there is something isolated about video games where you can kind of like you can see just how much small incentives can have a large impact in cultural change.
Board games too, right? That can happen. Like some board games like have more toxicity. Like when you're playing them, like it
Monopoly,
more
like Risk. Like who here hasn't had a girlfriend get drunk and play Risk with you, and then you betrayed her, and then she walked out of the house and tried to disappear into the bushes somewhere, mad at you because she thought that you loved her, but you do love her, but not so much that you won't betray that bitch and take over Africa when the time is right.
It's oddly specific. Very oddly specific.
Not speaking from personal experience at all. Not speaking from having to go through a bad part of town at 1 o'clock in the morning chasing a drunk girl because you made a mistake and took Risk too seriously.
That's really funny. But no, I'm totally with you, friend. And I think you're really hitting on something there. That first of all, I didn't say hi to anyone yet. And to the audience, we're just waiting for a few other people to come. I think like 2 others, and we'll be good to go. But hey, Lactoid Scott, Corey, my good friend Bam, and a Grid.
What's up?
Happy to have you here. But yeah, just the idea of game mechanics having these different outcomes, right? Like you can, it's interesting. Like I think it's interesting what people will do for like status, right? Now this is a little different from what we're just talking about, but just like the things that'll drive a person to like for like to do antisocial behaviors to gain more status, right? Like even in like extremely low stakes environments, it's something I've always found like super interesting.
Can you give an example? What do you mean?
Yeah, sure. Okay. I brought this up before on stream like a long time ago. But what got me thinking about this is actually a Star Wars novel. And it was basically Luke Skywalker explaining why Jedis like have the right to just like lop limbs off, whatever, because the Force, and someone was responding to him and saying, well, that doesn't quite make sense, right? And part of that conversation was talking about how when individuals don't scale their efforts to the rewards, right? And so you could see this in in a department store, right? Or fucking CVS, right? Like, hey, I want to be not the manager, right? But the assistant to the manager. And there's someone who might be a favorite. And so I'm going to try to sabotage them, right? Just to be the favorite of the manager, right? Not even an official title. I just want to be the assistant to the manager, and this is the way to do it, right? And you can see like vitriolic behavior and like the most for like the least of things, right? Like I wish
reputation management, right? Is what we're talking about.
Doobie, when Doobie gets here, which hopefully be soon, Doobie actually knows a lot about this, because
about how women operate in the workforce. Got it.
Yes, politics. So, like you'll see that in the politics Discord server, where like people will do like incredibly vicious things, like just to like become a mod, right? Or just to be Doobie's friend because Doobie's like the head of it, right? And people just want to be near him, have status with the community. It's crazy.
I do kind of. I'm just thinking about like other streamers too, right? Like that have like a large hold on the culture, and how you kind of see that in like orbiters, right? Like you see, like when you look at like Destiny orbiters or Hassan orbiters, or weirdly enough, like I'm trying to think of a right wing example, but I can't think of a right wing example where they have like a lot of orbiters. Andrew, I guess
Mike
Andrew
Johnson
Wilson
is a Trump orbiter.
Well, yeah. Now we're in a different space when we're talking about that, right? Like the cult of MAGA isn't the same thing as the.
You have like the Whatever
it's
podcast
relevant,
and the Fresh and Fit guys, same people who like circulate on those.
I was on Whatever last night.
No.
Yeah.
You
Oh,
were?
really?
Yeah.
Fucking
Hell
hey,
yeah,
good
dude.
for you, man.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Telling them whores to stop being stupid and shit.
I did a cameo at the end. I really didn't get a chance to call them the whores, but that's all right.
Hell yeah, dude.
What a
But
loss.
yeah,
That's pretty cool. I'll be
yeah,
back on in a few weeks.
That hell yeah,
yeah.
dude. DM me when
sorry.
you're on so I can watch that one because I'm not watching an 8-hour podcast regularly.
$10 super chat from Grassroots Hegemon saying, the old drop at 10K stack in the wilderness and RuneScape strategy. I see you, Fabian.
Listen. We don't talk about elders. We don't talk about what happened with Ultima Online. We don't talk about Star Wars Galaxies. We don't talk about RuneScape, and we don't talk about EverQuest 1. Okay, those were the old days, and we were toxic, and we were an asshole. All right. Though the old days of the MMOs, we don't talk about that shit.
Did you ever
We certainly
do armor
don't
trimming?
talk about Dark Ages, Camelot.
Did you ever do the
things like that?
Scott, the armor trimming scam? Did you ever do that?
I'm trying to think. I never played old school RuneScape, so I played RuneScape like as a little kid. So I did a lot. I did a lot of shit, but it's been 20 plus years.
I was about to say, did you have a girlfriend on RuneScape that was probably a man?
No, I never had any of that.
I probably did at one point. The person kept calling me sweaty as opposed to sweetie. I was 11.
I was 11.
Well, were you actually sweaty back then?
With me.
It's kind of legit.
I wasn't. No.
I used to love RuneScape.
Sweaty's kind of a fucking compliment these days, though. Like like the sweats or sweaty gamers, like the people that go like extra hard.
The try hard. Yeah.
It's like it's try hard, but it's like
hard.
But like people don't use it like try hard, right? Like when people say like, "Oh, this person's sweat," or "They're sweaties," it's like sometimes it's seen as a compliment, as almost as much as it's seen as an insult. Like, "Oh, this is what the sweats do." You don't have to do
girlfriend
that.
was ahead of her time.
It was clearly
So
a
deep down-
misspelling.
Deep,
Yeah, I was
deep
gonna say,
down,
honestly,
she was-
RuneScape was like a different level. Like to me, I felt like it taught children the like what hard work looks like, because I remember fishing for lobsters like 6 days trying to get to swordfish. Like it's a dedication. It is not a quick process.
It taught
Or,
me how to
like,
type.
wood cutting. Oh,
I can
God.
see that.
So much
Yeah,
Much better.
the old ones are far more harsh when it comes to grinding. You really only see that in like
Thank you,
Korean
Grassroots.
MMOs now.
Yeah, but so I was not into those type of games, so I missed
You
that
never got
one.
in a RuneScape? Oh my God, it was.
No, I've seen other people. I only when I started Twitch, I actually made a few friends who were into RuneScape, and I was like just watching them like stream the game in Discord, right? And I'm like, holy shit, this is so fucking boring.
It really was.
It's dude, like people talk about RuneScape like it was this like there are some games I think, right, that are like the popularity of it really is mostly nostalgia, right? And then there are games that are like really, really good, and the nostalgia is there as well. And I think RuneScape is a good game, but fuck, is it dated? Like it's not. I don't like. I think people that are still into old school RuneScape, like hardcore, I just don't get it.
Yeah, I don't understand people still into it, but I think for the time, like a game you could get on for free online, and then like had this entire open world concept, and your character, like, yes, there was missions, but there was no obligation to do any of these things. Like, you can literally just go do whatever you want, and honestly, leveling up, like I said, it wasn't something that was just handed to you. Getting from level 16 to level 60 was like a multi-month investment. I don't know. I think it was like, if for the time, it was pretty impactful.
Bro, who's this mentally ill person?
Impactful. It's just like,
bro,
Had to be more
Broccoli,
specific.
You had to be there. You weren't there.
You good, bro?
I wasn't
mentally
there.
ill person.
All of us.
Is this your therapy session right now, bro? Projecting all this
but,
random shit on me. I talk about
don't
RuneScape
wanna
because it came
chew
up.
on
Like,
this
what do
memory.
you
I'm
mean,
sure you guys
bro?
have like great formative memories in RuneScape. I missed that one. Is all I'm saying.
Yeah, I feel you. I'm not going to talk about RuneScape all night. Don't worry. I'm good.
Oh,
I won't drag us back in.
It's fine.
I played a lot. I played a lot more EQ1 in World of Warcraft than I ever did RuneScape.
So,
you guys ever heard of Super Mario? That was a good one.
Yes, that was Super Mario 3, the best Mario.
Mario 64, big Mario 64.
Super Mario 3 is much better.
Bro, fuck
And
Nintendo.
then SSX
Then
Tricky.
and now.
and then after Grand Theft Auto came out, it was over for other games. Like, why play other games when Grand Theft Auto was there?
Oh God.
Listen, it's Grand Theft Auto. It's Fast and the Furious, boys. You gotta pick up your standards for things.
Okay. Awful. But I did. So we're waiting on Doobie to get here. And so hopefully he'll be here soon.
Need Anita Sarkeesian to come in so we can chat about why Grand Theft Auto was problematic.
Anita Sarkeesian, I will.
What a reference.
I will maintain was like amazing, ahead of her time. Didn't agree with everything she had to say, right? But shout out to Anita Sarkeesian. Fuck everybody who was on her dick the entire goddamn time over fucking nothing, over because she made fun of their hobby. That was pretty fucked up. But now another thing I want to talk about, right? So there's something I'm curious about, right? And again, we will have a large. We're going to talk about Cassius Bail. Everyone who, if you're just watching us now, that's the mission. But before we get to that, I had a question, and this is to my conservative / libertarian friends. It's something that's been on my mind a lot, which is private equity. So private equity, is a growing
the best kind of
sector
equity.
It is. Yeah.
Okay.
It's the only kind of actual equity.
It's the only kind of actual equity. Okay.
I'm not a fan of the other types of equity, but private equity, I like that
only
one.
the private kinds. Okay, great, thank you.
That's a good one.
He's not wrong. But I think I know what you mean when you say private equity, right? Like, you mean it the way a left-wing person means it. So let me just clear this up. He doesn't mean private equity. That's just a magic word that the left uses, right? Like, what he actually means is like hedge funds and companies that go in and like do hostile takeovers and destroy them. Like, that's what you're talking about, right? You're not just talking about the ownership of like and stocks and as an existence of like investment.
Yes, but I'm not using it as a left wing. I'm using it as how like it's used within the general political zeitgeist, right? Private.
No, that might be. Hold on, I think that might be a little bit of an echo chamber thing for you for a second. Like, normally you're not that bad, but I think that, and it's no offense to you, but like the right doesn't use private equity that way. They use it economically what it means.
Well, no. Sorry. Like, there is an index, right? Like a global trade index, like it's called, I forget, GTPE or something like that. But like, No, not GDP. GT like P or something. It's like the global or maybe GPEL, some like global private equity listing or something like that, right? But like there's like an actual economic index of private equity. It's like called private equity within the literature, right? Within articles, within all over the place. Now I can say that it is a boogeyman to the left,
right?
Certainly, right? And so that's correct. But like plenty of people use it in the way I'm using it. But to be clear, right? I can be more specific, so we'll make sure we're all on the same page, right? I'm talking about private equity. I'm talking about an investment strategy. Right?
Yeah, I just mean like
Yeah, so,
like Jimmy Dean's sausage is private equity, right? It's not publicly traded. They're a private equity firm that is like a family owned, right? Like you're not talking about Jimmy Dean. Like you know what I mean? Like that's kind of what I'm getting at.
Yeah, no, it's fine. Yeah. So I'm just again to be on the same page. I'm talking about an investment strategy of like a private equity acquisitions.
So
and
which
yeah, right, yeah. So we're talking about a company raising private capital and also like going to banks to get a leverage buyout of some sort of business, right? Like it could be any business really, but usually smaller businesses. And so they buy out these businesses, usually with a lot of leverage, a lot of debt. And then the goal, the stated goal is that like we're going to run this business better. We're going to make operational improvements, right? And we are going to sell this for a higher value later on. And then we'll have a return.
Yeah,
So,
I do that, and my wife does that. You know, like my wife currently works for a company that makes educational products for schools and colleges and that sort of thing. And they are acquiring smaller companies almost monthly. They will buy these companies up to get their technology, to get a distribution system, to get an access to a database, whatever that company has that makes them unique. They will buy that company and add it to their profile. And then when they get the company, that's called a roll up. And when the company gets big enough, they're going to sell that company. And part of my in the example of my wife, part of her salary, if you will, part of her earnings is she had when she joined the company, rather than pay her really what she's worth, they gave her equity in the company. So when the company sells, her equity right now is worth maybe $100,000, maybe $150,000. When they sell that company, it'll be worth $1 million, $2 million, whatever it is. So I don't have a problem at all with any of this. You guys are
sure. Well, I don't know if what your wife is doing exactly what I'm talking about. It might be, right? I just don't know.
It sounds exactly like what you're talking about.
And I don't know the details of this company, right? So what I'm specifically talking about are like big institutional investors, right? I imagine something similar happens on a smaller scale. I don't know if they're as leveraged as big as institutional investors, right? I don't know if your wife's company has access to as much capital as these others do, because if not, then it's like I'm saying.
Okay, so let me understand really quickly. What is
we've had like 5 disagreements.
Bam, we got like a lot of noise coming from you. Sorry, go ahead.
Emma?
You might be using the wrong mic.
Voice of God.
Are you being bombed, Blackwood?
What happened?
No, his voice sounds like it's coming from everywhere.
Audio,
yeah.
like it was fun.
Yeah. Oh, you had a different sound before. You were fine previously.
Hello?
And now,
am I bad now?
You're echoey. You check your audio settings here.
Big D.
Make sure you're using the right mic. So hit the gear icon or whatever on your end. But we can understand you. If you wanted to make an interjection, you can just make a.
It's gonna be a loud interjection.
Yeah. Well,
I was trying to. If I sound weird, I don't want to keep talking.
Too low.
Now it went the other way.
And now you're extremely low.
There you go.
Put the volume up. Yeah. Say it again. Test.
Testing.
Say it again.
Yeah, you're better now. You're good now.
Yeah.
So Brian, what issue are you taking with leverage in and of itself?
I'm going to tell you guys, right? I'm still trying to work.
Yeah,
my
I feel like
way
he
up.
ain't got it out. That was like there's been 5 disagreements, and I feel like Prime hasn't even stated what he wanted to say yet. That's what I was confused about. I was like, what is he? What are we disagreeing yet?
Yeah. Definitely. Yeah, like right now, I'm just like describing the situation, right? Like making sure we're on the same page. But I haven't really.
We haven't gotten past private equity yet.
Yeah.
No,
Going
we
on.
did.
What is it?
Just go.
But yeah. Okay. Right. So basically what I wanted to ask, right, is from a conservative and a libertarian perspective, right? Like what are your thoughts on this particular like investment strategy, right? Like and its outcomes and like not just like simply economic with in terms of, hey, does someone actually make a profit at the end of it, right? That's one thing, right? But also like its effect on businesses, its effects on communities. Like I got a lot of questions about like, is this a strategy that we should be encouraging, right? And I don't want to do this not from a like a leftist perspective, right? I'm not doing this from an anti-capitalist perspective. Like that's like something else. So I'm gonna do this like from, you know, a like internal critique, you know, that capital is good and wonderful, right? But just like talking, but focusing more on like of the options that we have available, right, to for mergers, acquisitions.
What options exactly? Because I feel like we're going to have to define some things pretty clearly.
Before we do that, right? Before we do that, we will go down. Bam, you have something you want to say?
Yeah, well, I know the question's for them, but I was saying just for clarity's sake, can you ground what you're saying in an example? And you don't have to use real companies. You can say when company A does $100 million, whatever. Can you ground it in an example just so we know what we're talking about? Thanks.
I will do exactly that.
I appreciate
exactly that. Yeah, and I'm glad you brought it up because that's where I was.
Wait, Prime, real quick. Just if you could adjust the tone of the way that you're speaking, because it's getting really hard to understand. Like maybe turn up your mic, whatever it may be, but just like continue.
No,
I'm just messing.
Yeah, I can. Okay, all right. No, I will definitely give you an example. I'm glad you brought that up. All right, so we're going to play the land of make-believe, right? We're going to make a hypothetical. We're going to run with this hypothetical. All right. So let's.
This is definitely going to be a real example.
I think it's grounded in reality, but you'll have to decide. All right. So, my good friend Lactoid, the consummate capitalist that he is.
That's a big ass thing of water.
It's so big. It distracts me every time he does it. Every time I watch.
He's so sweaty.
See, this is American abundance. Okay, this is what capitalism gets you. I can drink all the water I want.
Actually,
It's
no.
like
Canada has
it's
way
like
more water than the United States.
It's like a small waste basket.
Snow doesn't count. Shut up.
I got
Yeah,
cheap
way
ass water. I don't live in fucking California.
So my good friend Lactoid, right, being the consummate capitalist that he is, decides to start a business, right? And he like thinks and thinks. He's like, you know, what could I make money off of? What do I know? And he goes, Eureka, obviously, right? I'm gonna start a dildo company, right? So Lactoid, you know, creates Lactoid Dildo Incorporated.
I do know what women like. It's a good point.
Indeed he does, right?
It's dildos for gay men.
No, they don't sell specifically gay men dildos.
Yes, they do. It says gay guy dildos.
What's okay?
I gotta find a company real quick. All right, we'll find one for you.
This is your company. How
Our
do you not know?
buttholes like are male? Okay, whatever.
Worst business owner on earth.
I don't know much about that.
Realdick.com.
community.
Gay realistic dildos. Extreme restraints. Dildos and butt plugs.
Dildos made
for
by
men.
gay men for gay men.
Boys
Lactoid.
shop.
How are you
Boys
doing
shop.
and not know what FUBU means?
Boysshop.com. Fucking
Are we just
machines.
saying gay
Huge
words?
dildos. Anal toys. Shop
Look,
the
I
best
only-
gay male sex toys. including
only have
fucking machines and fleshlights, butt
Okay.
plugs, prostate vibrators,
Oh,
cock
you're
rings,
all right,
huge
all
anal
right.
stretching toys.
Your
A
algorithm
lot of people are about to get some
thought you were
weird
trying to appeal to
Instagram
the
ads
right.
after watching this fucking video. Enjoy those IG ads, boys.
I only have the mental bandwidth to like understand one minority community at a time. Right now, it's black people. I
appreciate you for that,
I
brother.
know it's black people. It's very limited. He's trying. He's trying. It's a lot to grasp. It's a lot to grasp.
Doing a number on your brain.
And we appreciate
A lot to
you, my
grasp.
brother,
Sounds like a
always part of the
great
struggle, okay?
gay dildo company.
But
You'll need
But-
more than 2 hands.
All right, so Lactoid has the dick company. Let's go. Let's do the next part.
the dildo company, excuse me, right? Lactoid has the
apparently
dildo
the gay dildo company, according to
It could be. I think, like, well, you know, Lactoid, you
Scott,
don't discriminate.
Lactoid wouldn't.
Yeah,
he
I would
wouldn't-
go where the
he
money
wouldn't-
is.
He
Yeah.
wouldn't go
Yeah,
to
he's
such a
small
niche
market.
market,
He knows
right?
where
He
the
would do
market
both.
is. Yeah, he'd be a cosmic capitalist,
I would do
right?
both,
He
yeah.
would,
I would,
open it
yeah.
up to open up all orbits.
True.
So
Gender neutral dildos.
Lactoid, he lives in Virginia, right? So he starts a factory within his community, right? Like he employs the community members all around to create his dildos, and he's successful because, of course, he is, right? Lactoid is like finding new and impressive ways to titillate holes, right? And so Lactoid
them
goes
himself.
big, right? Dildo company, right? And he's very successful, extremely successful. And then later on in his life, right, he's like, bitch has made so much money, right? Like butt plug king, he would say, right? Like he's just made so much, but he wants to sell, okay? Lactoid wants to sell, and private equity comes, right? A private equity investment firm, large investment firm, comes and buys him up. And so when this happens, right, and the things I'm going to say are reflective of what's happened in real life, right? When this happens, like they're like, okay, well, we paid X amount of money, right? Well, when we raised X amount of capital, and then X times 5 in and leverage, right, in debt. So debt financing by some other banks, right? We paid that much, and so we got to make our money back, right? The way it's done is that one, we get like the target company will take out the loans, right, and then they'll be the ones in debt, and then we try to get operational efficiencies. But you see, our friend Lactoid, he was already extremely efficient, right? Being the incredible capitalist,
The dildo
that he
daddy,
is, right? Yeah. And so this group, like all they can think of, and usually what they do is like, well, we're going to cut costs. We're going to cut labor costs, right? We maybe use less durable and cheaper materials, right, in the dildos, right, to cause irritations that previously didn't happen. And while we can boost on paper, right, revenue, we can boost on paper revenue, and maybe we raise prices of the products, and
well, you can't boost you can't boost revenue on paper.
Boast is what I think he meant, right?
No. He means boost, but it's fine.
Oh, did he?
Boost revenue, raise revenue. Yeah.
You can't do it on paper. That doesn't. That's
why I thought he meant boast. Like on paper, you
No,
can
hold on. I know what he means. Hold on. Let me.
I mean, you
let me
could.
clarify.
It's called
Hold on,
fraud.
Stop. Because so that Prime can get through this. What he means is by cutting the costs of production, right? You will have more profit, not per se more revenue, assuming prices are the same. And when he means on paper, what he means is it's high time preference thinking, because as he said, maybe they cause irritation, maybe the quality of the product has gone down.
Right,
so in the immediacy, you're getting more profit, or by raising prices, you're getting more revenue, but you lose competition in the long term because your quality of your product suffers, etc. So on paper, it's like revenue's gone up, profit's gone up, everything's great, but it's all high time preference
only the
thinking.
American government can get away with that.
Yeah.
So maybe instead what I should have said, like,
the private
on
company
paper,
can't get away with that because it'll come out in due diligence. When you go to buy a company one of the first things you're going to look at is what they've done in the last 2 years and what their revenue versus production costs are. And when it doesn't align, any smart company buying it with half a fucking brain is going to walk away instantly. The only people that can get away with it is the federal government because they subsidize it.
Okay, sure. People buy junk assets all the goddamn time. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. Like, people buy junk assets all the time. That's the thing that happens within our
what you're
economy.
talking about is very easily detected. I mean, I look at companies all the time, and I would find that instantly. Like, they'd be like,
I didn't say that it wasn't easily detected. I didn't say that you couldn't find these things. I'm saying a separate statement, the statement that I actually said, right, is that people buy junk assets all the time, right? It's the only thing I'm saying. But in any case, right. So I'm not trying to belabor this point. The point is that the incentives change, right? So Lactoid had a connection to his community. Right. And Lactoid, right, like he understood like the things that give value to his customers, give value, and like how to run his business in a certain way that
girth and elasticity.
Maximize productivity, exactly, right? But for the private equity, their goals are different, their incentives are different. Their incentives are just to like say that this company is more valuable, and then so like when it's time to offload this asset, right? The numbers back it up, even if the company is doing less in terms of customer satisfaction, in terms of long-term health, in terms of growth, right? If these things are doing worse, it's fine as long as we can get it off our books. And so basically, now I'm going to wrap it up, right? What I want to ask all of you is like, isn't this a set of perverse incentives for capital, right? Like the only reason they can buy these Lactoid's company, right, is because there's a bunch of debt, right? They do it through debt financing, and they get Lactoid's company to buy to make the loan. So Lactoid's company at first was just profitable, but now it's underwater because now it has to service all these loans that the new owners are forced to buy, right?
Well, let me give you a real world example of that very thing.
Don't let me please.
I mean, if you want the answer to the fucking question, I'll answer the fucking
question.
Hold
on. I want to say the question. I'm going to say it,
right,
and then I would love to hear what you have to say. I would really, I want to hear what all you have to say. Anyway,
no, you don't. You don't want an answer, Prime. You're just sitting there preaching.
Motherfucker, I want to say the question.
Answer. I can give you a real world example.
Motherfucker, I want to say the question, and then I want the answer. Right. So listen.
You've asked the question.
No, I haven't.
All right.
No, I haven't. I spent the entire time describing it. I spent a long time doing it, but I spent a lot of time describing it. Okay, great. So, so basically, these incentives, right? I think they give perverse outcomes, right? Like loading up a company with debt, and then making that company have to service that debt, and you basically making your money, right? The new owners on the front end. Right. So even if the deal goes bad, right, you've actually already made your money back, your investment back. But the company, right, the target company, is now saddled with debt. Hopefully they can finance that, right? That these individuals, they don't actually care about the product, right? And replace the product with anything else, right? Now we're talking about Lactoid's amazing dildos, but it could be plumbing, it could be dentistry, it could be whatever it is. These people don't actually care about and don't know necessarily anything about the product. It's just widgets, and we've got to increase profits, increase revenue somehow.
We are belaboring the point now.
and it's a dumb point.
I will hold on. I'll do it if I want to. Thank you.
Okay.
Right. Thank you. So, in any case, what I want to know is when we were talking about these incentives, is like, should we be looking at is it worth it, right? Is this a good thing to our economy? Is it making our economy worse? And I have other examples for that too, but I'll leave it there.
Yeah, so most of what you described is called fraud, and you don't front load in.
Not fraud.
As a buyer, you can't front load in profit. No bank will allow that to happen. I deal with companies. I literally buy companies, and that's not how any of that shit works. Now, I will tell you, I'll give you a real example of something similar to what you're talking about that actually is how this shit goes down. So there is a company called Topgolf. You may have heard of them. It's you go there, you have a party, you can play simulated golf, and they have a driving range, all this kind of shit. They spent billions of dollars building this company. As a matter of fact, Callaway was so so excited about this company that Callaway bought them, and it actually became Callaway Topgolf. And the problem is that during all of their construction, they went about $1 billion, $2 billion in debt. I mean, millions and millions of dollars per facility, and they really weren't. And now back in the COVID times and coming out of COVID, and people just had a little bit of extra money and a lot of extra time on their hands. Topgolf was banging. It was full all the time. But once that kind of went away, it slowed down. Callaway has now split. Topgolf is Topgolf. Callaway is Callaway again. Callaway walked away with effectively no debt. Topgolf has all of the debt, but it's been split off into another company, and it will now either live or die on its own, and Callaway will not be affected. Now, it's a little bit of shifty financing there to make that happen, but I don't think it's not really exactly what you're talking about. But Topgolf will either live or die based on whether or not the public wants that company to exist. The other thing is that Topgolf was too easily duplicated after 3 or 4 years, and technology caught up with it. And so more than likely what's going to end up happening is it'll end up being sold off or broken up and sold off into smaller bits by the whatever conglomerate owns it now. I'm not really sure who owns it, but most likely it's going to be a break-even sort of deal. I don't know that they'll actually lose money, except in the individual facilities. But overall, I think they'll probably come close to breaking even. And that's kind of what you're talking about, where they're going to do, they did it kind of a leverage buyout, and they moved all the debt to Topgolf, which is where it kind of belonged anyway, because the Callaway was profitable. They bought Topgolf, and then Topgolf was dragging them down. They got rid of the albatross around their neck. I don't know that that's exactly what you're talking about, but that's kind of how this works. Is that nobody goes into a company and buys a bad company. Like nobody does.
I didn't say that. That's literally not what I said. I don't know why you
can't front load in profit. You just can't.
I didn't. Hold on. I said specifically.
He said about a good company.
Yeah,
from the beginning.
Lactoid runs an excellent dildo company, right? And I won't have you slandering his name. So of course it's a great company. It's a fantastic company. And you said like, hey, you can't load up these companies. Like you can't
front load profit
debt on these companies. But that's what they do, right? They put the company, the acquired company buys or takes out the loan. Like that's part of the leverage buyout, right? From private equity. Like that's like just one Google search pulls that up. Like, what are you talking about?
So the way that you can front load profit in is if you have a company that is asset heavy or has a lot of cash reserves tied up somewhere that they're not using. Now you can then liquidate that, and that could become profit. But when you buy a company, let's just say that I buy Lactoid. Let's say that Lactoid wants $2 million for his dildo company. To buy that company, I have to come up with $200,000 cash to qualify for an SBA loan, which is the best I'm going to get currently in the market. They will not loan the whole thing, right? I have to come up $200,000, and I'm probably going to have to come up with more than that. Plus, I've also got to prove that I can operate the company. Now, let's say that Lactoid has been very, very dedicated and really good at running his dildo company. But all of the cash reserves in that company are his. That's his profit. Unless they're rolled up in something that is a company asset, like a fleet of trucks or some investment in another company. That's where I could come in and perhaps.
Yeah, they can leverage their assets, right?
I could then perhaps sell those assets off and come out with profit.
Yeah, this is what private equity
company
there's
front loaded.
But hold on, oh my god!
And the bank's going to consider those assets.
They do exactly this. They leverage the assets of the company, right? So, like in hospital acquisitions, what they've done is they sell out the hospital owns the land. They leverage that land. They maybe sell it to another company, or like they mortgage it off to a bank, right? There's different ways to construct
this happens,
right?
And then they use with McDonald's and things like that.
Yes. You can structure a deal where the assets of the acquired company that you're just getting, right, are immediately leveraged into debt financing. That's what I'm talking about here, right? And so I'm saying that since the debt, right, lays on a company, and the private equity firm does provide a certain level of private investment, but it's a small percent, like 20 to 40%, depends on which deal this is, right? A small percentage of that.
20 to 40% is not a small amount. That's not small.
Whatever, dude. Whatever. I'm saying it's not the majority. It's not the majority, right? Mostly it's a leveraged buyout. That's the point I said, right? So like 20%, like I said previously, hey, there could be a 5x structure for the deal, like in terms of debt, right? So the private equity puts X amount, and then the banks put 5x amount. In any case, right, to get the profits out of it, right, on the private companies, or the PE firms, and right, they just have to make back their private stake, right, which is much smaller. So it it lowers
They're still
their risk
responsible for the debt that they've incurred.
Well, I'm about to say, that's what I was going to ask. Are they going to
the debt?
Is the private equity firm eventually, are you saying at the end of this they're just going to sell it off in the IPO, or just sell it off to someone else?
Well, not an IPO, because it's not an IPO. I mean, they're about an established company. Well, I mean, I guess they couldn't make it public. I guess if it's a private
they could
company,
either go public or
that would actually probably be the only way out, because otherwise, a buyer looking at that company is not going to buy. People don't buy.
They do it
like this.
Private equity does it all the time. They literally do this all the time, and you don't know what you're talking about, my friend. You don't know what you're talking about. You've been wrong about every single part of this so far, like all of it.
No, I'm not wrong.
All of it already.
What you're talking about, first of all, it's fraud. You can't try and stuff
it's not
something.
fraud.
It isn't fraud.
You don't know what you're talking about. It's not fraud, right?
All
Like getting a leverage deal is not fraud. A leverage buyout, like LBO, look it up. Leverage buyout.
I understand leverage buyouts. That's because there's some asset there that makes it possible for someone to buy that company, right? Or somebody has that company to have the leverage to buy the rest of it and force a stock sale. That is the leverage buyout. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah, you don't know what
I'm telling you that.
I don't know why you're thinking
nobody that buys
no
businesses
does
business the way that you're talking about. You're like
all right,
the
great. So it's all fraud. Okay, we got your answer. I agree. Don't know what the fuck.
Yeah, Lactoid.
You're gonna move on. I'm moving on to other people. Right?
I just want to. I'm just curious. I'm about to say, because I'm having, obviously I'm not a right winger. I'm just curious on the frame of what's happening. So person buys company A, company. Golly,
PE firm.
PE firm. Yeah. PE firms buy company A. Sure. And then they figure out that, like, oh, okay, we can either cut quality, or they find some asset and they sell it off for as much profit as they possibly can on the front end. Or like I said, whether that means like they do a fire sale, whatever, they try to make their money back quickly. Now, did they purchase this company in full, or did they buy it on debt? Like, did they take out a loan?
They bought it on debt, right?
Okay.
So,
If it's a leverage buyout, they buy it in part on debt. Obviously, as it's more complicated, which I think we're butting heads here. Grid and you are butting heads, because Grid has a lot of technical knowledge, and I think maybe Prime, you're having difficulty explaining, particularly the bad incentives or the things that you are against, because you trip up on a word, or you say something that is like kind of incorrect. But I think maybe Grid, maybe you're missing a little forest through the trees here.
No,
maybe
no, I don't want to get
so
like
like I want to explain. Okay, fine.
I know. I'm just saying.
I
want you to answer, because it's your, obviously, like I said, Promise talking to you. I just want to get through to the end. So they've sold off, or they've figured out what cuts they can make to maximize their profit on the front end. Let's say let's say it is $1 million deal, and they've taken on $800,000 of debt. The PE firm
more like $100,000. If it's $1 million deal, like it's $100,000, $200,000. You're saying debt? Sorry, or
debt.
Okay, debt, like $800,000 in debt.
They put up $200,000. They've got $800,000.
They put up $200,000. Okay, great.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So they've got $800,000 in debt. The PE firm owns that debt, correct? Because they're the ones that purchased.
No, the acquired company owns the debt.
The private company that they bought often owns it. It depends. in the shadier practices, right? Like, so it's not necessarily normative that you do this, right?
If you
But
buy
some
it, you own
equity
the debt.
firms will purchase the company and then make that company take on the debt.
Take on its own debt.
Yeah, to take on the debt. Yeah,
I didn't even know
they
that was
now
possible.
control the company, right? Now they're saying the company to pay for their own.
This happened. This happened with Toys R
acquisition.
Us.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. So the company, so for the acquired company, so again, the Toys R Us, right? To pay for their own acquisition, they take out massive loans. And yeah, like that, those loans have to be paid off.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the company owns its own debt. So they've extracted they've extracted the immediate profits they want to. Are you saying that if the company goes under, the PE firm doesn't have to be concerned about any of that debt falling back on them, or does the PE firm have to figure out how to sell off the company to someone?
So I want to throw that to Scott, because he may have a better idea. So my understanding, and I could be wrong here, right? So my understanding is that if it's a leverage buyout in the way that I've been describing, like Scott said, there's multiple ways to structure this deal, right? It doesn't have to be the case.
Yeah,
that
we're just describing the one
acquired
you did.
company does it. But yeah, I'm talking about a very specific example and a very pernicious example, I think, right? And like Scott said, it's a shady thing to do, but still, right? Like if you do structure it this way, right? I don't know what the repercussions are for the private equity company. I think that there are virtually none for them. There's pretty much all upsides. So I'm curious what he
So first and foremost, I want to say that there's two very different types of deals. There's 100 different types of deals, but I'm going to put them in arbitrarily in two categories from a libertarian perspective. And there is private equity buying a company that wants to sell so that they have access to growth, right? Or because they're in a position where they need more capital in order to succeed, right? So I'm a small business and I'm a dildo company, as we use. I think it was a bad example because it made too many memes. But whatever, we'll go with it because we're there.
It's the best example.
So I'm a dildo company, right?
Dildo.
And my dildos are made in America. And the best way for any company, really, the least risk thing that you can do for your company is find a way to reduce the cost of production, right? Changing prices can be risky because you don't know, no amount of market research will let you know truly whether or not you can raise prices or expand to new markets, things like that. But if you can cut production costs, right, you can then lower prices and get a higher rate of profit because you can produce more, or you can keep prices the same and just increase revenue and profit, right? But a lot of times, let's say I'm a small company and I know that the best way to do that is to move manufacturing out of the United States. But I don't have the capital and I don't necessarily have the ability to get a loan right now. But some other company wants to come in and says, you're doing great. This is good. We're going to purchase some percentage of your company. And that's going to give me access to bigger companies. It's going to give me access to lawyers and people that, socialists that work with the government that make business easier, because that's the best way to make money in America is to be more socialist, not more capitalist, right? Or just the money to move a factory over to China, right? That's type A. Type B are companies either struggling or, mildly stable that don't want to sell, and private equity can get a combination of other private equity firms or banks or whatever to do a leverage buyout where they're purchasing part of this on debt, and then they can forcibly buy a company from people that don't want to sell their company. As a libertarian, this is anathema to free market capitalism. This is as anti-capitalistic as you can possibly be, because I don't want to sell it to a company that I know is going to gut it. And that's what happened with Toys R Us. And so I think sometimes we maybe confuse these two things, because one is good for the company and good for private equity. And let's be honest, that's most of how private equity is working, is that they're looking to find good companies that need capital, because now their capital investment is going to cause that business to grow, and then they can sell that company for a profit without any risk. Now, the other side of this, like the Toys R Us deal, is where they do things that I think should be absolutely illegal. I think it should be illegal to buy a company that doesn't want to sell in the first place. But another thing that I had to look it up, but the companies KKR, Bain Capital, and Vornado Realty Trust, they came together and bought Toys R Us. And what they started doing is they started selling Toys R Us's assets and then to the parent company, then transferring ownership of land to the parent company, and then leasing that land and putting them in contracts that were longer than the sale of the company, and then started charging the capital assets of Toys R Us management fees to do this process. And so what they did is they gutted a company that didn't want to be sold. That, let's be honest, Toys R Us was struggling because Amazon and things like that, right? That's how they were able to get
online
gobbled.
shopping revolution. Yeah.
Yeah, like, but what killed Toys R Us, what was the final nail in the coffin was private equity gutting their assets, forcing them into contracts of the assets that they gutted at leasing fees that were profitable towards the parent companies, and then filing, and then Toys R Us filed bankruptcy, and they and all of that, whilst they still had all these assets on their books, and whilst they had still pulled management fees from them. So as far as I'm concerned, the real problem with private equity is not the incentive of how private equity works, or the concept of being able to bring in capital to a company. Like, yeah, some people engage in high time preference behavior, right? And they try and do things like cut costs and cut quality very quickly. But that's just bad business practices. And in a free market, those people fail because they're bad at doing private equity. But the people that do hostile takeovers on leveraged buyout and then do shit like that is kind of what Grid was saying. I think it's tantamount to fraud.
I'm okay with saying I don't know. Like, I'm okay with being the person up here that doesn't necessarily know everything's going on. So I'm learning right now. So tell me this: how are they taking over companies that don't want to sell? Are they buying their debt?
They didn't actually
they're
take
public
over the company.
Oh, so they're buying public companies. Okay.
Yeah, they're a public company. They buy up a bunch of their stock. They get voting rights on the board. Once they have voting
I understand
rights,
that. I understand in public. I thought it was bigger than a private. In the case of a private.
No, yeah. So
private equity is private, but not necessarily the companies they purchase.
Not necessarily the company, but the thing I was talking about. So there are, private equity can buy a publicly traded company, right? Like in the way that I described, right? But I was more talking about, and I was more thinking about private company, like a Lactoid. He didn't take his dildos public, right? Everything private, and when it comes to Lactoid's dildo, he guarantees that. So no worries. But like
ultimate discretion.
Ultimate discretion, right? Everything is private. So like I'm talking about like a medium-sized business, right? That's looking to sell. The owner wants to offload for any particular reason, right? So it's not a hostile takeover like you were discussing.
I made that distinction because it's important for a libertarian perspective, right? I understand that's not necessarily what you're arguing, right? But like for me, it's extremely important to state that if a private equity firm purchases Lactoid's business from him, and then he gets to sell he sells his business for a profit, or at the very least makes some fat cash, and then the private equity firm runs it into the ground, I don't give a fuck, because the private equity firm is the one almost certainly losing money. In this exchange, Lactoid made money. There's nothing evil or wrong about this from a moral perspective. But if it's a hostile takeover of a publicly traded company, I take issue with that. I don't think companies should be forced to sell stocks to people that they don't want to sell stocks to.
Okay, fair. But so let me explore that with you. Oh, and Lactoid. So I'll toss this to Lactoid, but like Scott, you can answer it later on. Talking about like, I guess I won't say moral, right? I won't talk about, I guess, morality, because I think that's going to take us to a weird place, right? I'm talking about like good for the economy and what we want our economy to look like. So like, I think a healthy economy involves like workers doing productive activity, right? Like either creating goods or services or other things, right? Like they are doing something productive, and like within capitalism that funnels it up to the top, right, to our friend Lactoid. But still, like the workers share in the profits, right, and a well working business. And they go like for a common goal, right? It's to the benefit of the workers, right, the laborers, and the benefit of the owners, right, for the business to run smoothly, to continue. But private equity breaks this chain, right? So like Lactoid in my example, right? Like I said, he cared about his community, right? Like he cared about his customers. Like he gave he had like a customer loyalty program, right? If he bought like 3 like jumbo sized dildos, right?
He would send them nudes
get,
to use the dildos with.
you get a 4th one free or something, right? You get like a discount like for these things. Like these were things he did to like build customer loyalty. But like to increase profits like in the short term, private equity gets rid of that, right? We get rid of that. We get rid of anything of the things that made laborers' lives easier, right? Maybe we cut break days or days off, right? We like slash that to as far as we can, right? Before these are benefits for our workers, and now we're taking that away, right? But all this happens because they don't give a fuck about dildos, right? Like they don't care about that. It's just an asset on their balance sheets, and they're just trying to increase the valuation as much as they can before they dump it.
That's good.
So I want to.
It's good for the economy and good for the consumer.
Yeah, because I think that's what we keep talking about the earlier parts of it, and maybe Lactoid can speak to what does dumping it mean? Because somebody, where does that debt?
There's no stock to dump.
Well, it's like, hold on. It's very, listen. If private equity comes in, right, and they don't give a fuck about the art of dildo craft, okay, they just want to make
the
profit.
machines that make the dildos. This is actually what happens.
Right.
Private equity will buy a company for a technology, a manufacturing process.
I just want to know where this debt is going.
And then
we're talking about different
take that out and they'll dump the rest.
But regardless of that, right? I don't disagree with that. That's probably how they're operating because it's more valuable to gain those things. But let's just assume that any company comes in, they have one of two things when they come in. They can either increase they can either improve the business or they can engage in high time preference behavior, which is what you're saying. If a capitalist is engaged in high time preference behavior, which is what you're describing when you're saying, let's quickly reduce quality and, reduce, cut wages, things like that give us an immediate benefit. A company that does that in a non-fraudulent free market and isn't engaged in hostile takeovers, right? So what that company does is lose money because in the long term, those things are negative to the consumer and negative to the economy. And then those companies collapse. Those companies lose money on those deals. However, if they come in and they say, what I want to do is I want this business to grow so that I can make more profit, which is all they care about is profit. If all they care about is profit, then the correct decision is to lower costs in a way that doesn't harm workers, make a means where the price equation for labor is accurate to the market, or maybe even better to get better workers and to increase the quality of the product. So even if someone comes in and they have zero fucking incentive towards the art of dildo craft and all they give a fuck about is profit, well, the best way to make profit is to engage in behavior that meets the needs and desires of the consumer, which is good.
That's right.
So I'm going to toss this to Lactoid because I think there's a break within that logic that our friend Scott was talking about. But I want to hear what Lactoid says.
Maybe I can explain.
Sure.
Here's the problem that I think you're trying to describe, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. I'm a boomer millennial, right? As I think a few people in here are. Do you recall in elementary school and middle school playing coolmathgames.com? Do you remember this?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. On Cool Math Games,
I guess
you're not old enough.
On Cool Math Games, there is a game called Lemonade Stand. And in Lemonade Stand, you have 30 days to make as much money as possible, right? And you make lemonade. It's got to be, if shitty lemonade, you're not going to get customers. But there's a reputation scale, and you can boost your reputation by selling really good lemonade at a fair price. And so the hack is you max out all the stats. If you put in the most sugar, the most lemons, the most everything into one cup of lemonade, it's just the best lemonade ever. And everybody wants your lemonade, right? You get maximum reputation gains per lemonade. Except, so the game is you can make the most money by building the most reputation just by doing this. Except on the last day. Because the last day, you don't actually need your reputation. You can have, what you then do is, the customers already think your product is good, so they're coming anyway. You make the shittiest piss lemonade possible. You make it as cheap as possible per cup, and you balloon your profits on the last day because you only got 30 days to make profit, right? You balloon your profits on the last day. You kill the reputation of the business. Like if this, if it went on past, the next couple of days, there's no more customers coming to, drink your pea water. But on that day, they trust you, and they're coming to buy what they think is good lemonade, but it's shitty lemonade. Is that the problem you're trying to describe, Prime? That these equity firms come in, make things really shitty, try to extract as much money at the end as possible, destroy the reputation of the business, and then walk away?
Yeah, some of them do. Now, to be clear, I'm not trying to make a blanket statement on all private equity buyouts.
Trying
Right?
not to be
I
a
understand
leftist.
that some of the
I know.
things,
You don't need to caveat it. I understand. Yeah. So
okay,
you're saying that's like the worst case scenario of what you're trying to describe. I can accept this probably does happen in certain situations where there's firms that perhaps they see an opportunity for a quick exit and making a fuck ton of money. They don't really have as vested of a vision or interest in the company's long-term success, and they just want to take it. Yeah, like toy dildos, right? Like you said, like I meticulously craft my dildos. They're the perfect dildo. But then
you are the dildo daddy.
Yeah, but then XYZ
each one.
I do not do. And then equity firm.
What Prime said is they front loaded the profit. That's not front loading profit, right?
But have they paid off the debt?
Yeah, and somebody's going to pay off the debt. I mean,
well, they can with the profits they use when killing your business, right? By either they're going to come in, they're going to rapidly cut down their workforce, they're going to reduce the quality of the services, rely on the reputation that the business has built up over time, sell off the company's assets, try to like in that short period of time balloon the profits as much as possible,
I've seen that
and then
happen.
take a larger share. Yeah,
I can grant you that I've seen that happen. Eagle Products, who make connecting rods and pistons.
Can we change the banner
like that? They moved.
Just because it's really, it's like
Scott
not
really
good
doesn't
for
like the banner.
I mean, look, I hate the banner, but if we're gonna have a banner, people hop into a channel with a stream title about a topic and a banner about it, and then we're talking about private equity, and then they like it.
All right, we'll do this. All right, go ahead. But yeah, so
I'd have to redo my UI to hide the banner.
No worries, right?
It's easy.
I think this is a lot more descriptive. But yeah, so there are different types of buyouts, right? Yeah, and you can sell junk assets, right? You can there's all kinds of ways to get these things off your books. Sell the company in whole or in parts, right? You can like sell off all assets that aren't already leveraged. You can do so many things.
We all saw Margin Call, right?
I haven't seen that one.
I mean, we can just think about McDonald's. McDonald's has made such a name with a brand. Like it sounds good in like capitalist idealism to speak to what was saying about like, oh, the best thing for a business to do is to increase the quality of their product. But speaking to what Lacto was talking about, saying, which I do acknowledge, is if you have the brand for it, you can slowly dip quality, and people they notice but don't notice, but they're just gonna keep going.
Yeah, but that's high time preference behavior, right? So we can see this with, for example, right? But no, that's not what high time preference behavior means. It means high time preference behavior means that you're engaged in making decisions in the immediacy as opposed to thinking about the long term consequences of your decisions.
Even in the long term, there's no consequence to those decisions.
No, but like we can see this. We can see this with companies all the time, right? So a great example. I know we're streamers. There's probably a lot of gamers here, especially in the audience, right? Especially in Twitch, right? Alienware PC. When Alienware was making gaming computers, they were the best like OEMs you could get, right? Nobody made better pre-built gaming PCs than Alienware. And then what ended up happening was they kept trying to cut costs, so they started making closed designs where you couldn't really see in it. They got bought out by Dell, and then Dell made them put in like power supplies that weren't like cheap Chinese shit power supplies that weren't like modular. They stopped making the aesthetics of the inside of the PC look good. They use cheap ass RAM, and now you have a company that still exists. You can still go buy an Alienware, but nobody, not that many people buy them. Because iBuyPower, Cyber Power, small businesses, all these other places exist where you can get a better quality
product for a better price, and you can't get AMD from them because they have all these like backroom fucking deals with Intel and Nvidia, and they're shit computers, and the business has suffered. Like they're still
talking about
lagging
like things that
around.
don't have the same brand power as a McDonald's. Again, do you think McDonald's?
Okay, sure,
can do
McDonald's had
something-
bigger brand power, but in the gaming gaming PC market, Alienware was the king. There was
Sure, but
nobody
gaming-
better.
But that's a
than
new
buying.
market, though, in the scheme of like his like I don't think that
These
you
aren't
can say that,
arguments
like-
against what I'm saying. This is silly
but
nonsense.
I'm saying that the brand just wasn't strong enough. Like you're saying that like like gaming.
The
PCs
brand
like
was
a
as
10-year
strongest brand there was for gaming
Scott's
PCs.
right on this. Sure, but you're talking about a new industry. There is no like long time the gaming PC industry has probably existed in reality like a decade. Like
no.
Yes,
Alienware's been
15
around a
years
couple decades.
Of like actual big gaming. That's not like we were talking about a new market.
Alienware was back
This
in
is,
like
why
care about
are
that.
you
I'm saying
goalpost
they
shifting
don't-
to
they
new
haven't-
market? You're rambling to not deal with the point that I made.
No, I'm dealing
10
with
years
I'm
ago
saying that- I'm
was
saying
like
that-
a year before Trump was elected.
Yeah, I'm talking when I'm saying
Alienware's
that
been around a while. Bro.
Okay, when I talk about McDonald's, as far as McDonald's been around, I'm saying that they
The last 5 years.
They have had to continue to dip in quality of their product. And
Alienware has been
haven't-
around
and
since
they haven't suffered any
1996.
consequences.
Okay, so
1996. I'm older than that. Than the company that exists.
it doesn't fucking matter, you dipshit. You're going on about nonsense. What I'm
No,
saying
I'm
is
saying that
looking
you're
at
saying
no, shut up. I'm talking about looking
you're
at
stupid. I'm
high
telling you why
time
it's
preference behavior and how companies that engage in that
isn't
behavior
necessarily true.
fuck over their brand.
And I'm saying that I gave an example of why that's not true.
No, you
Deal
just
with it.
re-brought up
Oh,
McDonald's.
I'm pointing,
and then you
yes,
said this is too
McDonald's-
new. The gaming industry, you can't look at the market
Right.
at
If
all
I
in
have
games
if I have a company
or
that
computers.
existed a week and I like had great product the first day and bad product the second day, my brand didn't stick.
We're
around
talking about
long
a
enough
company
to-
that's
hold on.
29
if
years
you're gonna
old.
talk
What
about
the fuck are
fucking
you talking
McDonald's,
about?
at least be honest about talking about fucking McDonald's. McDonald's had shit quality 25 years ago. They've actually improved the quality of their product somewhat,
They came out
and
and
now there's more pressure for them to improve it more.
No, it's
I don't understand the fucking points you guys are trying to make. Let's just
Where's
move
the
on to
pressure
main
for them to
topic.
improve their
This
quality
is
of their
dumb.
product? They continue to dip
this
their
is
quality.
the dumbest conversation I've had yet.
You have like first of all, Grid, you keep making shit up. You keep making shit up.
I'm not
You
making shit up.
Yeah. You every time we bring up a business, right? You're like, oh, turns out Grid's a part of that business, right? He knows a lot about it, right?
Part
I
of
think
that
you're
business.
bullshitting us. I think you're bullshitting us on a lot of the
Okay.
time. But in any case, right? I want to get back to this. I'm not.
You
trying
seem to
to
not understand
I'm
how
not
any of
trying
this shit
to-
works.
Yeah, sure. Hold on. You didn't know that you could leverage a company the way I described, right? And I checked. and of
I
course
did know
also
that.
could,
I
right?
did know that.
Yeah.
But I told you
Yeah,
that what you were
and you-
talking about was fucking wrong. Also, it's
Yeah,
fucking
you had
fraud.
no
It's
fucking
called
clue what I was
fraud.
talking
When you
about.
lie
And I
to a
had to-
bank,
it wasn't
that's called
fraud.
fraud.
It wasn't
Trying
fraud.
to
It
sell a
wasn't fraud.
shitty
It wasn't
company
fraud.
that you
It's
gutted
not selling your shit.
is
Hold on.
fraud.
You're not listening
That's
because
fraud.
you want
You
to
go to
prove
jail
you're an
for that
expert
shit.
here. You want to prove you're an expert here, but you're clearly not. You're not an expert.
All right. You're the one that can't even fucking explain it, Prime.
You aren't.
You had to have
Yes,
Scott
I am
explain
explaining
it.
but you're
Scott had to
getting
explain it,
fucking
and he said, and he
butthurt.
actually
You
did it
keep
right.
getting
And he didn't say
fucking
shit that you
butthurt.
said.
You keep getting fucking
Fuck
butthurt because
Lactoid.
someone's calling you out.
I think my
Fuck
cool
you.
math games example
Anyway,
worked pretty good.
back to
That's-
it,
Your math
right?
games example is good.
Yeah,
We had to
that-
bring it down to a
that's-
kindergarten level
that's
right.
for the conversation to make sense.
But what I wanted to talk about, so Lactoid, right? And so
In the
I'm
real
playing
world,
Scott
businesses last more than 30 days. That's why that trick doesn't
Yes,
work.
exactly, right.
Is
But
day
Lactoid-
31 you fucked up.
Not really.
Yeah,
Because you destroyed your
I
reputation.
mean, I don't know how long did
depends.
Lehman Brothers last after the 08 crisis or the 07 crisis.
not very long, but even then, right? Like if you
Socialism,
have-
that's
if
not
you-
the
if
cap-
you are
that's not the
trying
market.
To get out of the company, sorry, guys, if you're trying to get out of the deal, right? Like in a short amount of time, right? You're not. That's what I'm saying. Like for some of these deals, you're not planning to be here for 20 years, right? And like maintain this brand, right? You're planning to get out of here in maybe 5 years or like whatever, right? 2 years, whatever the however the deal is structured. So like the point is to like boost profits as much as you can, right? Or sell as much assets as you can, right?
This can
to,
happen.
make your money back.
This
So
can
like
happen,
yeah. And so and this this has been has shown itself in all kinds of, and I think, pernicious ways, right? I want to check with you, Lackwit, to see like what your thoughts are on this, because Scott has made his feelings clear. But like, for instance, like in the dentistry industry, right? This is a big thing that's happening in dentistry. Private equity has gone to dentistry, and they're just buying up like small dentist practices everywhere. Right? They want to go into mature businesses. Dentistry is one of mature businesses. Plumbing is another one, right? Healthcare is another one. They go into mature businesses, and then they buy up like a sector, all right? Like in an area. And so, like, yes, they had different names on the doors, but they're all under a private equity, right? Like, or either one private equity or a few, right? And so, like, choices are actually decreased, right? You don't have choices in the market. They're all being told, hey, to improve your business, right? These are the things you have to do. And that often involves like a degradation in care. And so, like, do you think this is positive for the economy? Again, I'm not talking about morals, because I know your moral your moral compass is different from mine, right? I'm talking about, do you think it's a positive addition to the
incentives for our market?
Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't, right? I mean, I think we would all be pretty naive to say that you can't make money fucking people over in America. You can make money fucking people over in America or any country. Of course you can. And so in situations where, they are, again, trying to crash the product in a way that just generates the most amount of short-term gains, that, depending on what they spend that money on, that could be negative for the overall economy. That could be, yeah, sure, that could be bad. But it also, in many ways, it could be good, right? Like private equity, believe it or not, I'm pretty sure, correct me if I'm wrong, but if I'm not mistaken, I think private equity actually just saved Red Lobster. Like, they are out of that process now, and they're doing better than they were before. You have.
I remember
put an Indian in charge, and that dude knows black people. He's fucking. He's like, we got boil bags. Well, all right, come back, and they're fucking. They're cooking.
Well, and then the other thing here is so there's a story again. I got this from a documentary interview from Warren Buffett, where he was approached by Lehman Brothers, and he was asked to bail them out before the government. And Lehman didn't get bailed out from the government, I'm pretty sure. I think they actually did go under. A couple other big banks like AIG did get bailed out by the government, but Lehman was particularly in dire straits. And they went to Warren Buffett and they said, "Hey, can you bail us out?" And Warren was kind of open to the idea, and then he took a look at their balance sheet and just saw how horribly they're getting railed by these subprime loans that they had given out. And he said, we just can't do it. Like, it's not responsible for me to give money to you and help you out in the situation. And there are guardrails, right? Like, yeah, perhaps Warren Buffett maybe could have been like ultra predatory or like try to just do something along those lines, but I don't know if he would have even been able to. I think that a lot of businesses that are looking for private equity are businesses that are on the verge of dying, right? And so yes, you're just like the ICU probably has a pretty high mortality rate, but that doesn't mean that ICU doctors are worse than general practice doctors. It just means that the kind of people that go to an ICU are almost going to die. Just like the kind of people that go to private equity firms, the kind of companies that go to private equity firms are disproportionately in distress. They're heavily indebted. They're suffering from low, either low profit margins or their liquidity crunch, and they, otherwise they would die. And I think private equity oftentimes gives them a solution out when otherwise there wouldn't be one.
So I looked at Red Lobster. I'm sorry, just to ground this. I looked at Red Lobster, and it looks like Red Lobster ended up, private equity caused their harm, and I guess also made.
Oh yeah, it was a really bad deal for them.
Because it's showing. It looks like in 2014 they were acquired by Golden Gate Capital. But what in 2014, what they did was they sold all of the real estate underneath the restaurants to a different
same thing as Toys R Us. Yeah.
So
I'm not talking about 2014. I'm talking about the second round.
Yeah, in 2024. Yeah, I was just grounded, taking it all the way through.
Yeah.
So
we got both examples with one company. Yeah.
Both examples with one company.
Yeah, which ended up increasing. Like basically, it caused them to file for bankruptcy because all the restaurants now had to pay rent for the property that they used to own, which led to them filing for bankruptcy. But they filed Chapter 11 in 2024, but then they were acquired in September 2024 by a second private equity firm, and I guess so far that's been positive. But I don't know if
successful.
I don't know if this second company also plans to, send them out to pasture, or if they're just doing
You
a
never
temporary
know.
boost or what.
I mean, like, yeah, these things get passed on to different hands, right? And so, like,
payday loans exist.
Hey, like, yes, there are some distressed companies that go to private equity, right? There's also promises private equity does, like, oh, we can assist you, right? Because they position themselves, and there's a thing that PE firms absolutely do. They position themselves as subject matter experts, right? We've seen this before here. They position themselves as subject matter experts on the sector, right? Like, hey, and they have like different brands, right? When they're like approaching business of this, right? Like, oh, we're a dentistry group, right? And we know how to empower dentists to do the things that they love best, right? So you don't have to worry about like the back end in terms of the office or anything like that, right? Logistics. We're going to be handling all of that, right? You just take a few suggestions on our end, and then like sit back and talk, right? You want to take you out of the day-to-day grind of running a business, right? And do the thing that you love most, right? Plumbing, dentistry, or whatever, right? So they do that, but they're not actually subject matter experts, right? These people, again, they don't necessarily care. These are econ grads, right? These are hedge fund managers. These are, or at least, or at the very least, they report to them, right? Even if the front company itself may have people who know a bit more, right? They report to these individuals. Let's see. And so that dictates like the decisions that come down, and we see testimony from the people who've sold their businesses, right? Like I was under the impression, right, that they cared about like what I was doing and like things would get better, but like things are only degraded, right? Like we had to fire a few workers, and because we're so low on staff, right? We can't safely service as many people as we do, or as we used to, right? Or maybe we're forced to take a lot more appointments and like degrade quality for each one, right? These are the things that happen. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, there's a wonderful interview of Steve Jobs that I think describes exactly the behavior that you're talking about, but I don't know if it's like a fundamental difference in the way that libertarians view economics through Austrian lens, right? But he speaks about ICBM, right? And about how ICBM could have been Windows, could have been Apple. Like they had all of the technology. They had a head start. They had the brand recognition.
IBM?
Sorry,
Yeah.
IBM. I don't know why it's
I was very confused. I'm sorry, Fred.
Intercontinental ballistic missiles is a good way to fucking have power in the tech industry too.
The North Korean company. I know that.
It was like the military invested
Sorry,
in
IBM.
computers. So
It was IBM and another one. And what he describes is a process of when businesses forget that so what he talked about is when you have a monopoly, right? Which is essentially what IBM had. Because they had a monopoly in the market, as the way the left uses it, right? A majority market share. That you don't improve the product because you don't have competition to improve the product, right? When you lack the competition, when someone isn't coming out with a better printer, right? Then you don't make money by spending a bunch of money in research and development to like make the printers even better. Right? Because people buy a printer and they're fine with it and there isn't a better printer. And so the way that you make money is that you start hiring econ bros to cut costs. You start hiring marketing people is what he's talking about, right? You start the way that you make money is that you make money through marketing or through cutting costs, making the same products. And what ends up
happening, subscription service out of it, right? Like,
well, I mean, obviously that's not what he's talking about because that wasn't common practice back then, but yeah. HP is horrific. We get it. They're retarded and they're engaged in high time preference behavior. You buy an HP printer and then you don't sign up for their subscription service. So they cut off your scanner's ability to scan. Don't buy an HP printer, guys. There are better ones. IBM and Xerox. That was what the interview was about. Thank you, Chad. And so he's talking about these people and he said that they called them toner heads, right? Like these people that just have no concept of the product itself and no care about the product itself or actually the business itself because they're obsessed with that. And he describes this as the very mechanism that allowed Apple to exist. If it was not for the stupid decisions of big companies that are engaged in marketing and not engaged in the product themselves, Apple would never have been able to be a company that was successful. And so it's the same thing when we talk about AC companies in the South or plumbing companies in the North or dentistry, where equity firms come in and they try and gobble up all of the company to create all of the companies in the area to create a monopoly, and the people that are purchasing or looking in the yellow books or, you know, looking online or wherever don't know that the 4 companies that service their area are all owned by the same equity firm, so they get the same consulting prices, they get all the same shit. Is that what you're describing is high time preference behavior again? You're describing attempting to make money not by making a superior product, but instead by trying to control the market. And this, in the short term, can lead towards gains. But in the long term, this has always been unsuccessful for every company. It was unsuccessful
Agreed.
for Standard
I'm not
Oil.
arguing against
And so what I would argue, right, is that you may say, well, the incentives of the ability to do this are bad. And what I would say is that actually what we have is we have the real problem with this, and this is going to get real into libertarian land, is we have something called the Austrian business cycle, created by fiat currency, created by the fact that we don't have real commodity currency, and created by the fact that we have fractional reserve banking, where banks loan out more money than is actually in existence and increase the money supply and increase inflation. And so what we have is we have a boom and bust economy. And during a boom, high time preference behavior and fraud goes up until the economy can no longer sustain it. And then we get an economic collapse like we had in 2009 or like we had in 2020. And that washes out these stupid ideas. But you're correct, certain equity firms take advantage of our socialist market and our socialist system of currency to use that as opposed to capitalism. And so the actual answer to this problem is not private equity is a problem. The actual answer to this problem is increase private property rights and to get us off of a dollar that is by design designed to inflate and increase the money supply and make the market have a volatile boom and bust economy where fraud and bad business decisions can flourish in high time preference thinking, and instead get us to a stable economy where low time preference behavior and investment is what the economy tends to focus on.
Sure, that may be an answer. I'm not pushing back against it. My point was to like get your perspective on this, right? Not my perspective. So that's why I'm not arguing with you guys on this, right? On the point you're making previously, and I'll move on from this in a second, right? I do want to move on to our main topic. But this is just something that's been on my mind like a lot. So like you reminded me, and I think it was Xerox, but it might have been IBM. But I think the company that was being discussed was Xerox, right? I saw like, I guess it was a documentary as well about this, talking about like how at some point in time, like the people in charge, the people with the decision-making power, stopped being the engineers, right? Who knew the product.
That's what he was talking about in that interview.
It might have been the same thing, yeah. So
I think
like,
it's part of a larger documentary. You probably watched the documentary, and I'm just talking about the conversation with Steve Jobs in that documentary. I think we probably saw the same thing.
Maybe, yeah. So like the engineers who like Xerox was like an innovation machine, right? Like so many things that we have now, technologies rely on, came out of Xerox. Same thing with IBM as well, right? But at some point in time, like it wasn't the engineers who were making the final decisions. It was like the
marketing
marketers and the marketing and
the penny pinchers. Yeah. Like the how do we cut costs? How do we cut costs? How do we cut costs?
Different ideas. Yeah. And you could see a massive turn in quality, right? Where Xerox, like Xerox was like Google in terms of like it was a verb. Hey, I'm going to Xerox this paper to you, right? Like it was an action because it was so prevalent, right? But that changed eventually because of those bad decisions. So I hear you. All right, I guess to wrap this up. Yeah, I didn't want this to be a discussion on morality, and if I made it sound like that, it's not exactly where I was going, right? Or even like talking about like necessarily banning private equity, right? But more or less rethinking its massive impact on our economy. It's been massive, right? And so, like I was saying before, private equity, it says to its capital investors.
You might want to kick Corey. His PC crashed. Said, "Be right back."
Sure. Thank you so much. Private equity. Let me see if I can. Kick from studio. Okay. Private equity says that it is a subject matter expert, right, to these companies. When oftentimes it simply is not, right, and it's not really its goal to be. And decision it makes can be disastrous. We've seen this, for instance, in healthcare, right? We have, and you can go online. You don't believe me? You can go online and you can find testimonies from nurses, workers, right, saying, well, once private equity bought us, what they did was they cut quality. They cut the staff, right? There was a certain number of nursing staff that you must have on the floors, right? To safely deliver services, you must have a certain number, depending on the population,
the amount of hospital beds you have,
and the service, right? Like if you're on the NICU or like on the surgical floor, right? The beds.
Yeah.
But you have to have a certain number. They'll go below that number. And it makes it very dangerous because you cannot respond fast enough, right? Or you can't go through rotations fast enough. It's a whole thing.
High time preference behavior, and they gut companies.
Agreed. Yeah.
I mean, healthcare is more complicated, so I wouldn't use it as an example because you have to talk about like pharmacy care managers and like it gets really fucking, and it's the most regulated, most socialist industry that we have in America. And so there's just like it's layers of red tape and bureaucracy.
But I'm trying to be narrow in my criticism here, right? Like specifically like talking about like cutting staff, right? You can't cut staff here in the same way you can cut in other places. Where you could cut in the actual dildo factory, you can't cut them in a healthcare setting, right? We see this in the real estate market.
We can't grow either. It's illegal to grow your hospital in a lot of places.
Yeah. And you see this in the real estate sector, where like in there be like neighborhoods, right? Multiple neighborhoods where you're like, okay, I'm looking for an apartment here, and you're looking at different renters, right? You're going to different websites, but it's all the same owner. They have different names, right, for these renters, but all of it's the same PE firm, and they're treating their tenants badly. They're basically slumlords, right? They're doing the things that slumlords do for a lot of these places, right? Like the testimony is out there. You don't have to listen to me, right? It's fine. And so like the thing I want to discuss is like, do we like in the steel man of capitalism, right? Capitalism works to improve everyone's lives because like following profit tends to mean like what's good for everyone involved, right? That like, hey, like we're going to sell you a good, right? And to get you to come back, we want to sell you a quality good, right? And then to our laborers to make a quality good, we want to set prices at a reasonable rate, right? Like for labor, for their salaries at a reasonable rate, but competitive, right? To get the best workers, right? That's like the steel man of capitalism. But I think this breaks that logic. When you can just be in there for a short term, we can buy something with someone else's money, right? A bank's money and not your money. Then that means that like, and you can make your money back very quickly. That means that you're not concerned with like the long-term.
I mean,
health.
I will give you a slight olive branch and just say that when we are talking about companies like we're talking about Red Lobster and we're talking about Toys R Us, right? I would say that if once you have control of that company, you are engaged in practices that you're knowing is putting a giant financial burden on them with the intention of offloading that burden at some other time, and you're taking their real estate and then leasing them and doing management fees. I think that this constitutes fraud. And I think it constitutes fraud and isn't capitalism because in the beginning, when you sold yourself, you did not sell yourself to this company, assuming that they chose to purchase, right? If it's a hostile takeover, I have a whole other,
that's a different
situation
thing,
with it, right? But if you think like if I'm a plumber in the north where pipes freeze and some private equity says we're going to give you access to this, we're going to do all this, we're going to do that, and then they engage in all of this other behavior that they didn't tell you about and is part and parcel of how they conduct business, and you had no means of being able to discover that beforehand, I think you're getting into the domain of fraud, and that maybe the law hasn't caught up to this, but that we're no longer talking about capital being used as a machine to increase production, and we're now talking about a company engaging in fraud with the intention of gutting businesses. And I think this is probably a minority, almost certainly a minority of what occurs in private equity. But in those cases, like I would just say that that's fraud.
Yeah,
So
I think looking at Red Lobster again, like, because reading about this is really like, because like I had heard
Super
about
interesting.
it, but yeah, it's kind of interesting. So it said that Red Lobster once they sold off, like once they sold to the private equity firm, I said earlier, the private equity firm sold off the land and, like I said, leased it back to them for the rent. But they were, because you can't move the restaurant, the rents were above market rate. The private equity firm also seemed to be, they were owners of a shrimp company, and they sold massive amounts of shrimp.
Well, the new owners are
The all-you-can-eat shrimp special, yeah.
Yeah, they sold off the shrimp with all these marketing deals, also above market rate.
I had 100 shrimp there one time,
and I was saying they could afford it.
Disgusting.
Apparently, but they apparently the goal is just like,
jumbo.
oh, okay, they'll just keep, because they just keep on getting deals from distributors. They keep on taking more and more debt, and eventually the distributors are gonna be like, hey, you need to pay this, and they'll be like, oh, we can't.
Corey, we can mute yourself.
And
sorry.
Yeah,
like
eventually,
I'm
they
okay with,
can't pay it, but then they're just gonna end up saying like, what do we do? And it's like, well, you can have this company. And they just touch
it's like, like I'm okay with a business doing all of the things you described that sound evil. Where the potential fraud, I think, really comes in is when you can sell that company, and then that company is beholden to contracts that you yourself forced them to sign by being in control of the company at a previous date. It's like you wrote a contract to yourself, and then you split off a part of yourself into a new entity, and now that new part of yourself that doesn't exist there anymore is beholden to a contract. And so it seems to fundamentally go against the principles of what a contract is.
Private equity is doing transfers, right? Like something that private equity is doing is some firms they're selling the asset to themselves. They have, like, literally what you're saying,
which is
more little sense. They're like, they have a separate arm, right? And
you're repeating what I said. There's a problem with that.
I know.
Scott, the interesting thing about Red Lobster is that when they made that happen, they were profitable enough to do it.
I just want to finish my thought. I just want to
Correct.
finish my thought. I'm going to finish my thought. Thank you. Great. So, there's that. But again, in terms of these capital improvements, these things aren't happening. So Bain Capital released a report saying that like only 6% of its growth came from capital improvements, revenue growth from the companies it was buying, right, within its private equity arm. We see that for these companies,
6% is outpacing inflation, and then.
But the rest was because of their other practices. Right?
Okay. 6% of their growth. My bad.
Yeah.
I thought you were saying they were getting only getting 6% growth, and I'm like, that's not terrible. It's not great.
No.
I was like, that's not bad.
They're engaging in a lot of shady practices, and I think it changes the incentives. I'm going to send you guys a video. And this guy is not a leftist. Don't worry. Okay. It's not a leftist. I guarantee you. He's a capitalist there. And he's talking about private, the state of
press X the doubt chat.
Oh my God. Okay. Whatever.
I'm going to get 2 minutes in the video and be like, look at this fucking socialist.
Okay. Whatever. Okay.
It's a video from
I'm joking around so we can move on to, I'm not.
Yeah, sure. So the point I'm making is that like, he does like a great, a roundup of like the current state of private equity and how like there was previously growth in the sector, but that's disappeared, right? And there's all kinds of interesting accounting practices all these things are happening, and the latest development is that Trump just allowed private equity access to our 401ks. So before this was separated into like the
cryptocurrency is also allowed now.
Market and cryptocurrencies. Indeed, thank you. Into the private market, right? Like in terms of buying private businesses. But now, like there's a possibility that 401ks will start investing in these things, and it's possible that we're looking at a big balloon, right? That there's a balloon in the marketplace, and we're not actually addressing it, and then it's going to pop, and it'll be disastrous consequences.
You should read Austrian Business Cycle by Robert Quick. All right, yeah, because that's the problem of fiat currency you're describing.
Okay. Well, fair enough. I'll leave it there. But if anyone wants to have the final word on it,
it's only like 3 hours on audiobook.
Anyone want a final word? Okay, moving on. But thanks all for being here. Much appreciated. This is Every Roundtable, which we have Mondays 8 p.m. Eastern. And here on Every Roundtable, we recognize that our friend Lactoid is the Dildo King. Okay, all right. And we won't accept any slander otherwise.
I really got this banner. I forgot that was just on my YouTube stream. Like a fucking idiot.
But in any case, we appreciate.
If I can make money.
Yeah, if he can make money, absolutely. But our friend Lactoid, we appreciate you for being a good sport. But we're gonna go into our planned topic now. Guys, if you've been enjoying this conversation, consider supporting the channel. Sub to the channel, give bits or give subs. If you're out there, if this has been fun for you so far, if you learned anything, we have these spirited conversations. I didn't expect it to last as long as it did. I wasn't trying to make it last as long as it did, but it did. But yeah, I hope you guys got something out of that. Follow the channel if you haven't done so already. If you're on YouTube, consider giving us a super chat, right? It's a big help. We'll put your third super chat on the screen. We'll discuss it. And usually we'll have like really interesting discussions on that. So consider doing that, supporting this community any way you can. All right. So let's get started. All right. So the topic is in South Carolina, a woman named Logan Federico was murdered by a career criminal. His name is Alexander Devontae Dickey, and he had been arrested 39 times and been convicted of multiple felonies. This comes after national headlines were made when Iriana Zuricka was fatally stabbed by another repeat offender, DeCarlos Brown Jr. Some have blamed cashless bail for these deaths. Others have said this is a even more systemic failure of the justice system brought on by soft on crime policies. Do you think that these tragedies could have been avoided? Where does the fault lie? If anywhere, besides on the perpetrators? Are you in favor of far more hardline policies against criminals? Or is this just another moral panic pushing us to rash policymaking? So yeah, it's a really unfortunate story. This young woman murdered. This guy was going around burglarizing houses, and he happened to find her in bed after coming home from a night of fun, and he shot her. She was no threat to him, and this guy, in and out of jail like all the time. This guy clearly dealing with some sort of antisocial behaviors, like some mental health issues. Who knows what it is, right? But in any case, right, no matter what that it may be, he was a dangerous individual. There's no doubt about that. But he was roaming our streets, and we want to know is like, okay, so this happened, right? But no system is perfect. Is it really the justice system's fault, right? Or can we point to specific policies that have led us here, right? Is it cashless bail? Is that the thing that's done it for us, or is it other policies, or could this not really have been avoided? So I want to discuss that. Start my friend Blackwood.
Yeah, so this is actually, I'm glad this is the topic because I actually did a whole bunch of research on a prior topic that is the exact same for a prior debate. I made a whole obsidian. I got a whole bunch of sources. I can send a whole bunch of sources, and I know a bunch about it.
Happy like that.
And yeah, I didn't have to do a whole bunch of extra research. I had it all ready. So I really appreciate that. Yeah. Well, I got like two sources. Yeah, no, thank you, Scott. And Scott, I mean, there's a few things in here too that when last time we had spoken, I took more of a look into and pulled some sources as well. So, the first thing to note is that, and this kind of like sets the scene here, is that most crime is committed by a very small group of people, right? So, like for example, like just one example, in New York, like a third of all crime is committed by only just over 300 people, 327, I think, and it's a third of all shoplifting in the whole city of, where residents are like it's like 11 million, and then during business time when people come in from the outer surrounding areas, it's a metropolis, right? We're talking tens of millions of people. So
300 people are committing crime.
A third of all
30%
shoplifting
of it. Yeah.
Yeah, 33% of all shoplifting is committed by only about 320 something people, and this is generally true across all crime, right? So when you look at murder, very small percentages of people do murder generally, right? But repeat murderers are even a smaller group of people. Assault, rape, all that bad stuff. And so the question is, well, how do we address it? How do we kind of stop this from happening? And the data on this, there's a lot of data on what works and what doesn't. Cash bail is actually the only one that has mixed results. There are strong arguments against cash bail. Cash bail it reduces recidivism by a modest amount while they're awaiting sentencing, but there actually appears to be some increase in recidivism following sentencing for cash bail, for places that have implemented cash bail. But when it comes to other policies, the right wing is actually pretty on point when it comes to a lot of their policies. Police presence consistently reduces crime. Heavy sentencing reduces crime. And a big part of the reduction of crime comes from locking them up in cages where they're away from the rest of us. DeCarlos wouldn't have been able to stab Irina if he was in a box. In this case, it wouldn't have been able to happen if this guy was in a box. And when you look at these cases where they have these dozens of crimes behind them, I think that it's perfectly reasonable for people to be upset that we have a system that where we clearly have identified these small group of people that are repeat offenders that are causing most crime in this country, that are and serious crime too, that let them out. Let them out. They won't do it again. The 20th time is the charm, guys. 21, they're not going to do it again. This shouldn't even be a political issue. I think everybody needs to come together and say, look, if it's not going to be 3 times, it's got to be some number of times. And it can't just be felonies either. If you have if you got 10 crimes on your record, you probably shouldn't be getting out of jail. Like if you got 10 different instances where you just cannot learn a lesson, you probably shouldn't be getting out of jail. I think the studies show this was going to work. This will work to reduce crime. And for these anecdotal examples, it's going to work because you're not going to have these people out, right? If this DeCarlos guy was in a sane society, he wouldn't have been out. Sorry.
Right. Thank you so much, Scott. Please.
Yeah.
And thank you, Scott, for being so kind as to come up with the topic.
Yeah. So I mean, I want to set cashless bail. I know it's the banner tonight. A little bit aside because I think bail as a system is a problem, right? I am against the concept of cash bail systems. Either this person is a potential threat, and if they're a potential threat, then they need to be isolated from the community, and they need to get a speedy trial, and they need to have access to, their lawyers and not wearing a fucking prison jumpsuit when they're brought before the. Because if you've ever even been to traffic court, right, you'll see people that are like clearly just got marched from the jail. Like, no, they need to be in the same clothes as everyone else. They need to be in the same presence, etc. But if they are a threat, then or a potential threat or a gray area, there shouldn't be some amount of money that the state can extort from its citizens to then say that they're kind of not a threat, right? Because I think the entire system of, is that actually preventing crime? It doesn't. I just don't see, I've yet to see any evidence that there is a significant reduction in crime when people that are potential threats are let out, because if they don't come to their court date, they'll have to pay a lot of money. It's like, the people that are actually problems don't give a fuck about the bail. They just run away. And the people that aren't actually problems don't need this like bond system where they're paying 10% and they show up to court. I set all that aside, right? Because I think the main crux of the issue here that I have is that, and I've thought a lot about this topic, trying to understand it like from a philosophical point of view, trying to understand it from a historical point of view. And what it appears to me is that our founding fathers and our common law system developed over time in early American history because we had a high trust society, but we also had a lot of problems, and we recognized that the monopoly on violence in the justice system of the state has many, many potential flaws. And so it was designed with prosecutorial, oh God, now I can't think of the term, discretion, police officer discretion, and judges' discretion in sentencing and protecting those people from political attacks. Obviously you have to run for elections in certain places, but, not having the legislator come after a judge for whatever. And the problem is that system doesn't seem to work when you have critical race theory and wokeness injected into it. Because what you see is that it only takes one point of failure from someone that refuses to see a repeat violent criminal as a problem to where no one else in the system is capable of adequately protecting society from them. You can have a woke judge that will let someone out. I think I gave a ton of examples, and I have plenty more if you guys want them, right? Right. But for example, Chicago protecting this serial puncher who is a person that consistently punched random women in the back of the head and spit on them, had domestic violence charges, and over and over and over again, the judge would give them a slap on the wrist, and it was the judge in that case. But in other cases, it's the district attorney, such as this case in the Bronx, where this individual, let me find the example. God, sorry, there's so many of them. There's so many examples of this violent killer who was did an attempted murder, right? They threw an Arizona tea bottle at someone. This was like their 20th felony, and they'd only served 4 years in jail after being sentenced 6 years. Threw an Arizona tea bottle at a guy because he refused to give him the beer on credit, on the promise that he would be able to get beer in the future. Then he went to his car. Then he went and got a gun. Then he pointed the gun at him and fired the gun to kill him. But luckily, the firearm misfired. And all of those charges were then, because the DA had the ability to do this. Oh, this poor person. We're actually going to make this all misdemeanors. And then then of course he went out and he killed some more people. And so it seems like my biggest concern with this, my deep concern with the monopoly on power and the way the justice system treats this, is that because the rights of the victim are not actually protected by the state, because victims are not getting the right of retribution and restitution for crimes, is that these points of failure are going to have one of two circumstances, and I think they happen, both are likely true, which is you're going to have a lot of people in America that when they see a black man acting erratically, they think to themselves, well, this person could be a violent murderer. This person could have 40 could have 40 violent crimes. Like, I have to treat this person like a threat. I have to be racist if I want to protect myself, because DAs and judges are engaged in anarcho-tyranny. They're engaged in putting violent people on the streets purposefully because of their racist ideology. And the only defense I have is to be racist myself. And I'm seeing this growing in the right. And it really deeply concerns me, because the right isn't going to turn towards libertarianism or common sense, controls on justice and getting us back to something that works. The right's going to turn to fascism, because that's what they do, because it's easier. Because the left, didn't want to play the game the right way. Instead, they want to play a game where they engage in tyranny, so we'll do our own tyranny.
Thank you so much. Let's go to.
I'm
Greg.
listening. I got to take a quick peek.
Sure.
Well, it's hard to follow Scott as normal. He said a lot of really good things there, and kind of, created big holes in my opening. So I'm just going to have to kind of wing this one. Look, I don't think would shock anyone to understand or how corrosive it is to the environment that we live in when people who commit crime, things that society has said is wrong and you should not do, are not punished for doing those things, even when there's video proof and everything. There's no doubt that these events happened. It's or whatever. And when we have like the fellow in New York who was in Manhattan who was committing assault, and they would literally arrest him, and then they would take him down, and 2 hours later he would be right back in the same neighborhood and would commit another assault within a few hours. And he did that for a couple of days before they finally got tired of it and locked him up. There was just this weekend at TwitchCon, there was a young lady assaulted in front of everyone. Twitch's response: nothing. Just don't give a fuck. As a matter of fact, the same thing had happened to that same young lady the year before, and Twitch, instead of saying that, hey, we need more protection for our attendees, no, what did they do? They said, that security guard can't come back. Her primary security guard, her primary protector, he can't come back. So it was a secondary protector that was there, who was not as well equipped to provide security for her. And so it all flows downhill. You cannot deny that the erosion, the corrosive effects of what's going on by the progressive policies pushed by the left over the past, I don't even know how many years, have had a very serious impact on society. And the thing is that it doesn't just affect one or two people, and it doesn't affect just people getting assaulted on the street or, some gas station getting held up or something. We have luxury stores where people are walking in, pushing the cashiers out of the way, taking the keys, unlocking the cases, and just walking out on video. And it doesn't happen in California only. It happened here in Nashville. We had the same thing happen here in Nashville before our law enforcement did catch them and put them in jail. But the way modernity works, the way the TikTok trends work, where people, have a new thing to steal today, or go hit some white guy in the back of the head, or go, push some kid's bicycle over with him on it, whatever it is, they know they're not going to get punished. And when people know they're not going to get punished, they're going to do the bad thing. Good, healthy fear is a good thing. And that's all I've got.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's go to. Fuck, I'm not looking at the screen. Is it Bam next? I believe I'm not.
Ali, I believe.
Ali. Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
It wasn't anti-Muslim bias. I apologize.
No worries. Yeah. Usually, so like the main issue for me is preventing like criminals from even becoming criminals. I think you tackle low-income neighborhoods. You provide incentives for pro-social behaviors, third spaces, education, focus on these types of things, because the focus should be on preventing criminals from even becoming a thing. And but the reality of the situation is you're never going to. So I agree with Lactoid and the guys in the top row, and the fact that like I understand why they think certain like that the left is too lax on crime and that these people keep getting out. But we keep bringing up like New York and shit. And I think more of the problem is that there's a hierarchy that goes into like criminality in New York, or like places that are overcrowded like that. And so like maybe like a thief isn't going to be jailed for the same length as like a murderer. So if someone's going in, there's overcrowding, they're stealing. Well, yeah, they're probably going to be let out. If they're like for like petty things like fighting, assaults, so on and so forth. So I think it's more of like an overcrowding issue, which then like would make sense why they keep letting people out. No. And then, yeah, I'm good. I'm there.
Okay. Bam.
Yeah, I was gonna point to the same thing. Like there's obviously some crazy examples we can point to where that obviously makes sense. Like I think I've heard about the story of a guy in New York that did get arrested 3 times in the same day. Like the 2 of them ended up being involving violent offenses. That's a crazy scenario. But what in regards to the case of the person brought up in the topic, this person had no previous violent offenses, and I think that that's going to be a big differentiator for people. Like, no matter how uncomfortable like it may make you feel personally, or like you think that like, oh, they should know that one crime ends up leading to another. Someone buying weed isn't necessarily a predictor that they'll eventually be a murderer.
Sorry, which one are you talking about? DeCarlos Brown or
Alexander Dickey?
Alexander Dickey.
Yeah.
Okay.
Devontae? What?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Devontae Dickey, yeah.
Yeah. Alexander Devontae Dickey, whatever. Yeah. His previous crimes seem to involve drug possession, and they said there's been 2 cases of involving robbery, which not even like armed robbery, I guess just theft generally. Not it's not justifying. Obviously, these are crimes, and he ended up doing some time in prison in regards to him. But yeah, I just don't know if I'm okay with creating a society that eventually decides, like, regardless of what the crime is, like not taking the crime to effect, we should eventually lock up someone for the rest of their lives. Like I said, if they got caught with weed too many times, or if they got caught in possession of something else, or even sometimes things involving theft, just because it leads you to believe there's obviously can be mental health and different things, and people that legitimately are going to continue doing crime. But I feel like there's also in a lot of ways, like there is circumstances that would lead someone who steals to not steal. Like there's a world we can create where that person doesn't feel a need or desire to steal. And because that world and that reality can exist, I don't find comfortable locking people up for life for that. When it comes to people who are doing multiple violent things, like, domestic violence, multiple like times attacking people, I think you have much stronger arguments for eventually deciding that this person isn't fit for isn't safe in society. But it seems like we tend to bundle these things up together and make them one. It's the reason why they typically just say they've been arrested so many times, and they don't talk about the specifics of what those arrests mean, because they're trying to carry in all the dangerous, scary, violent things that sometimes do actually exist and happen with other cases of people who from 13 years old to 22 have been arrested for more minor petty things.
Before moving on to Doobie, I thought he did have a violent crime on his record. I'll ask Lactoid. Lactoid, does strong arm robbery count as a violent crime?
Yeah.
I thought it did.
Yes.
Yeah.
No,
strong arm robbery is 100% a violent crime.
I don't think he had strong arm robbery, but I'll be happy to see something different.
In his in the thing I sent you. Strong arm robbery. At the age of 24, a strong arm robbery conviction resulted in a 4-year sentence.
As well as 2023 had a burglary and 3rd-degree first offense, and then unlawful carrying of a pistol. So we don't know if he used the pistol in that, because he was a felon. We don't know if he used the pistol in that burglary, because we don't have. I don't have access to that.
That might be a
court
separate
record.
charge. I don't know, but I don't know if he's a repeat a violent offender. So I just know of the one definite violent offense. So, but okay, let's move on to our friend Doobie.
I think we all probably know the solution to this, right? Really, I just think it's an uncomfortable solution for most people. I think what did Alexa say? Like 397 people or something like that account for a third of the robberies or something in New York.
Shoplifting.
Yeah,
in New York,
like so you kill 397 people, right? Execute them legally, of course, and then your shoplifting drops by a third, right? Which is beneficial to everybody in the fucking city, right? Like this is. If these people have been put through the system again and again and again and again, and they're just a waste of fucking resources and time, there's no reason to continue going through the fucking cycle with them. Like really, Like eventually, you're either gonna get your shit together, or you're not, and if you're not, then you shouldn't be in society. And if we can't exile them to an island somewhere, then just fucking kill them. Like it's just simple as that. I don't think we should put them in a prison for life because I know Lacto is gonna say use them for labor, whatever the fuck. But all that has costs, right? I'm not, and I think some of these people, like, there is a benefit to closure, right? And if you have the closure of this person just not being around anymore, and the consequence of this thing that they've been doing is that they don't get to breathe our air anymore, right? I think this is a better way to disincentivize a behavior than anything else that has been put forward. And I think lefties just need to like own up to this already. The reality is that there are some people in society that are just not good, right? Doesn't matter how they got that way, right? But they are just not good. And you can deal with future people who might end up on that path by putting together programs or whatnot to help them stay off that path. But the ones that are currently there, if they're not trying to get off that path, like at some point you just got to get rid of them. I think we're just wasting a lot of time and energy and destroying people's lives, right? Wasting people's lives, resources on these scumbags.
Oh, wait a minute. Okay, I know we don't respond during openings, but because Prom responded to me, I'll say, it looks like strong arm robbery is basically a person feeling threatened during robbery, but there's no weapon involved and there's no touching of another person. Are we consider that violence?
Yeah, strong arm is when you threaten somebody. Like
actually, can I amend my
thing?
You
prove that they feel threatened, like in order to extort them out of the money. That's strong arm robbery.
But you didn't touch them, and you don't have a weapon for sure.
Yeah, but if I say I'm gonna beat your ass if you don't give me money, that's violent.
But the person can feel threatened. Like, oh, if it's a woman, you could probably argue like, oh, he felt threatening. He said,
yeah, but they got to prove that you reasonably felt threatened.
He probably
right?
threatened somebody to rob them. This guy's with a long track record of criminal behavior.
Yeah, let's not simp for the guy that blew a woman's brains out and beat the shit out of her after being arrested 39 times.
But none of them were violent.
Bam.
The last one certainly fucking
was. It might not have been, but it was.
The last one, again, you may kill somebody one day. Should we throw you in jail now?
Bam. Strong arm robbery. Like in order to convict somebody of strong arm robbery, you have to prove that yes, the victim felt the victim felt threatened, but like that obviously that it was reasonable.
Free my homie Corey.
Free Corey.
Free Corey.
Let Corey respond first.
Need to own up to this. I said lefties need to own up to this. The reality is it's conservative.
Free Corey. It's Corey's time to speak.
We're bitches about executions that need to happen, absolutely need to happen.
Free Corey.
On the left and right are
free Corey. Free Corey. Free Corey.
Thank you, Doobie. All right. Now, I don't think we have to move on to Corey because we all know that Corey agrees with the maximum death of prisoners, right? The most bloody path is a path that Corey also always picks. But, just for appearance's sake, I guess we'll go to Corey. Corey, go ahead.
Yeah, never thought I would say it, but I wish I actually followed Scott's opening statement. It's a tough act to follow, but I'll do my best. I definitely do not agree with Doobie's approach. And one thing I'll say, and I might be wrong, but I'm happy to be proven wrong, but I'm not sure that the case of Arena, I might be mispronouncing, their murder, or Irina, their murder is exactly, one-to-one with the murder in this case with the story, since I could be wrong, from what I understand, the individual that murdered Irina was like actually mentally ill. And maybe Alexander Devontae Dickey is actually mentally ill. Well, I guess we'll find with the details. But I think sort of the mental illness, maybe, at least for me, modifies it a little bit. I could be wrong, but I think they were actually like diagnosed as schizophrenic, had a history of schizophrenia. And I think at some point there was an attempt to actually like get them essentially, institutionalized to some extent. Now whether that changes that for anybody else, I guess that remains to be seen. But I think that changes the equation a little bit and might be a testament to how bad the United States is at basically treating mental illness, even though there's a lot of rhetoric around mental illness, and but at the end of the day, nothing ever actually seems to be happening. But all that being said, is could this situation have been prevented? Probably, but I'm sympathetic to Lactoid's position and Scott's position, and I guess Grid's position. But what I would say is also what I hear about the prison system, whether it's actually true or not, is like part of the prison system is like retribution, rehabilitation, and deterrence. And I don't see much rehabilitation going on in this case here. And so maybe there's more focus on rehabilitation. Whether you can actually rehabilitate a career criminal in this case, I guess remains to be seen. But I would more focus on that. But at the end of the day, like, let's say setting rehabilitation aside, should this person probably have been locked up, earlier and kept locked up? Probably. I'm sympathetic to a certain extent about that. And I will also set aside cashless bail, since I'm highly skeptical. What I'll say is I haven't done a deep dive on the research, but I'm not quite convinced of its efficacy so far, based off of what I see. But I haven't seen a whole lot. And I also, last thing I'll say is I appreciate Scott's position on the lo-fi music. I'll leave it there for now.
Oh my God.
Lactoid, can you
before you do that, and we'll go straight to you, Ali, afterwards.
Yeah.
Sean, thank you for gifting a membership on YouTube. Really kind of you. Much appreciated, Sean. You're always a homie. And then our friend Fair Queen, who has changed her glamour picture. Right, it's a different one from before.
Very sad,
bro.
I think
those eyes in that picture. I feel like there's a lot of weird psychologists on Twitter that would be like, "Trust the eyes. What do these eyes say? What are you doing, Fairy Queen? Stop
I'm
it."
actually really curious as to what the eyes are like. Fairy Queen, you can just DM me. You don't have to like put in a super chat. But like, I'm curious, like, what's going on in this picture? Because I'm actually unsure about this like this face. I don't know. Is it sad? Is it surprised? Is it like depressed? I don't.
Are you tweaking?
Like a model?
I think
Is it like a
the
model?
all of the above.
The fuckboy squint, but it's
She could
Oh,
be,
the,
like, doing
the
that with a
discourse
model
feminists
face,
could have that I have
Like-
hijacked the entire conversation about her looks, and we don't even give a fuck about her
it's
super
true.
chat.
But okay, so thank you, FQ. Let me read the super chat. But yeah, like either like you could DM me. Just like I'm curious, what's going on in this picture? And inquiring minds want to know. Since discourse about DeCarlos seems to center around mental illness and prison as rehabilitation, she predicted Corey before he began speaking. I wondered who saw the Netflix documentary about Ed Gein, who was put in an asylum for schizophrenia. Thoughts? I haven't seen the documentary on Netflix. I know what you're talking about, but I have looked into Ed Gein. And holy shit.
Yeah.
I mean, in case you don't know, the shortcut of Ed Gein is that, like, all those classic serial killers that you've heard of, right? Like in Psycho and Silence of the Lamb and all that, all of them are based on Ed Gein. Like, all of them were just based on this
Ed
one
Gein is
guy.
a pretty particularly sick. I haven't seen the Netflix documentary, but I have seen a lot of women on the internet talking about how they feel sorry for him and how he's kind of hot though. And it has been like, I mean, like, good God, ladies, can you just keep the hybristophilia to yourself? I'm not saying don't have it, like, but if you have it, can you just not talk about that? That's like one of those inside thoughts that women, you need to get together and keep that as an inside thought, because like you're giving femcels and red pillars way too much ammunition with that shit.
Why do women love crime and serial killers in particular?
Because they like masculinity.
But it's
and
like
we live
always,
in a feminized society.
Like I've never met a girl who doesn't love like 48 Hours and CSI, like murder. Like it's their favorite thing in the world.
Because it's a macabre attraction to power, right? And when you live in a society where most men aren't masculine,
no, I don't think it's like
any kind of
because they like figuring out who did it. Like even women committing crimes, like they enjoy,
it's power, it's intrigue, it's often has sexual themes, right? A lot of killers are sexual in nature, so it's all of those perfect elements kind of wrapped up into a bow.
Weirdos.
Yeah. So I really wanted
the
to ask
Muslim
Corey.
man. Sorry, I want my Muslim brother to speak.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, let's go to Ali, and then we'll go to a friend.
Then the white man.
Lactoid, so this whole 33% of shoplifters is 300 39 people, whatever the fuck number you said. How does that work? Like, do we know who the shoplifters are, or like what is that?
We have records.
I mean, I can send you. Yeah, I can send you like the story on it. So it's 327.
Okay.
So in New York City, and this was the article from 2023, it was 327 people doing a third of all shoplifting.
Then these are like repeat
offenders, and a lot of times what it is people who like will go and shoplift and then like do it as a job, right? They'll go and shoplift, get a bunch of shit, leave, and then sell it, right? Yeah. And this is it's not like the
I've bought and
impulsive
stolen iPhones.
kleptomaniac.
Trust me, we know. So
Sure, yeah.
Okay, so would the idea for you be like a 3-strike rule? Like you did it 3 times, now you got to go to jail for like 10 years, or like what would be like a repeat shoplifter? What would the like? How long are you throwing them in jail?
Yeah, I mean, I would like to see penalties stack like a lot stronger than they do. It doesn't necessarily need to be a 3-strike rule, but like it could be something as like, bro, we just let you out for this thing a month ago. Like clearly we can't let you out for just a month. Maybe this time it'll be a year. Like something like a significant bump up when it comes to repeat offenses.
Yeah.
I think that because repeat offenses are the things that we want to avoid, and this is where a lot of the crime is coming from. And can I just say one last thing? This is kind of this is relevant to this, and then also kind of answer something Corey said. There are a number of motivations for punishment, like rehabilitation, etc. But the two, there's 5 really, but the 2 that are I think most important when we're looking at criminal justice in terms of what has the most outsized effect, is going to be deterrence and incapacitation. So when you have cops around and they have the feeling of being watched, this is why stores will put mirrors on their ceiling. It's actually just to give you the feeling that you're being watched.
It's a deterrent.
The feeling of being watched and the feeling that you will get caught right away if you do a crime is a massive deterrent to actually do a crime. And the other, and rehabilitation is actually pretty hard to do. It's pretty hard to actually convince somebody to not, but incapacitation. Simply by being in prison for the years that they are, they're not out doing crimes because they can't be, because they're in a cage.
Yeah.
So so I think just simply incapacitating these people is like in of itself a noble goal.
So then it's back to like what?
No, you can finish. Finish your point.
So it goes back to like what I was saying in the opening. Do you think like the issue is that we can do that, but like then you're gonna just, how many jails are we going to build? Like in places like New York where we have massive amounts of people would equal massive amounts of crime, right? If you're keeping fucking shoplifters in jail for 1 year, 2 year, 3 years, and like you have all these other criminals that you're now also keeping, so we're either going to have to build more jails, or we're just going to get to Doobie's example. We're just going to start executing repeat shoplifters, right?
So
we already
solutions.
have the most criminalized society in the world.
Yeah.
We also have a lot of crime.
Yeah, but you really want to secure that number 1 spot. Like,
But I'm saying, like,
we have a lot of crime.
does it feel like it's not working?
Because like, are we going to?
No, there's reasons for American crime, but there's 2, I guess, solutions here. The first solution is, in my mind, right? The first solution is you no longer imprison people for nonviolent drug offenses. You free up that space to imprison people who actually do the crimes that I think we all care about. And this starts with legalizing marijuana nationwide and probably decriminalizing a lot of other drugs, and psilocybin and stuff like that. There's no reason why people should be going to prison.
Do we release the criminals who we have in jails for?
For nonviolent drug offenses, we release them all. Open up space to put the people that are actually hurting people. That's like my first proposal.
Okay.
The second proposal is work details and work release.
Yeah.
And I got a lot of data to show this is actually like very effective. Like letting people go to work, and like at least the people who we can trust to go to work and aren't like violent criminals, and putting them to work. Go to jail for the night, or even have some kind of mobile work details. I think this could also be a solution. We could give a shot.
I do agree that we shouldn't let people out of jail. Oh, okay, you can go.
Yeah. Let's go to our friend Grid, and then we'll go to Corey, and then Scott, and then Bam.
Yeah, so I actually wanted to ask, Corey brought up the Arena, and I can't pronounce her last name, murder. Would it surprise you to know that that fellow had been supposedly in and out of treatment centers, such as you propose, for a very long time? And as a matter of fact, he had just been ordered into one that was coincidentally owned or part owned by the magistrate judge, whatever you want to call her. That was in charge of this case.
Her wife
owned
it.
Her wife owned it. Wait,
so technically she didn't own it, but her wife owned the treatment facility that she didn't put him in prison for, but instead made him go to a treatment facility that he could check himself out of.
Yeah. He didn't actually have to go there. They just collected money for him being there. So would that be that would be an example of while there's an attempt made to have what you're talking about, but because of the progressive left, it gets abused to the point where it's pointless, actually. And so I would really like to hear your solution, what you would propose And especially since you didn't like my position on this, I'd actually really love you to steal my position at the same time. But one thing at a time. I want to understand what your proposition for this mental health looks like when we spend a shit ton of money in this country attempting to rehabilitate people, and most of it gets wasted in ways that we see where by this fellow that killed poor Arena on a bus when he should have been locked up under a jail somewhere. So I'd like that. I'd like to see where you're at on that.
I don't know if that's true what you just said,
but
it is all true.
I'll respond after Corey. While that was
what I also think I said, so I could be wrong, but I think your position is similar to Scott's and Lactoid's, and I think I said I was sympathetic to Lactoid's position, and therefore I think by default, or at least my simple logic is therefore I'm sympathetic to your position.
Well, you
so
said specifically you were not. You didn't agree with my position. You agreed.
I think I said Doobie's position. I could be wrong, but I think I made I tried to make it clear.
I could have misheard. I mean, you know, okay. I've been up a long time,
okay,
man.
So, okay,
I have not had a lot of sleep.
Did anybody recount that I said I was sympathetic to Lactoid's position? Does that ring a bell to you?
Corey, I actually remember this. You said you were sympathetic to mine, Scott's, and Grid's position. You actually did mention him specifically.
Okay. So,
I misheard then, and I apologize.
Own son.
Yeah. Thank you.
But and I take your point that I was aware that there were attempts, and here's where it's like, you know, that was the attempts that were made, as in I would be more in favor of maybe just outright institutionalization, unlike mandatory or court ordered, or like actually some sort of officer of like or whatever, some sort of
do you
official
think we should bring back asylums?
Potentially, I'm also sympathetic.
Do you have asylums in Canada? Because I don't know. And I hate to talk about something that's, you know, that we're so different on, but because we got rid of asylums a long time ago, really. But do you guys still have asylums in Canada for the mentally ill?
Well, I mean, we have people. I think we have essentially the same facilities that the United States does, as in like people are institutionalized.
So not people that are like committed, but they, you know, like.
Yeah, as in if you can voluntarily commit yourself here in Canada.
Right. Yeah, I got you. Okay.
But like, something along the lines potentially. Again, I haven't fleshed out all the details, but like something like an actual person who's like
a hard position. I'm just saying,
but someone who's actually like forcing them or like making sure that they're actually taking the medication, either administering it or actually seeing, pretty much like they do in the hospital of like, you're taking your medication, show me in your mouth and you actually like drinking the water, et cetera, something to that effect, something where they're actually regularly checking in. And like whether that will actually solve the problem, obviously hindsight is 2020, or you can't predict that, you actually prevent it. But let's say I can see a world where something like that is preventable. If in fact the murder was ultimately driven by, or a major component was their schizophrenia, which, I would strongly suspect that it is. Whether it was the actual sole cause, I guess hard to say, but I would bet that, their schizophrenia being actually treated and effectively probably reduces the chances. Whether it actually fully prevents it, obviously, we'll never know. But that's sort of what it looks like for me, if that answers your question.
Yeah, what you said, what doesn't seem, because you made it seem like that he had been sent to numerous treatment facilities and they just weren't working. It seemed that there's a record of 2 treatment facilities.
Well, that would be numerous, right? Numerous attempts, because
I'm
because
I'm trying to finish the sentence.
Just because it's one
as in more than one, damn numbers.
I was about to say the first treatment facility, came in, they diagnosed him, but they said that due to actual not having proper funding, they couldn't hold him longer than 14 days. It wasn't that the facility released him back into the streets. It was because we actually improperly fund things that they had to release him. In the second facility,
why was he put there in the first place? Because he was a violent criminal. Why was he sent to outpatient treatment?
He wasn't sent to outpatient treatment. He was sent there to receive a diagnosis. Yeah, his family actually was seeking the treatment for him, but they didn't have funding because Republicans in the United States of America continue to cut funding for the mental health facilities.
Yeah,
this is absolutely a partisan issue. There's nothing to laugh about there. They do it.
It's hilarious. It's hilarious. It's absolutely hilarious.
But yeah,
blaming the Republicans for fucking Irina's death because they don't care enough about socialist programs is hilarious.
Blaming Lactoid specifically.
Like I wasn't going to argue, but if you think it's like not funny, I think it's funny.
It's exclusively Republicans' fault because they specifically do that. After they died, that's exactly what people are saying. Like this person had schizophrenia. They should have been in a facility. Even Grid just brought up, why wasn't he in an institution? Why? Because you don't fund the institutions. They don't have the room. These things must follow.
For sure, brother.
There's nothing to laugh about. There's a fact.
So
just to be clear, as part of my research
required.
on this,
Like,
hold up. Part of my research on this, like Trump actually is like in favor of like, in fact, this is pretty controversial amongst like the ACLU and some other organizations. He has an executive order on this, and he's proposed. Well, the executive order was to redistribute resources to institutions, and his plan is to make it easier for them to forcibly, involuntarily commit people into institutions against their will, which potentially could, solve the problem. But there also is a kind of other concern of how much you want the government, grabbing you because they think you're mentally ill. There's some Kafka-esque concerns with that, right? If the government says that you're mentally ill, is that enough for them to put you? Well, some of them for sure, but you got to be a little bit careful with how far you go on that front.
I'm pretty sure the big beautiful bill just cut $11 billion to mental health.
There was Medicaid cuts. It's not clear that any of that's going to be from the Department of Corrections. A lot of mental health we're talking about in prison, right? So and in jails. We did get rid of the institutions, but we have a lot of mental health prisons and mental health like hospitals, secure hospitals that effectively function as institutions, and a lot of mental health care is provided in jails. I will agree. As part of my research on this, mental health care is like the only proposal that I was able to find from Democrats that actually has like it's backed empirically. Like mental health care does reduce crime, and there's just no denying it. It does.
So, Bam, were you finished? Because I was.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I was waiting my turn. Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Well, I believe that was the order, but I'm waiting on Prime to.
It was Grid, then you, then me, and then Grid went, and y'all went back and forth. I didn't know if you were done, and then Bam went.
I did have a separate. No.
Go ahead,
well, because Grid was addressing.
Yeah,
me.
It's fine. Go, brother. It's cool.
So I have a question for Doobie, where if I remember your opening statement, you were essentially doing a utilitarian calculus of like, okay, 300 and whatever.
He was doing a pogrom on criminals, is what he was doing. But go ahead.
And therefore,
I think it's the moral thing to do.
If you can execute roughly 390 people and reduce crime by 30%, okay, that is like a net good. Okay, which I understand, and from your framing that makes sense. I'm curious how you factor this in, assuming it's true. Okay, so obviously depend on the crime and depending on which estimates you use, but there's X number percentage of people that get locked up or killed that are actually innocent. Let's go about 0.5%. And so presumably when you're executing about 400 people, I would say bare minimum kind of at least one is going to be innocent. Are you okay with that collateral damage?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Of course he is. This is Doobie.
No, hold on. Okay. I don't want to get into the.
No, it's just a bullet. He's willing to fight for one person. I don't know if
I don't want to get into the. No, hold on. I am absolutely. So I don't want to get into the Israel Palestine thing, but the reality is
don't bring it up.
Think of. Just think of. Hold on. Calm down.
I don't want to get into this thing that I'm going to randomly interject.
I'm using it. No, it's not randomly at all. It's totally relevant to the conversation. I'm not talking about the comic book itself, but the way that we've all been desensitized to collateral damage numbers, right? And how it's told like people, reasonable, professional people go on TV to justify crazy 80-something% collateral damage to us, and that's totally fine. Right, because we're trying to get this goal, right? And everybody's okay with that, apparently. Right.
Wait, so then you're okay with Israel's collateral damage?
Wait, hold on,
right?
no, hold on.
Well, why not?
Hold on. What you just told me is 1 out of 400. That is a much lower cost.
Well, no, that's
I'm willing.
That's conservative.
So hold on. So I'm willing to take the risk to better society. Yes, one person out of this 400 might be innocent. Yes, okay, that's fine.
So I have a couple of things I want to say. Some are probably going to be crazy and some will be fine. I hope. I don't know. So the first thing I want to say is the 3-strike rule. I think one of the major problems we have here is that 1994 crime bill almost certainly worked, but it worked too well. And what I mean by it worked too well is that it combined non-violent crimes with actual violent crimes in these. And to this day, there's still many states that have 3-strike or minimum mandatory sentencing things or guidelines at the very least around drug possession, or they have laws that were built in the 90s to connect drug charges to a gun charge, right? And then thus make the gun charge a real charge or other things like this. And so I think one of the problems that we're facing is that as we begin to pull that back, we're not replacing it with something that makes sense, right? And what makes sense is if you commit 3 burglaries, that should be a fucking 3 strike rule, right? If you can't stop breaking into, if you can't stop I didn't say that, but if you can't stop breaking into,
I'm kind of on board with that. In
right,
someone's
if you
house
can't
3 times.
like, listen, you know, in the great words of the wise philosopher J. Cole, you know, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice,
mean
can't
George W.
put the
Bush.
blame on you. Fool me 3 times, fuck the peace sign. Load the chopper, let it rain on you. Like at a certain point, if
And
you
then the
can't-
camera goes black. He did the whole thing. He did the whole thing. That was awesome. That was so
you know what
good.
I'm saying? Like at a certain point, if you can't stop violating
Flip that shit.
people's rights, and you can't stop doing so in an aggressive and violent way against their persons or property, you're a problem. And until we can figure out how to fix you, you shouldn't be on the goddamn streets. And so I think there's this issue where we've attached drugs in the 90s, right, where we were like going after super predators, and you know, we were like, you know, trying to crack down on the crap epidemic, and you know, disparities between crack and cocaine. There were a lot of issues that needed to be solved, but again, we're having this baby with the bathwater problem, where we're getting rid of all of those things that had really negative consequences, but we're not keeping the shit that we should keep, which is repeat offender. You should not get arrested 39 times with 22 felonies and then fucking be out on a $5,000 bail. Like, that's fucking insane. You're a problem to society. So that's number one.
I think it just feels like we're not all the way owning our position. Like I think Doobie always does the crazy position, but he owns it. I don't respect it, but I'm saying that like if you think theft is the problem, you should lock up all drug dealers, because theft is committed by people who are in drug addicts.
I'm not a consequentialist. I'm not tying
that's
a correlation of one crime to another
But
crime.
I'm saying that like if you wanted to be effective at doing it, that you would just own it.
I disagree. I disagree.
Well, this is the logic. This is the logic. But keeping it illegal can contribute to this problem. And by the way, burglaries are a big issue. Like there's some studies that put like 25 to 30% of like burglary victims like develop PTSD symptoms afterwards. Like having your personal space violated. Like. Yeah, 3 burglaries, life in prison. I'm cool with that.
But I'm just saying that, like, don't preface it like I care about drug addicts. Look at all the drug addicts, like, but people who still should be in jail forever. You're just gonna put them all right. This is the same people. It is the same niggas. I'm sorry.
From with weed. Hold on. I said legalize weed, and I mean personally I want to legalize all drugs, but I said decriminalize everything else, right?
Yeah, but I'm saying
that's gonna be more effective.
That is a completely. That's a straw man of my. Hold on, that's a straw man of my position. Listen, I have heard plenty of stories and seen cases where individuals are, you know, driving around with like a couple grams of weed and like a legally owned firearm in their car, and like laws associate that as a felony, and then take their gun rights away, and then they end up in jail for like 2 years, and then because they were like a father that had child support payments, they're now like 2 years in child support payment debt, even though they're in fucking jail, and like their lives are ruined because they fucking smoke weed and haven't harmed a single fucking person. Right? That's the kind of shit I'm talking about. Is that's a completely nonviolent crime that is not used to harm anyone in any shape, and we have those things on the books because we had a serious crime problem that was associated with drugs. I agree with you, right? A crack epidemic was a serious fucking problem. You know, like cocaine was a serious fucking problem. You know, we have a lot of like the marijuana even industry. A lot of that is funneled by cartels and gangs. And like, it is absolutely true that drugs and violent crime have a Venn diagram where they're highly correlated. And so because of that, we built a lot of crime policy that fucked over a lot of innocent people that didn't do any violent shit because we recognize that correlation. And what I'm saying is that if we're going to stop crime, we have to separate those things. And at the same time, we have to look at the actual behavior that is bad. And if you're going to repeat that bad behavior, that violent behavior, at a certain point, we have to stop being like, oh, this innocent person, society failed him. It's like, I don't give a fuck if society failed him or not. He's failing society. Get him the fuck out of my society.
No, I'm just saying that like there's someone doing meth right now, like that's absolutely gonna
How dare you,
steal
Bam, accuse
to
me.
get more meth. And if you get that person off of meth, they likely can be a person that doesn't feel the need to steal. Like it's not inherent to them.
I don't
But I'm-
disagree.
But how do you
but
wait?
but
How
I'm
do you get
saying-
that person off of meth?
There's a fix for this. Hold on, there's a fix for this. Nobody is saying that you can't make treatment a part of the punishment. So if like somebody commits a crime and then like you look into it and you just got like, let's say it's like the first offense that they catch you on, and they see that it's motivated by drug use, okay, well now the punishment is going to incorporate like you have to go to like drug rehab, you have to piss clean, you're going to get tested, et cetera, for the next how many months. Like we're going to bring that to be part of it, because I agree with you. Drug motivation is a big reason for for committing offenses, and we can address that. We don't have to
Right, but if that
criminalize all
fails the
drugs.
first time and fails the second time and fails
Yeah.
the third time, at what point
Sure.
is the meth the problem, or is it the goddamn person that
I
can't
think
stop
I think
committing
it-
burglaries?
I think it's almost always going to be the meth is the problem in like
Wait.
99% of cases. It's
Wait,
probably
but-
the meth is probably the problem. But-
Wait,
So Ali, you had your hand up before,
Yeah,
I think, and then we'll go to Corey.
Yeah. Wait. So then, for Bam, it really sounds like you're just like anti-sentencing for like theft, right? So like in the case, if the case like that Lactoid's saying is like correct, like that 30% of all the shoplifting is happening by the same 327 people,
Mhm.
right? At a certain point, like they've either racked up a high enough bill, or like it's just they're causing 30% of the shoplifting crime. Yeah, they should be jailed. No, like whether it be a 5-year. Are you saying like no sentencing?
No,
because it's
I'm fine.
theft, Or
I think I will. I would feel so much more comfortable with. I just think our jail system sucks.
It does.
Just like,
I agree.
and I think that's the thing. I think I would feel more comfortable with jail if we just figure out like everyone always starts a position as we're just not locking up the right people, or if we're
And
not
there's
locking up for long
fix
enough.
the system, then
yeah,
then
and
lock
then
up
yeah,
the
then we
people.
can
Okay.
we can do things better. Like I said, what Lactoid was speaking to in regards to like, oh yeah, we should probably do better about getting people off of drugs and the rehabilitation. Something else that was said earlier about work programs. I don't even talk about like people working while they're in jail, and although they want to do that, I think that would be great, especially if they could be paid reasonable wages that went into a saving account that they could access whenever they got out. But also, I don't know how it would work. I don't know if it would be if you could make federal government incentives, but I believe that everyone that comes out of prison should be given an opportunity to have like a guaranteed work option. Before you're released, like you're going into some training program that puts you straight into
Instead of being fucked over by
employment.
you know,
Yeah,
listing
exactly.
that you've been
they have
convicted
a
This
lot
is
of
highly
that. I mean,
effective.
You're not getting a job.
I mean, there's a
We
lot
make
of
them work in
halfway
prison,
houses.
and
There's
then
a
they're going to have
ton
skills.
There's a ton of
skills doesn't
halfway
matter if you
houses
have felony
in this
next to your
country.
name.
Right, but there's a ton of halfway houses in this country where people are required to work in order to be in those
I
transitional
don't care that they're
programs.
required to work. I'm saying we should provide the job.
Yeah,
That's how
ability to-
halfway houses work. Like they partner with local businesses and they get them jobs in like restaurants as like a waiter or something. Like there are a lot of
Yeah, he's saying
I mean,
they
like-
should have better work and work.
like I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong. I'm just saying that we kind of do have that and that kind of works. Obviously,
then we should expand on it
some
and build on it then.
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm not saying, hey, Bam, you retard, you're wrong.
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying, hey, by the way, we have a system like that. It's present in a lot of people's lives, and it does seem to work fairly well. Like, obviously, halfway houses, there's a lot of recidivism, but I mean, that's just the population you're dealing with. Like, there's nothing, like, there's a certain
never gonna get away from
percentage
You're never
of
gonna get away
people
from
that are
criminals.
just going to fucking
I'm
be
sure-
lifelong criminals. But
I'm sure
there are
some
a lot of
people
people
will,
that
for
go
sure.
through and that have those opportunities, and it does help them.
But yeah, I know. But like I said, I just know so many cases of people who do get out and don't have work opportunities, and they all do have a probation. They say they're like, oh, if you don't have, if you can't pay this money within 2 weeks or whatever, like your probation officer is going to throw you back in jail, and people panic and they turn.
Yeah,
back
but like
into
a lot of this too is just straight up laziness. I'm gonna be honest with you. I know it sounds
We wouldn't be
fucked up.
lazy if we
Well, hear me
forced
out,
people into
because it's not. Because here's the thing: is that damn near every parole officer, if you go to them and say, "Hey, can I speak to the social worker about trying to find some employment?" And then they will literally, there are government employees that exist where their sole fucking job is to help people get jobs that are on parole or have criminal records or are, destitute or in some bad situation. And those people are in the same fucking building as your PO officer. And a lot of people go, nobody wants to hire me. And it's because they're not fucking actually looking for a job.
No, I'm saying that I don't. Well, in the people I know that they're coming out for prison, I don't think that doesn't typically be the case. But that's anecdotal. I completely acknowledge that. But I'm saying that right now the system we have, like even the jobs that these people do end up getting, are shitty, like meaningless jobs. And I understand you're gonna have a difference in skill set.
They're gonna have shitty jobs.
Why is that? Why is that something we have to accept? Like what?
Because
like,
they're shitty people.
Like Donald Trump
They have to redeem themselves.
Wait a minute. You guys love Donald Trump. He's your Lord King forever Prince.
What the fuck are you talking about? I shit on Donald Trump constantly, and I didn't vote for him.
Let me finish my sentence while I'm.
Well, then
I
don't
can't
lie
wait until I
about
don't
me.
have to vote. I can't
I'm
wait
not
until I don't have to
mad
vote
about
for him
it
because he's
right
king.
But like he's trying to do all these manufacturing things. Like felon. Like if you again, I don't think it's gonna work. But like felons should absolutely be doing all the manufacturing jobs. Manufacturing jobs pay well, but they're kind of shitty job. We should, but you don't need a skill set to screw in this screw. Like that's where you
need to be well adjusted
Yeah,
because
yeah,
people
can I
die
ask-
if you're not well adjusted. If you put a bunch of felons in
yeah.
a fucking factory,
This
you're gonna
is
end up with
100% true.
fights, and then you're gonna have a fucking terrible
It's
fucking
way more
production,
skilled.
and people are gonna die.
Yeah.
It's way more skilled than you think.
No, yeah, so it is more skilled than you and like it requires like a level of dedication, etc. But let me ask you this: it seems like it almost seems like you don't think that like they deserve like the shitty jobs. And my question is, who else but felons should deserve the shittiest jobs in society? Like it would seem like if we're gonna relegate like these jobs to some group, felons are like the perfect group.
No,
they're like the most deserving of the worst work.
Also,
And
if
children,
anybody's
of
a felon, out there that's struggling, go to one company that really tries really hard to hire felons and will pay you good money is Service Pro. Like this is not a fun job. It's a horrible job. You clean up crime scenes, you clean up hoarders' houses, but like it's a job where even as a felon you can get paid like $25 to $30 an hour. Okay, so if anybody's listening that's a felon and is struggling, that is one company that you should look at because it's a job nobody wants.
Or just move to Texas and become a oil man.
Well, I'm just saying, like that is. I mean, there are jobs out there, and I know it can be hard for people. And I'm not lacking compassion for people that want to change their lives, but I am trying to engage in reality here.
But I am lacking compassion. I'm lacking compassion a little bit for somebody who like has like a long criminal history, and then like they get out and they're insisting on like, well, I don't want to work the shitty jobs. I'm too good for that. I want to have this like higher paying, like cushier job.
No, I just
and
think
it's like no, you take what you get.
No, I think you just have to deal with human. Like we can't say why do people do things.
And then you don't want them to repeat crime lactoid though. If that's like the attitude is like you just take what you get, you're gonna have to work whatever bullshit we give you, and then like you want these people to feel you want these people to not have antisocial behavior like, coming out of a prison system, and then having like the general populace looking at them being you but take what you get, bitch.
This is a flip side. This is a coin where I think the left is often blind to the other side of the coin, because every time you say that we have to give these opportunities to these people,
I never said you have to give the opportunity.
Hold on, I'm not saying specifically that you're making the argument that you have to give these opportunities, but the more you push for government or funding or whatever, the other side of the coin is that someone has to take the burden of that. Someone has to hire a felon when they might not have wanted to, or at the very least they're like
loses out on a job,
or they're going to get government funding so that they can do it, which means the mom that is trying the mom and dad trying to feed their fucking kids and is struggling with inflation, just a little bit less of their paycheck comes home so that a fucking repeat violent felon can have like good job opportunities.
Exactly, so, and doing it creates less crime in society.
If that's your argument and you're willing to bite that bullet, that's fine. I'm just saying we have to recognize that trade-off exists.
That it's not costless, and I think that's fair. Let's go to Corey, who's been waiting a while. I do want to jump in. I have a bunch of notes for most
their children will be better too.
Yeah, just a quick question, Dewey, just to try to tease out, where the line is, if there is one, of like, so if the percentage now is like 10% for each 100 people that you execute shoplifters, 3
about killing people. He loves killing people. He does
3 innocents are going to be executed in that process, but you still have the 30% reduction in crime. Is that also sufficient enough collateral damage for you?
Yeah, I think we need to accept. Yeah, I don't like hold on. We can never have it. We'll never have a system that is completely perfect, right? But that doesn't mean we should do away with it.
I push it to 20%. 1 in 5.
Some people do deserve to be killed. Okay, that's just reality.
I know you.
Hold on 1 second. We spoke about Ed Gein earlier. He deserves to die. There are plenty of serial killers we can go through. Deserve to die. There's a shit ton of people out there who should be dead. That's just true, right? So I understand that, yes, maybe there's a case where the prosecutor's dishonest or the judge is dishonest, whatever the fuck, or there's some kind of evidence that's withheld. I get it. Okay, this shit happens. It's reality.
Or sometimes just an honest mistake. I mean, that does
or just an honest
happen
mistake.
rarely,
right? I get
but it happens.
Yeah. So I get that these things happen. However, and we can do everything we can to guard against those things. But the reality is, things being the way they are, it's never going to be perfect. So there will be mistakes at some point, now or in the future. I think we need to accept that, and just take that into our understanding, and just look to the benefits that we're getting from taking this risk, and continue to do everything we can to guard against those things.
Can I kind of be trying to put your position in my, just my own, so I can frame it in my own head and make sense of it?
Sure.
So basically, you're saying that effectively committing crime is the same as jumping off a bridge. Your life's going to be shortened. You just don't know by how much.
I didn't.
Right? Like we all die, right? I mean, at some point, we're all going to die, and the things that are the choices we make it determine how long we're going to live, right? Like if you choose to drink and drive, you could hit you could go off a bridge tomorrow and be dead, right?
No, like it's a natural.
Sure. You'll have a lot of fun though.
Yeah. The state would be actively doing it. We're like taking all the responsibility.
The state didn't commit the crime. I'm gonna help Doobie out here. The state didn't commit the crime. You committed the crime. You chose to shorten your life.
Sure, but
I think there should be an understanding that if you're committing this crime, at some point people won't want you around anymore, and when that happens, you get killed.
Okay, all right. See, I understand Doobie's argument now. I got it. Right, the choice it's called consequence.
I was not clear before.
There's consequences.
I want to steal.
Originally, I thought he was like off in the fucking left field, but I get it now. I got it. I'm good.
I'm gonna steel man Doobie's argument using Israel Gaza. Okay, like he did before.
What the fuck, man?
So just to bolster his point, the current estimates put it out, somewhere between, of all the casualties in the Gaza war, like 70 to 83% were civilians. And we accepted that. Why don't we just accept 4% being innocent when it comes to the death penalty? A lot lower than 80%.
Did we all accept that?
True.
What the fuck? Like, I didn't get the memo that we all
American
were like,
society broadly did. I don't know.
Do people still?
Your taxpayers,
democracy,
taxpayer
man.
money.
God damn.
Do people still make the argument that like their reason for the death penalty is sometimes it can be wrong? Like that feels like the middle school argument against death penalty.
Oh, you think Corey's making a middle school argument?
Well, that was the argument. It's insulting.
I don't mind it. I'm not offended by it.
Well, to be clear, yeah. So
I have other arguments, but I'm trying to take.
I mean,
I'm to the logic.
I'm against the death penalty for that. I'm against the death penalty by the state for that reason, and the reason I am against the death penalty at all times by the state is because the state is unwilling and will not take on the consequences of wrongfully killing someone or murdering them. In a private system, I think that most people would choose voluntarily not to impose the death penalty because the consequences of killing someone that is innocent is that your life is forfeit. If you say, I give you the death penalty as a judge and it turns out you're wrong, then you should be publicly hanged for that crime because you killed an innocent person.
I have a question. To flesh this out a little bit, Scott. So what if we had a death penalty, but it could only be applied in cases where we had just video evidence. There's maybe they're pleading guilty and we have video evidence.
AI
absolutely no. Don't do the hold on. We know it's not AI.
It's fine. It's fine. Let's just say that it is like the reasonable certainty is like 99.99%.
Yeah. Like in these cases, like what is the if it's restricted to these cases, right? Let's say we had like a tier of like guilt somehow, right? Mm-hmm. And it was only the death penalty was only available for people at this level of guilt, which is higher than the normal level. Right? There's absolutely no chance that it was not this person. Like what's the issue?
Yeah, my argument.
The death penalty.
My argument, like I understand your argument from a consequence perspective that like the likelihood that this person is innocent is essentially statistically irrelevant. And then on top of that, housing them and keeping them would cost us more money. Now the left will make this argument, and some libertarians will make this argument that actually it's more expensive to kill, but that's only because we allow them like a ton of appeals and processes in order to kill them, right? If we got rid of that process, then obviously housing someone for another 20 years is additional taxpayer resources. And like the state in and of itself is full of contradictions. And so like there isn't really a right answer here for me, right? It's kind of like how do I get closer to liberty and market justice systems? And it is my opinion that the state should never be allowed to kill, and that would get us closer to that market position. But I am sympathetic to the argument that in extreme cases where, like you said, it's statistically irrelevant, that maybe I'm wrong, and that getting closer towards a market justice system and spreading proper philosophy would be to just kill those people. I'm open to that argumentation, but as of right now, I'm still on the position that like it should be just no. The state doesn't get the right to kill people because I want to get rid of the fucking state.
Yeah, I just think I feel like it's too barbaric of a response. Like, it's the same reason we don't like we took away stoning as a thing. I just don't think that
why is it barbaric?
So
some people deserve to be stoned. Like Ed Gein deserves to be stoned. Fuck him.
Yeah.
Fuck his feelings.
I think that's a barbaric response.
I don't care. It's
okay.
like
Well,
that's
I
just
kind of want
that's
to
a
explore this
vibe.
with you guys. Before you guys get into it, hold on. Before we, because I do want have things I want to say. Before then, we have 2 super chats. Let me hit these up. Fairy Queen, who's once again awesome.
She moved to Dearborn, Michigan.
Oh man, FQ, amazing turn of events
She'll
here.
fit right in
Love it.
Quebec. Quebec loves that.
Why is the conversation? How do we make people, bad people, be better, and not why do people who do evil things deserve? Or so, what do people who do evil things deserve? Why are we abandoning the concept of desert or deserve and justice? P.S. F you, Scott. Oh, that part's
I think she means dessert, like just desserts, basically. I think is what she was.
Oh,
getting
maybe just desserts. Maybe
I'm not at all.
I think that's what she was getting at.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that people deserve things. Like, I mean, well, I guess some people can deserve some things, but I don't know. Like, I always felt like the concept that people who do evil things, but I've always thought the concept of evil people leads us to can lead you down a weird place, because if you believe that, like, oh, okay,
Some people just are evil. Like how much evil shit can you do before you're just an evil person?
Is Hitler evil?
Yeah, I don't know. It just feels strange. I'm not gonna own that position. Like, I'm telling you, like it feels strange because if we believe that there's evil people, like we believe there's like, oh, okay, this is an evil person that's no longer considered human. We can do inhuman things.
Hold on.
He's the quintessential bad guy.
No, Bam, I agree with what you're saying, right? I think that, Alexander Solzhenitsyn really kind of like hit the nail on the head, right? That the line between in Gulag Archipelago, right? The line between good and evil runs, through the heart of every man, and who would cut out a piece of his own heart. I agree with you. Like, there is a capacity for both good and a capacity for evil in rational actors, right? Now, there's some people that are so mentally defunct in some way that they're no longer rational actors. Maybe the killer of Irina is one of these people, right? Where they're just so mentally incapable that they go beyond the ability to choose between good and evil. But I think it's also fair to say that there are some people who are essentially, maybe not completely, but essentially irredeemable. There are some people whose lives and trauma and behavior have been so ingrained that no intervention is going to be able to make this person functional in our society again. And I don't know that they are necessarily evil, they're broken. And we need compassion for those people. And the left's version of compassion is very often to take away accountability. And as Adam Smith said, mercy to the guilty is cruelty to the innocent. And I think what we have sometimes is a sense of suicidal empathy from the left that goes, oh my God, we need compassion for this person. I agree. We need compassion. And that compassion extends to others in society that may be affected by this person. And like, we shouldn't just browbeat and be like, you're an evil piece of shit. Evil, evil, evil. Everything is justified to you. But instead we should say you're a problem. And it sucks that you're a problem. But like, I can't just let you back out on the street if you're a problem. That's not compassion anymore.
I agree and acknowledge that people are subject to the circumstances they're in. But I think knowing, like, because I know that people are subject to the circumstances they're in, it makes me hard to buy into things. Like I have almost no doubt in my mind. There's people with families walking around that we consider like normal, good, hardworking Americans. That absolutely, like, if they circumstances changed, if they were in Nazi Germany, like in the 1930s, they would have been Nazi soldiers and they would have killed Jews without question. They just go with the flow, and there's things about fascism that they're already showing that they're like willing to kind of accept for what they consider to be a greater good.
I think that's and there's a whole bunch of people that would have supported the Russian Revolution for communism, right? Like there's
100%, but if they were just there in that time, so that's why I don't buy into the concept.
But bam, like I get what you're saying, right? I understand, like, what was it? There by the grace of God go I. It's like kind of the saying.
Mm-hmm.
I get that, right?
Clearly, the goat Clarence Thomas. You know what I mean? Don't even go further back than that for that quote.
The goat. That's crazy.
Yeah. I'm gonna give it Clarence Thomas. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I am sympathetic to this because I felt for a long time that if a few things had been tweaked in my upbringing, I would be a serial killer, 100%. Like they're just the way that I was raised. It's got all the hallmarks of serial killer, right? So I 100%. However, I didn't become a serial killer, right? Other people did become serial killers. Like there's Samuel Little. Maybe this is why I've always been interested in them, because I wanted to know like what caused him to go in
How
that
close
direction,
were you?
Right? Well, I want to know like what was the breaking point that caused him to go
Uncle
in that
didn't
direction.
get me. Like if he would have got my butt, that would've been it.
Like Samuel Little went across the country for decades, raping and murdering women. He confessed to like 90 something murders, right? And he was fucking proud of it. He was giving like misty-eyed fucking interviews in prison, talking about the women that he murdered and how he killed them and where he found them. And I was the first one that I drowned, and I plucked them like grapes. This guy was a fucking monster.
Sociopath.
But he was caught. And just put in prison. We paid for his fucking healthcare. We paid for his food. We paid for his little beanie hat that he was fucking wearing in the interviews. That to me is not justice. That is unjust as fuck. That guy should be dead. Right? So I don't understand. Like, so given that those people exist, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, and I would consider that person to be evil. Right? They've ended up evil, through some set of circumstances that were maybe out of their control, whatever the fuck. But this is what they are. I think at some level, like, at some point, you just gotta get rid of this person, right? They just shouldn't be around anymore.
Like I said, I don't like the state doing it, but I could come around to a position of where we're talking about serial killers. If we're talking about like people who.
What about just regular sociopaths that just don't give a fuck who they hurt?
About to say death penalty. What have they done?
I don't know. Maybe they ran. Maybe they, some guy parks in front of them, so they run over the guy. Maybe he hasn't killed 100 people, but he's a sociopath. Just doesn't give a fuck.
He killed one.
I really don't trust the state to diagnose mental health
I
conditions
actually
as a
agree
means
with.
of
I
killing
agree
people.
with you on that, but I'm saying, as long as we're gonna go with it, look, there's no way you can make the argument we should just give the benefit of the doubt to everyone and not acknowledge that there are sociopaths out there that given the opportunity will end you for
I'm
no
saying these
other
people should
reason
be
than
back on the
you
streets.
just got in their way.
You can put, like I said, I don't know. We always talk about, I don't want my tax dollars. We don't say over a lot of where our tax dollars go. And I know that Lactoid has stronger issues with that. But generally, I'm okay with paying for the box. I'll pay for the box, my portion for the box, as long as we want the box to exist.
I'll make sure you get the bill. But let me ask you.
They should be forced to do work in the box. Come on.
I do want to jump in. So one, there's another. Okay. So there's
just giving Fairy Queen
two. There's two super chats. One is from Alexander. When a $5 one. They're both from Alexander one actually. A $5 one, but he doesn't want me to read that one, so I'm just going to read the thing he asked me to read it instead. It says, killing innocent people in an active war zone where there are militants in their presence is not the same as a state executing innocent people they have captured and murdered disarmed. To liken the two is asinine and beyond ridiculous. I'm not exactly sure who made that claim, but if you did,
Palestine.
That was me.
Yeah, can
that was me.
okay.
I don't think that it is asinine and ridiculous, right? Because can I hold on? Are we moving on?
Another
Okay,
$20 to tell me to read that other message. So thank you, Alexander, Wayne, for the kindness. But yeah, sorry. No, but I already did it. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think it's ridiculous. When you think about it, like, okay, so in a war zone, I understand it's like more hectic, more chaotic, but I mean, these casualties were racked up over a relatively long period of time, as Prime is an expert in, and Doobie's an expert in, and Ali is an expert in, and all of them will tell you all about it, and it's true. There was racked up over a long period of time due to deliberate actions of the state, of State of Israel, and they were making the calculation with plenty of evidence on the table what these calculated strikes were leading to. They knew that by taking these actions to end the threat, it was leading to this level of collateral damage. And this calculation is what people who are in favor of the death penalty do as well. Maybe it's more reserved. It's not like in the hectic kind of nature of combat, but it's the same calculation, which is, I think these people are a danger to society. I think these people are, we have to figure out how to get rid of them. What is the potential, and this is not just with the death penalty, but with all punishment. If you're going to throw somebody in a cage for life imprisonment, you could get that wrong. Somebody could spend their entire life in a cage now. The calculation is, how do we end the threat, and what percentage of the time do we get it wrong? And for the death penalty, it's 4%.
So I want to disagree with you, but also kind of agree with you. I agree that it's not nonsense to make that comparison. B, I agree that your frame of reference is true if you are looking at it purely from a consequentialist perspective, and many people do feel and view things that way. Where I would say that it's wrong is that the reason there is a substantive difference in those, and why we might accept an 80%, which is insane, citizen death rate or non-combatant death rate or casualties or whatever term you want to use, versus we would not accept that in our justice system, is because it is justified to blow up an innocent person. Absolutely, it is completely justified to kill an innocent in the commission of attempting to stop an aggressor, if that is the most effective way for you to stop that aggression. So, for example, if I'm a police officer, let's say it's in Ancapistan, so there's no state violence here situation, right? Obviously, the state complicates things from my perspective. But if I'm a private security guard for a bank, and a bank robber, pulls hostages out and puts a gun to this person's head and is dancing around, and they have guns trained on me, right? So they're there's a couple of bank robbers, and the one that I have a shot at is holding a hostage as armor. It's perfectly justified for me to shoot and potentially, or even intentionally, kill that hostage to kill that bank robber. I am not the aggressor. The aggressor is the bank robber that has kidnapped this person. Now, if I have a sniper on a roof that says, I've got the shot, I can do a safe shot, and then I go, actually, I just kind of like slinging lead, and then I just shoot a bunch of bullets and kill that person, right? That no longer becomes justified because I had a more precise, available means of taking that person out. But if it's my life or the aggressor's life, and there are innocents in between us, I'm not the aggressor by killing that innocent. The person that has kidnapped that person is the aggressor. So when we were talking about war, it's not that clean. I agree with you. I use a specific analogy to make it cleaner. In war, it's a lot more muddied by the state, by certain decisions. They're also making decisions to kill a lot of innocents when they don't actually need to get that target. It gets a lot more muddy. But what I'm saying is that there's a substantive difference between taking out an aggressor that is presumed to be in a threat and innocents die in the commission of that act versus targeting an individual that is innocent and then getting it wrong.
So this is why I disagree. Is I think you're just simply changing the timescale to where it doesn't feel the same, but when it is, like in your example, a little bit. When in your example with the bank robber, would it be acceptable? Like, let's say the person takes a hostage with a gun and is like, oh, like I'm gonna shoot you, and then you press a button that like all like the like big gates drop down over all the windows and doors, and then poison gas starts filling up the room, and you grab the only gas mask, and everybody else in the room dies. But hey, it was they were acceptable casualties. They all had to die. Yeah, and this guy with the gun pointing at me, right? He was going to shoot me if I didn't gas everybody.
Right. So there is, I don't want to get too into the weeds about like reasonableness from an objectivist perspective and the objective, like, there is an objective answer here on what means were available to you to take out the aggressor, including innocents, and whether or not you engaged in a reasonable way to do that. So if you had no other option to get rid of these people and your life is threatened, then yes, that is pushing the button and gassing all of the hostages and also killing those aggressors to save your own life is just objectively true. You are not the aggressor.
I don't think I agree with that.
The aggressor is that. But I mean, it also gets to a certain point of like, well, how much can we scale it, right? Like, could you nuke the whole city if you had like a nuke-free suit, right? And the answer to that is like intuitively, obviously no. But we'd have to go through. The answer is almost certainly no.
This
We'd
is
have
why
to
Scott
go
wants
through.
recreational nukes. He's
Typical
making
ANCAP
directly for recreational nukes.
Hold up, typical ANCAP bullet. You just got to bite this for me, Scott.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say the only way to stop the threat was to blow up the planet. Would you do it?
I would say we'd have to go through the analysis, but I would say the answer is like with 99.99% certainty it would be no, because there would be other means available of you to stop said crime.
No, but in this case, you
Like
don't know.
Right.
Like,
well, no, it's not about knowing.
No.
It's about
In this case, there. Yeah,
you would
there
have
is
to
no
say,
like the
for
most.
scenario.
The
It's
most
impossible for you to stop this aggressor, and you're going to die. Right? Like
Well,
there's
how do we
no
measure
other means of
impossibility?
Again, that's why I said I don't want to derail this too much, and that's why I said there is a reasonable, objective answer. Knowing that in the moment isn't necessarily true, but that does determine post hoc whether or not you committed a crime. So I would say it would be a crime to nuke the planet.
Yeah, but these stats are just estimates. Like you could get every death penalty correct,
Right, but
theoretically.
it's completely irrelevant to my claim, and my claim is that there is a substantive difference between casualties taking out an aggressor versus the state targeting an individual and then getting the thing wrong. That those are different things.
I want to move on. So I am going to read another super chat that came in, but I do want to like get in my points because there's a bunch of points I want to get in, and we're running out of time. So I want to make sure I
agree. It
get the
feels
points out.
different, but I don't know why.
Okay, so another $10 for Alexander Wynn being a homie. Thank you so much. He says some people may be beyond redemption. Their crimes so horrific that they defy forgiveness. But to waste such justice by quantity instead of quality is an insanity. Okay, so let me jump off this one. I'm more of a quality individual, right? Rather than stacking little crimes. And I think Bam was making this point previously as well, right? Like when we were talking about violent crime, like a series of violent crimes versus like a series of like misdemeanors or like or maybe felonies that just aren't violent, you know. Like if we stack all those up and we're like, okay, well now we're throwing this individual away, right? And saying like, well, they never get out of prison. As compared to an individual who's done like just a few like actually violent crimes. I think those things are different. And I would actually look at quality versus quantity there.
Can I respond? Because it's literally in my notes from earlier to this.
I got so much I want to get through. But you're free to do so later. Just hold on to that, please. It's just that I know if I don't do this now, I'm never going to get another chance. Okay, multiple things I want to say to all you guys. All right. One, I agree with our friend Grid previously when you talked about sociopaths. I think sociopaths should suffer. I am not against like retribution. Like that is not outside of my moral framework. For especially sadists, right? Those who enjoy hurting others, right? Who like take pleasure out of that. Those individuals, I wouldn't mind doing terrible things for them in the name of justice. But my problem with the death penalty is, as stated previously, right, which Bam was pushing back against. But like, I think, like I can't trust the state to accurately determine a person's guilt.
What a middle schooler.
Yeah, that. And if they are, if they screw that up, you know, the cost of innocent life, I think, is just too tragic. It's such an awful outcome that it just has to be avoided. But from my moral perspective, I have no problem specifically with the mechanics of the death penalty. But to our friend Doobie, right? You talked about how like, well, you would just use the death penalty for these worst offenders. But like, and I think someone else is making a similar point. So many of these worst offenders are just like mentally ill. They're like mentally ill individuals. Like, I think that it's fine to use harsh punishment, even the death penalty, to dissuade individuals as a society. Say like, yes, we as a group, as a country, as a nation, say that this particular crime is so heinous that we're going to eliminate you. I think that's fine. I think it does dissuade a portion, but we're talking about the worst offenders. Actually, that one group is the one group who actually doesn't give a fuck, right? Or he's not thinking clearly enough to do so. Those people are going to do those crimes any which way. And so that's why I push back against you, Doobie. I'll give you a chance to respond if you like. And then I do have other points I got to get through. But if you want to respond to that, Doobie.
But are you saying so there's 320 something people that my wife is freaking out. There's 300 something people that commit like a third of the crimes in New York, the shoplifting crimes in New York. Are you saying that they are like mentally ill? You think they're mentally ill?
Well, they might. The ones I was thinking of are the ones who do like violent crimes, like basically this
Irina's
the
killer
person. Yeah, DeCarlos. Yeah. Those people are we can't dissuade. For the kleptomaniacs, well, maybe not. Maybe death penalty wouldn't dissuade them as well. But I can't be so certain that group that our friend Lacto was referring to are completely mentally ill. That one I can't say.
I mean, I think we've spoken before about bring back asylums or whatever, mandatory. And remember that case with the homeless guy who was like a Michael Jackson impersonator at some point, and that was the only picture they ever used of him. So I'd been like 10 years old. Yeah. I think it's totally reasonable to hold on to that guy, and I think he killed himself by struggling so much. But
Neely,
yeah, that guy. Wait, wasn't Neely the
Neely was
no, Daniel Penny was the guy who
Daniel Penny, you're right.
Sorry, Daniel Penny was the hero who stepped in, and then
he was prosecuted for
something
his
Neely. Yeah, so
and should have been in jail.
Yeah, something Neely. Not worth remembering. So this guy was actually given mandatory institutionalization, right, in some kind of like mental health facility. I think just like a week or so before. And he walked out because they didn't have the ability to hold him there. He was supposed to be there. It was mandatory. The court says so. But because they didn't have a way to actually make this happen, he literally just walked out of the facility. And he'd done this before. So we need to figure out where the line is. When is it okay to hold somebody against their will and say that you're too fucking crazy to be out on the street? Because I think he was over that line. I think there are many people who are over that line. I think many of the people on Skid Row were homeless, unfortunately, are over that line. I think they do need to be forced to go through some kind of mental health treatment. But because there's this fear about the government imprisoning women for being hysterical or whatever the fuck they used to do, and giving people lobotomies and whatnot, and everybody has seen these scary movies with orderlies that are beating people and raping people and shit like this. Like, there's just this hesitance to go over that line, to accept that this is a reality that needs to happen. Right, this is the thing that needs to happen for us to actually do something about this crisis that we're having. Because we can say mental health all we want, but I think the issue is, again, we need to hold some of these people against their will. Right? Somebody needs to make the determination that you cannot leave, and then they need to stay there.
I'm okay with institutionalization. I think that's okay. Depending on the case, I am more in favor of institutionalization than mental health wise, rather than criminal penalty wise. Because I think some people are just mentally ill and they just need treatment, and some of those people will never be out of treatment, and maybe need to keep away from society rather than.
Actually, I'm curious. I want to make you disagree with me. Okay. There was a case that I looked into a while ago of this guy who was a serial rapist, who was in one of these institutions, I think in like Belgium or something, and he was told that he would never be cured. This was just a thing that he had, and they would never be able to fix it. They wouldn't be able to medicate it out of him. It would never be safe for him to be out of jail or out of this institution ever. And he was petitioning the state to kill him, like to allow him to have like a assisted suicide. I'm curious, like, would you guys be open to that? Right? Somebody's in one of these facilities and they cannot leave because they're dangerous to themselves and to society if they do leave. Would you be open to allowing them to commit suicide?
I would.
God, no.
I mean, I'm already.
No,
for,
no. Don't fucking agree to that, Prime. Please.
That's
Listen,
totally reasonable.
It's reasonable in the case that you gave, but here's the unintended consequences of that. You have to choose between life in prison or ending it all with your death, and then all of a sudden the death is voluntary, and there are going to be innocent people that, like, instead of going through and fighting their case, will just give up and go through assisted suicide, and the state will even pressure people to do that because it saves them money. And now instead of getting mental health care or, being treated fairly, you're going to have in-state people. Like, I agree with you in paper, great idea, honestly, right? Like, why don't they have the right to kill themselves? But the problem is like everyone that is in prison is coerced to be there. And so and some of them deserve to be coerced to be there. Most of them, in fact. But for the ones that don't, having a system of coercion that gives them the option to opt out with suicide is like, no bueno. No.
I disagree.
You've convinced me, Scott. Go ahead. You can respond to
you're
that,
weak.
GB.
Okay, it's because you're weak. So Lactoid has this solution. Just imprison them forever and just work them to death, basically. I don't agree with that. I think that is cruel, right? But I do think that if you aren't going to be in prison, you're going to be in prison for life and be costing me money for life. I do think it's fine to have some button on the wall that you can press. Maybe press it. You have to press it a certain amount of times, right? And somebody comes in and says, "Hey, you actually want to do this?" And if you say yes, then they give you a fucking gun or something. Okay, like something to drink or something to kill yourself. I think it's fine. I think we got to give people the autonomy to check out when they want to check out, and if they've fucked up their life to the extent that they're stuck in this position and they're not getting out, just make it easy for them to check out.
I think we should be able to be cruel to evil people. But let me get through a few more points, and then I promise, because we are almost out of time. I'll stay longer, but I want to.
I have some stuff I want to say, but yeah.
Sure. So just to get these things out of the way, right? A big problem I have, right? One, like with the case that we were discussing, right? The original case, being the death of Logan Federico by Anthony Dickey or Andy Dickey, whatever his name is, right? Mr. Dickey. For that one, according to the article that I sent you guys, which not all of you read, that's fine. But according to the article that I sent you all, like the reason why he was out, right, to do the burglaries, a string of burglaries that ended with an arson, right? He just like started burning down a home. This guy's out of his fucking mind. The reason why he was out wasn't because of like soft on crime policies. It was because of a clerical error, right? Like he shouldn't have been eligible for the deal that he got for his last conviction. He should have been in jail.
You're supposed to say that with a wink. A clerical error.
Wink, yeah. But he should have been in jail, right? But these things are forgotten when we're trying to make a larger point, a moral panic point. When it comes to the DeCarlos Brown, right? They're like, well, why wasn't he arrested the last time, right? That he made. I think it counted as a felony. It was the 911 call, where he was saying, "Hey, I need help." If I'm remembering the story correctly, if I'm wrong, I do apologize. But if I remember correctly, Carlos Brown, the one who killed Irina, the Ukrainian on the bus, right, stabbed her. He was asking for help, because he knew he had voices in his head, right, telling him to do shit, right. It was quite help, but like a 911 couldn't help him. He was like, "Yeah, well, we got to wait till you actually commit a crime. The system we have says we have to wait till actually commit a crime before we can give you resources." And so he did that. Right. But like the thing that he was arrested for was non-violent, and it made sense for him to be out, right, for that specific offense, right, of asking for help. It makes sense that he was out after that, right? But these things get lost when we're talking about these panics. Sorry, do you have other information?
Yeah, well, I disagree with you that it makes sense that he ought be out, right? Like I think what it showcases is that this person is incapable of being in society. Now, That can be because they're a violent criminal that refuses to change their behavior. That can also be because they're in severe need of, like, listen, I will agree with you. My grandfather, right? My grandfather was a severe schizophrenic. He committed suicide eventually. He was in and out of asylum, in and out of inpatient, outpatient facilities. Like he would be really rough in the head. And he would think his wife was trying to poison him because she worked for the government. And he was also an agoraphobic, so he didn't go out much. He stayed in his house and would get crazy. He'd eventually go, and then he'd be there for like a week, and he'd be like, I need help. And then they'd be like, okay, well, you don't have insurance. There's no funding for this. You know, here's some medication. And then he'd start taking his medication, and he got Medicaid or Medicare to pay for his medication. But like, he's out in the streets, and eventually he's like, I don't want to take these drugs. They dampen my ability to think. They dull all my senses. And so he'd stop taking his medication, and then he'd be crazy again. And then eventually, you know, when I was just in the Army, he went to the spot that he used to take my mom to the river all the time, and he hung himself. That was the end of him, right? He never got any help because our system is fucked up, right? There are a lot of problems with our system. One solution is to take everybody's tax money and just fund the fuck out of these systems. It is a solution. I think it comes with bad trade-offs. I do think we need to do something, and I'm not going to agree with the socialist solution, but nevertheless, like I get that. But it does not show that this person ought to be out. My grandpa shouldn't have been fucking out. This guy that murdered this girl shouldn't have been out.
No. Sorry.
Right. No, it makes sense only from a criminal perspective that crime doesn't deserve him being in prison forever.
You're misunderstanding what I was trying to say. And it's because I didn't express it correctly, right?
I'm just saying
someone... I'm agreeing with you, Frank. I'm agreeing with you.
Let me get this out. I'm a little emotionally tied to this. I'm going to lose my shit if I don't finish this real quick.
Okay.
What I'm saying is if somebody has schizophrenia and has a criminal record, most of it is minor, but they keep committing crimes, and then they ask for help. That is as much evidence as as you could ever have that this person needs a guardian appointed to them, or they need to be in an asylum, or they need to be somewhere, right? It doesn't necessarily mean that they need to be in prison for their crimes, but they shouldn't be on the streets. That's all I'm saying.
Friend. No, friend. I agree with you 100%, right? I do, right? So the statement I meant before was that within the system that we have currently, right, it wasn't a mistake that DeCarlos, right, the Ukrainian stabber, was out. It's being pushed online as this because people were really soft on crime, right? But that's not the case. Now, I agree that in a just society, right, a society that actually cares about the least of us, that he should have been institutionalized in some medical care, right? I agree that your grandfather should have been institutionalized.
You're talking about the Irina guy?
Yeah. That guy,
yeah. Sorry, I just want to make sure, because like I disagree. It is soft on crime bullshit, and the reason is because the judge, right, could have sentenced him more, and instead, in lieu of sentencing, they put him in a fucking facility that may or may not, you know, that one of his options was definitely, she didn't specifically mandate he go to that place, but one of those places that he could have gone to was owned by her wife. And this it is absolutely the sentiment of, you know, oh, these poor people, they just need help. But it's suicidal empathy, because we're not engaged in real compassion. Real compassion was we would have locked this dude up, and we would have put him somewhere where we could get help.
Sorry, there's not as much distance between us as you might think here, but I got to move on. Like, to get my point out, I just got to keep going. Sorry.
That's fine.
No worries, friend. So yes, I think that when we're the things that bring this to the national forefront, right, are these stories, right? We have two stories where attractive blonde women were murdered, and not surprisingly, you know, they blew up, and in gruesome fashion, right? And I think, you know, I understand why, but still, right? In this moment, right, we can make mistakes, and it happens all the goddamn time, and it led to our the tough on crime policies of the past, right? Which we are still like in like the 90s, right? We're still unraveling and like trying to decide what actually should stand, right? Like that era where so many of us, not saying any one of you, but a lot of people regret that era, right? And the damages to families it did that cascaded for decades. That was brought on by also a lot of extreme cases. Also, the 90s was more violent, true, but we're coming down off of a violent phase. But in any case, like in this moment, right? Like
I don't know that we are actually, but
the thing to do in this moment that all politics is engineered to do is to say, hey, now we got to ratchet things up, right? But literally, even in the cases we're talking about, right? Like it was the one we're talking, the clerical error. Clerical error is why this guy wasn't in jail, right? The Logan killer. The clerical error is why that happened. But that's lost. It's and so like this is what annoys me. Like this is what we have.
I gave a bunch of cases in the group chat, right? Like this is a pattern.
Sure.
This isn't just one guy with a clerical error, so it's not an issue.
Yeah, hold on, guy. I'm not saying okay. I'm making a much larger point. A larger point. So I'm saying that one, there is a group of individuals who should be in jail. I agree with our friend Lactoid. And I don't know how to structure the system, right? Maybe Lactoid, I think Lactoid might have some helpful suggestions, right? But like when we're dealing with these repeat offenders who are career criminals, I think Dickie shouldn't have been out of jail. Let's say he's not mentally ill or whatever the fuck is, right? Let's say he doesn't have a Harlech story. Maybe he just likes doing crime or the fuck, right? Still, that guy should have been in jail. One way or the other, right? Even if there was no clerical error, right? Even if it was like the worst case scenario that you're painting, or Scott, right? I think he should be in jail, one way or the other. But I also don't want to design a system within the context of a moral panic for the worst of us, right? Rather than a system that actually takes into account that most of the times when these things happen, people are just like struggling, trying to get back on their feet, right? They're released from jail the first time, and they might want to turn things around, but they don't have a safe place to stay. They don't have access to a job, at least not very quickly, right? And then like the temptation of the street life is just too much. It's just so much easier making easy money rather than like.
My contention is that it's not a moral panic. Every time there is an issue, there are going to be people that are engaged in sensationalism. There are going to be people that are going to grift for their, especially now with social media, right? They're going to grift and blow things out of proportion, right? So I mean, like this idea that like, oh well, we could call it a moral panic, but we could kind of call anything nowadays that is an important issue a moral panic, and there will be instances where we can find where people are engaging in much the same way they did in the past, like moral panics, right? But it's not like the satanic panic, right? Where we are engaged in a moral panic and there's nothing actually going on. Instead, what we have is a culture that is freaking out for no reason, or those reasons aren't even tied to what it is we're doing. We're looking at, we had a crime spike. Now, there's some evidence to suggest that crime is leveling out. There's some, like the National Victimization Survey, that suggests that it's still not leveling out from pre-pandemic levels. We are seeing not just onesies or twosies, but we are seeing a lot of cases where individuals, like I showed you one kid, 15-year-old in Charlotte, that has 111 arrests, 55 vehicle thefts, and 45 break-ins. Now, a lot of these are correlated, right? So it's not like 55 and 45. A lot of these are break-in and then vehicle theft, right? But we're talking about, like, when we're talking about 3 strikes, dog, we are 13 times larger than 3 strikes, right? Like, and this is becoming a pattern.
Do we want 3 strikes to return, though, right? Like,
I don't know that we necessarily, like, so, like, you know, like, I agree that maybe 3 strikes was too harsh. I agree that we have a lot of bad things that were tied with this. But when we look at like our increasing racial climate, and this is, I think, a really important element to this conversation, is that we are seeing that a lot of these actions are specific for one race. We are seeing, it's not all. I put in an example of like a white guy, right, that had like
killed
Thank
an old
you
lady
for diversity. I appreciate
right,
it.
right. You know what I mean? But we are definitely seeing this, like, where there is this suicidal empathy that judges and specific DAs have of just in the sake of doing better and not ruining people's lives, they're putting dangerous people in the streets, and a lot of it is racially motivated. And it's like, you want to talk about moral panic? We're not at moral panic yet. Saying this is a problem and we have to clamp down on that, it's not the moral panic. The moral panic is going to come when a bunch of white people decide that black people are the problem because they commit a majority of the violent crime in this country, and that wokeness and leftism is letting these people on the streets so that the blacks can get us, and that anytime I see a black person acting a certain way, I don't know if they've committed 100 crimes, but some woke judge or DA let them back out on the streets. So I need to treat every black person that's dressed a certain way or is ever erratic in an increasingly negative way, and we need to get authority. That's when the fucking this is not moral panic yet. Moral panic step two,
sure,
and it's
sure,
coming if
in
we
that
don't stop
situation,
this.
Even the situation you're talking about, right? Like, we get there on the backs of, like, yes, horrific cases, and again, like, without like examining in detail all the examples that you gave us, I'll take it straight on your word, right? Like,
Yeah, I mean, it's just like a small portion, right? Like, it's a pretty common thing nowadays.
Look, and I'm sure, and I know there's plenty of them, right? What happened in Washington D.C. Was, like, wild, right? With, like, the repeat thefts, because, like, became a misdemeanor or something like that, right? Like, like, that was, like, wow. So, like, I get you, right? But, like, even on those cases, it was a small number of people doing these things, right? And
yeah, it's always a small number. Yeah, I mean, like,
when
we talk about, like, violent crime, it's like we're talking about, like, a fraction of a percent of the population.
But and I'm not even just talking about just violent crime. I'm talking about repeat violent crime, right? People who, like, aren't going to be rehabilitated. They will offend again, right? One, figuring out who actually is within that cohort, right, before they do the big offense, meaning, like,
I'm with you, right? Like
girl.
School shootings are statistically irrelevant when talking about gun deaths, and neither of these things are anywhere close to comparing to, like, car accidents. Right, like, if you take a purely consequential analysis to it, right, like what is occurring there?
Sorry,
the problem is,
sorry, you had to go, buddy. Good luck.
Oh, my bad, dude.
See you later. No, I do. I totally unrelated
about
to
the
this.
situation. Hope everything is well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Have a good night.
Like, statistically, like, what we are talking about is essentially a statistical irrelevance when we talk about deaths or property crime associated with letting out repeat offenders too many times. What I think the problem is, though, that isn't statistically irrelevant, is that most of our a bunch of people left. Most of our institutions,
if you got to leave, we're past 11:30, so
are stable only because of the faith of the citizen, right? Like if every day, like, and I would love for the state to collapse if it led to something better, right? Like, if everybody decided tomorrow, I refuse to pay taxes, and the government is a non-existent entity that's contradictory, you know what I mean? We would have no government instantaneously, snap of the fingers, right? But that's not going to happen. But what might happen is enough people see what feels like anarcho-tyranny, what feels like one group of people, I put skid marks on a fucking gay pride mural on that was in my city, and I get fined and I get in trouble, but some other group of people, because they're a different skin color than me or whatever, they can rob and rob and rob, and then eventually they end up murdering because they have zero accountability throughout their entire criminal life. It's not just resentment, it's a, like, we're headed towards, very rapidly, we are headed towards people believe that the entire system is broken because of racial or ideological reasons, and reform is not going to be with a scalpel. Reform is going to be sweeping, and I don't think anybody's going to like that.
And I agree with that. Sorry. Okay. You go ahead. I'm
going to have to get out of here. I've got a couple of stops to make, and I've got to get some sleep. I haven't slept for a couple of days, but
Okay.
I lost my entire point. I'm sorry. I'm really tired.
Oh, okay. No worries.
It
Yeah.
happens, brother.
Something.
Yeah.
Socialists were wrong. Socialists are destroying America. Yeah. We got it.
Actually, I have an observation about something that Scott said earlier, and I just wasn't able to kind of interject quickly. Is that we actually have a lot of military veterans in this country right now who, by all standards, should be considered mass murderers, right? Like if you considered what they did in war, the mass murder, right? So the real fear that people should have, and my friend has expressed this, right, is that those people go off the rails and those people become sociopaths because they're not capable of a little bit of violence.
That's not true.
They're capable of great levels of violence, and we see this in other countries, right? And so we've been very fortunate, I think, in America. And this is one of those things where I would actually, and normally I'm not super pro, like, just kill everybody kind of deal, like Doobie said, but I would swing more to the side of if you have a legit sociopath guy off the rails, there's no bringing that dude back. Like and we, consequences are the product of the choices you make, and we're all going to die one day. So, I personally make good choices, so I live a long time. Other people may not.
Yeah, I mean, if we ever get Minority Report brain scan things that show 100% efficacy, then whatever, fucking waste them.
Sure.
My problem is just it's just like
I know.
Not waste them before they commit a crime. What I mean is if we know, if we ever get a technology, right, where we know with 100% accuracy, it's infallible, which I don't think exists in any tech in the world and never will, but hypothetically, right? Then I don't care, because my issue is less so with does a sociopath that murdered a bunch of people deserve death.
I'm not saying
my issue is,
preemptively.
do I trust the state to ascertain the truth of that and give them the power to enact that?
I'm in alignment with you in a lot of ways in that regard, but I'm not saying that because a guy goes, and I've actually heard this expressed before, because let's say that you, Fabian, because you're a burly dude, if you go into a psychologist's office and says, hey, and you talk to them very honestly, you're very open about your emotions and say, hey, look, I've been thinking about hurting a lot of people, man. I'm just, I don't know what I'm going to do. And, I really get, I'm kind of sideways right now. And he gives you a test and it comes back that you have sociopathic tendencies, and maybe more than just a little, maybe a lot. I would not be in support of him reporting you for that at all, right? There's some people that would. They'd be like, well, obviously
as it stands, it's illegal. At a minimum, the ACA or the APA
sure
will take your license away if you don't report. Are you leaving, Doobie? Is that what that is?
Yeah,
I'm trying
I
to
gotta
speak. Okay.
Bye.
No, I mean, interrupt
See
me.
you
Man.
later.
Go ahead.
Have a good night.
No, never mind.
Damn.
All right. Well, I was hoping Doobie would chime in, but yeah. So my chat is lighting me up. I did not party with e-girls. I was wrangling e-girls. They're just vicious creatures. But the TwitchCon was long. It was very interesting. And then whatever last night killed me, man. Killed me. So tired.
Fair enough, brother.
Thanks. Yeah. Thank you for that. Have a good one.
Yeah, man.
Nice having you. Have a good one.
We'll see you, man.
Well, I guess
I want to finish up with our conversation.
Sure.
One,
I had some things I wrote down. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. It's my private equity thing took too long. Apparently had a lot more to discuss here. But
you rambled too much. You got no offense, and I'm not trying to insult you, but
oh boy,
your economic literacy on complicated subjects like that is a little bit lacking. And I think if you're going to be a moderator and discuss certain things, I think you gotta clean up, research you're debating. You know what I mean? Because I think you got taken to task a little bit by Grid in certain areas. Just because you said pause
at all.
I'm saying I think this was a headbutting thing because you were saying a few things that were incorrect, but he wasn't focusing on your actual overall point. And like, if you clean that up, that miscommunication will happen less.
I did what I said. He specifically said is that he was talking
He said some
about
shit that was wrong
the
too. Yeah.
leverage buyouts, right? Yeah. Okay. Well, sure. The leverage buyouts were fraud. I'm like, no, they're not fraud. There can be fraudulent behavior afterwards, which I was.
I think he was
confusing
confusing
right?
front loading with leverage buyouts, I don't know if that's a miscommunication from you or just a straight up misunderstanding from him, because they're two different things.
Yeah. But I had the as far as I know, the technical process of private equity buyouts like all correct, right? Like I didn't say anything wrong there. I just like I don't know. There was some sort of miscommunication here. Whatever.
Yeah, I don't know.
But in any case, let me get these super chats out of the way, and then we'll finish our conversation. Alexander Wynn, $10. Thank you so much. Says the last part was supposed to be about obscenity, not insanity. And Prime, sociopaths are also mentally ill. At some point, your culpability isn't as important as justice for the victims. Your culpability isn't as important. Oh, then I guess I agree. Right? So my point was that sociopaths, my point was that sociopaths, those who don't care about human life and who are like irredeemable is what I'm calling them, right? For the sake of conversation, maybe psychologists would say differently about them. But that if they were killed, it's fine, right? Which would be me taking the priority of the victims more than their mental illness, right? More than their. At some point, your culpability is.
I mean, like
it's just for the victims, yeah.
Well, I mean, also like if you're murdering people, you're mentally ill, right? Like I'm sorry, like you know what I mean? Like we have this weird special consideration where like we favor diagnostics from psychologists that say this specific thing has a name, and a lot of that is fucking guesswork, and a lot of that is taking symptoms and behaviors and putting them into what is sometimes an arbitrary category, especially when we talk about psychopathy and sociopathy, right? Like, you know, back in the day in the 1970s and the 1980s, we looked at sociopaths as a distinct thing that was just like its whole own thing. And now, you know, the ICD-10 or ICD-11, DSM, like we tend to look at these things as cluster B personality disorders, right? We see that sociopathy and psychopathy tends to be a subcategory or overlap with antisocial personality disorder. But we also recognize that when someone has ASPD, they usually have traits, symptoms, or similar behaviors and characteristics as people that have, you know, histrionic personality disorder, narcissistic personality disorder, and oh my God, why can I not think of the other one? My brain keeps going bipolar when it's not bipolar. Regardless, right? Like, and there are overlaps between these things, right? So sometimes you have narcissists that are like really narcissistic, but they're internal, they're covert, overt distinction. And then sometimes you have malignant narcissists, right? And they display ASPD and psychopathic tendencies as well as being predominantly a narcissist, right? So it's like, at the end of the day, if you're murdering a bunch of people, something's wrong in your head. Like whatever, like be it your trauma, be it whatever, you're not capable of functioning in a society and behaving like a rational person. You're engaging in irrational behavior, and there's something in your brain that's causing you to do that. There's something wrong in your decision-making models. And like, so it's like, I don't know. I just feel like there's this weird thing where like we really are like, oh, this person's so crazy that we now consider that like the mental ill thing, and now we kind of absolve them of guilt. But all these other people, you know, like, oh, they're like, there's this line of, can you distinguish right from wrong, which we use for a legal principle. But like, I think the waters are a lot muddier than that.
And $10. Would it not be beneficial to, instead of extending sentences, we use statistics to determine what the appropriate sentences should be to reduce recidivism? Okay, so like doing like an actuarial table, I don't know, right? For this,
that becomes a problem, right? They tried this with like parole boards, and then what ended up happening was like the statistical models just said release the whites and keep the blacks in prison. You know what I mean? Like it depends on what categories you pick, right? Like, and it's like an individual, like I there's something really cold and callous about an individual being released based upon their demographic and statistical data as opposed to who they are as a person. But of course, those statistics are the best way to determine the risk, right? And this is again why private justice is, in my opinion, superior, because what we should do is we should, like, if I was gonna, I would add this, right? Totally radical idea, right? As I try and get closer to a market system, is I would allow people, once they gain employment, to get out of prison earlier, so long as they take an insurance policy. And that insurance policy may be mandated by the state so that they can get out of prison earlier, like parole. But instead of having a state-run parole system, we have an insurance company, and the insurance company can use whatever they can to determine your risk and determine how much it's going to cost. And, you know, if charities want to fund this, right? If like, you know, as long as they're not getting tax money, charities want to fund this or other people want to fund it in lieu of other people, I'd be fine with that. And then we can have companies decide based off of all of the available data, this person's really high risk, they'd be expensive, or this person looks like they're not high risk. And then maybe we can release more people, you know, at a higher rate, because that burden, and if they commit crimes, that insurance policy would have to pay for everything, right? If they kill someone, maybe it's like $10 million or something.
So I'll leave that up to my ANCAP friend to figure that.
That's just a thought. I'd be down.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. I'm so just, you know, responding to Alexander Wynn here. I think that and like incorporating what our friend Scott said previously, you know, like let's say we were using stats like in a parole board or, you know, however, for some sort of sentencing or deciding, you know, whether you should get out or not. It wouldn't make sense, especially when we're talking about parole boards, it wouldn't make sense to keep black people in longer than white people. But like that makes sense because it's less likely that a black convict will get the support they need when they leave, right? And that will increase recidivism, right? If like the things I said before, they have less access to housing, right? If that is the case, right? Then yeah, they're more likely to reoffend. If they have less access to jobs, maybe jobs are more employers are more penalize black convicts more than white convicts. If that is the case, there's some evidence to say that. I'm not trying to do a whole, you know, discussion on that, but if that is the case, well then yeah, it would make sense to hold on to the black criminal because of the systemic bias they're going to face outside, right? But like you could do all that, or you could, like, on the other end, try to fix the systemic offenses or barriers that are keeping these people from, you know, gainful employment and properly reintegration into society, right?
I mean,
but one
it's hard
is
to
easier
tell
than the other, right?
Well, it's hard to tell to what extent is it society's, you know, support systems and culture and family and like what opportunities are there. Like, look, I know you're probably going to hate me saying this, but like another part of it is just going to be IQ disparities. Like it's a fact of reality that, you know, criminals tend to have lower IQ, and that seems to be like one of the major reasons why the black crime rate is higher. And even in prison populations, the black population tends to be lower IQ than the other races. And like, that's going to affect recidivism rates. It just is. You know, it affects your ability to get gainful employment when you're out. It affects your ability to engage in critical thinking and probabilistic thinking and problem solving to change behavior. You know, it's going to affect your ability to actually meaningfully change, right? Because the smarter you are, the easier it is to look internally and, you know, figure out what led you to this behavior and what didn't. And it's like, I don't know that I necessarily want the state letting people out of prison quicker because they just happen to be born smarter. I mean, like, it might be statistically relevant, but I don't know. There's something my intuition is like, doesn't like that. Like there's something that feels off about that.
So I'll leave that alone. But I think yeah. So just overall, I think that we are rarely designing our criminal justice system in a position of strength is not the word I want to use here. But a, a a position of not panic, of not political pressure, right? Not exactly sure what I want the word I want to use here, right? But like the time that these laws tend to get passed the most, right? We get a raft of these laws, or in these moments where we have cases whether extreme, real or not, right? That come to the forefront of the consciousness, right, of the political consciousness.
Yeah,
And
I mean
something must be done.
Yeah, I mean
Something
that's
must be
just
done.
that's how
Yeah.
democracy works, right? I mean, it's one of my issues with democracy, but even setting that aside, I just think that's how democracy works, right? Because you have a large swath of the population, 99% or more, right, that really has no clue about any particular topic. And you have maybe a smaller but still significant portion of the population that has no clue about anything the government does, right? But if we're talking about criminal justice, or we're talking about vaccine or epidemiology, or we're talking about trade negotiations, pick whatever you want at any given time when that policy, whatever that important thing is, overwhelmingly people have no real concept of. Overwhelmingly, people just they have no concept of what the
They're
right
not
or wrong
expertise.
thing.
Yeah.
They just don't know what the fuck they're talking about. And
Yeah,
that's
fair.
true of you and me, right? Like there's going to
Of
be a
course.
couple of things that we absolutely know what we're talking about, and then like 99% of the things that are important for a state to function, we have no idea what the fuck that, like you and I are not experts on environmental policy. You and I are not experts on nuclear energy versus, different forms of energy or cap and trade. You and I are not an expert on, like, I consider myself to be fairly knowledgeable in economics. I consider myself to be an expert on libertarian philosophy, and I consider myself to be fairly knowledgeable in psychology. Basically everything else, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I have a little more knowledge than the average person on a lot of issues, but I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. And so when you have that, and you have a democracy, especially when you have a constitutional republic, and where a candidate is chosen from a myriad of issues, political change only occurs on anything unless there is a swath of the electorate that all of a sudden becomes passionate about a thing. And so it becomes a game of virality. And I don't just mean, I mean this from a Richard Dawkins perspective, not like viral memes.
Not social media. Yeah.
Right. But I mean memes and viral memes the way he meant that in, was it The God Complex? It might have been an earlier work. I don't know. Right. But it's like only until this encapsulate, and that requires emotion, right? You do not get a bunch of people that don't know what they're talking about invested in something just because it makes logical sense. It has to be, an emotional appeal, or it has to be something that becomes emotional. So I just feel like this is true of every political change ever. It's true of the Civil Rights Act, right? Like it didn't deal with the logic of whether or not black people deserve the same rights in this country, or that's like so far to the side of why the civil rights laws came to be. They came to be from emotional appeals and from
the civil rights leaders knew this, and they specifically looked, and like before virality was a thing, right? The stage protests where like the southern authorities could like use violence against them, right?
Right. I mean, Martin Luther King was
a technology of
whatever
TV.
you think about him, Martin Luther King was a genius at recognizing ahead of time that when they use hoses on peaceful protesters, that changes the game. And like a lot of other civil rights leaders were, far more communist, far more angry, far more revolutionary, and they disagreed with Martin Luther King. But Martin Luther King, formed a coalition with white liberals to go, look, the way we're going to do this is we're going to dress in suits and we're going to stage sit-ins and we're going to stage peaceful marches, and they're going to attack us because that's who they are, because they're fucked up people. And when the news media and people see pictures of, young girls getting attacked by dogs and we're not fighting back, that's how we're going to win the emotional appeal to enact this change. Whatever your opinions of the civil rights movement, I'm just being descriptively, I believe, factually accurate here, right? And so it's like, that's just how changes in a democracy and constitutional republics work. So it's like every issue kind of becomes a moral panic. All of them do. That's the only way that any change actually exists. And then our elected representatives are presumed to be better on these issues. And then the executive branch is that enacts the laws that Congress and the Senate put forward are actual subject matter experts. And that's the theory is that they get it right.
So at first blush, I don't want to push back on you on that, but I feel like if I look deeper into it, I might disagree. But it feels intuitively correct what you just said. Before then, let me just get this super chat out of the way, and then I know you had other things you want to say, specifically that you were holding back for. So I want to give you space to say.
I am starting to crash soon, so yeah, I'll be
quick.
Quick.
So he wanted me to read his message. So $20 from Alexander Wynn. Thank you so much. I'm gonna read the message now. He DM'd me the message.
It was getting caught up by your bot or something.
The different message. To clarify, I'm not referring to individual cases, but to sentencing standards themselves. Many of these were created using outdated assumptions about deterrence and rehabilitation. We now have far better data on which types of sentences actually reduce crime or improve outcomes, and our laws should reflect that.
That's fine. So long as the state exists trying to be more accurate in sentencing based upon best available data. The problem is there's 5 types of justice, right? You brought this up earlier, and I'm glad he brought this up because it ties into what I wanted to talk about in my notes, right? There's as a libertarian, I care about restitution and retribution, but other people care about recidivism, not recidivism. What are the 5 types? I'll look it up. You answer.
Okay, sure. So I guess overall, I agree with you that Alexander Wynn, that we have a better set of data now than previously, right? I think you could probably very easily make the case here that our modern framework is based on a different set of data and all kinds of assumptions as to the projections of crime. Hillary Clinton and her fucking super criminals, right? That was the thing. And laws are based around this super criminal theory. These things come out, and I would say that was another moral panic in terms of when there was a book that came out that I think put forward the super criminal idea. And it was nonsense. The super predator, excuse me, thank you so much. Super predator idea, right? And it was complete nonsense. It was based on nothing. However, it got the imagination of the people. And so that's where our policy is then based off of those incorrect assumptions. But I don't even know, though. The one thing I guess I caution is that, and maybe this is to our friend Scott's point about the effectiveness of the government and of democracy, is that even if we have better data, let's say we have 100% accurate data today, right? We didn't have previously. That doesn't mean that we will implement that data in our policy decisions, right? That's a completely separate matter, right? It's whatever our politicians want to implement and what's literally just politically palatable at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
So those things are different from accurate information.
From my perspective, it's sure, I'd like better data, but this is an issue of central planning, right? This is the main reason a lot of ANCAPs are ANCAPs is because of the economic calculation problem, which is, the data available in the market in terms of statistics based off of recidivism, right, is always going to be superior than the data available by the state. not even counting all of the bureaucracy, the will to change, political, issues, etc. Right? Like there's a price mechanism, and the price mechanism contains everything. And this is kind of why I was suggesting earlier, like, well, if we want to do parole, and we want all this good data, why not just let the market handle this? Right? Let people out on parole, or let everybody out earlier, and then just say, if they're considered that we may let them out, and then just let insurance companies determine what their risk is, because and say like they're for a period of 2 years or something, for the remainder of your sentence, you have to be insured in case you do something. And then insurance companies will look at all of the available data and compete in a market to be able to determine. Now, again, it would still be a monopsony because there'd be one buyer. The one buyer would be the state, right? So it's not a true free market, but it would bring market principles and get closer to accurate stuff. But anyways, 5 types of justice. It's distributive justice, right? So the allocation of resources, benefits, burdens, etc. Retributive justice, so punishment, and this was what I would also call retribution, right? Retributive. Restorative justice, right? So you steal my TV, you give me my TV back, right? Procedural justice, which deals with like the fairness of the system, etc. And then there's corrective justice, which is rectifying wrongdoings through restitution, restoring balance between the two parties. Now, some activists or some critical legal studies, so this isn't critical race theory, but this would be the precursor to critical race theory, right, would get rid of the term corrective justice for social justice. That's where the term social justice and social justice, where it comes from. It comes from critical legal studies, right, which is a precursor to CRT and all this other stuff, right, in legal philosophy, and that's where social justice would be. So depending on the literature that you're reading, you're going to see a difference between corrective justice or you're going to see social justice. Those two are often interchangeable. What I would say, I wanted to like make a clarification earlier, because you were talking about sadism and retribution, right? And maybe the term retribution has like you confused here, because I'm not explaining it properly from a libertarian concept, right? So what retribution means in a libertarian framework is, if you commit a crime, there's this principle called the estoppel principle, which essentially means that you're incapable of arguing that the same thing not be done to you, right? So for example, if estoppel is a principle in law, right, that says you can't argue certain things in court. So for example, let's say I get arrested and charged and convicted with a DUI, and then I get my license back, and then like 2 years later, I'm like involved in a drinking and driving accident, and I hurt somebody. I can't go to court and say, well, I've never drunk and drive before. You're stopped from saying that because the record shows that you were convicted of drinking and driving before. So you don't get to make that claim in court, because your words are less important than the proof of your actions. From a libertarian perspective, we say, if you steal my TV, right, you don't get to say, well, you can't steal my TV, because you've proven with your actions, not your words, that you believe it's okay to steal people's TVs. So I have every right to get my TV back. That would be restitution. So now the slate is clean in terms of I have my property back. Retribution would be, and if you've got a second TV, you don't get to argue that I don't take TVs because you took my fucking TV. So retribution is, I take your second TV. Now the slate is completely clean. You can argue all day and night that you have the right to your property because you paid restitution and you paid retribution. So that doesn't mean like retribution means I beat you up because it feels good, or that it's sadistic pleasure in making you suffer, right? What it means is you don't get to re-enter society until you pay your dues, and your dues aren't necessarily breaking even because you've caused all this other trauma, you've like fucked up society, and you've shown with your actions that you're a problem. So it's like restitution times 2, if you want to think of it like that. That's what retribution is from a libertarian perspective. You steal my TV, I get my TV back, and then I take your TV. Now all is good, all is well.
So you've told me about this before. Specifically, when I was talking about retribution, I wasn't talking about in the libertarian perspective. I was just talking about.
Right, I just wanted to make it clear because you were talking about like sadistic pleasure, and I'm like, that's not what I mean.
To be clear, I wasn't. I was talking about my perspective, not your perspective. So if I did not make that clear, I want to make it clear now, right? I'm saying in my from my perspective that I don't have a problem with like the more mundane version of retribution for these individuals, right? That it's not outside of my moral compass. However, again, it's like determining like who actually deserves it, right? Who's actually guilty. And then like, should I leave it up to the state to do it because the state is fallible and might want to expand this ability, like not just from the people I would agree with to other people I don't agree with, right? That type of thing. So that was all I was saying. But like you've talked about that.
Yeah, it was something that got brought up, and I was like, I gotta make this clear. And then the last thing I wanted to talk about that I just kind of let out. It's not really a big point, so I'll just get it out. Is like,
sure.
I think when we talk about one of the things that's missing from this conversation is when someone commits, let's say, 20, 30 crimes. I think you can look at a lot of these instances and you see a pattern of behavior that escalates when you look at their criminal record, right? You see it's like shoplifting charge, right? And then it's like, a random assault charge because it got in a bar fight, right? And then it grows and it escalates. And I think that is a large part of this discussion when we're talking about the lack of accountability and how it breeds criminal behavior. Because it's not just, oh, I can get away with it. It's like when you're not forced early to take actual accountability for your crimes, when someone shoplifts, right? Like, it shouldn't be this little misdemeanor charge, little slap on the wrist. It should be harsh, but it should be fair, right? Like, I'm not saying like Doobie shoot him. What I'm saying is our failure to stop, to go to the shoplifter and be like, you've stolen, like, you're the reason poor people in inner cities have to pay more for groceries. Okay. Because these stores make pennies on the dollar in profit. And so when you steal something that's only $5, well, guess what? That's 500 items that are no longer profitable. So what do? They have to raise the price by 20 cents. All right. And now all of a sudden this inner city people live in a fucking food desert because you shoplift. You're not just harming fucking that corporate entity or target, right? You're harming your community. You're harming your society because they have to spend extra money to put shit behind plastic, cages with a key on it. And then now they need more employees to do that shit. That shit costs money, and the money doesn't fucking go to the rich. The money goes to the people living in that community. And so you need to be told that. You need to be educated on that. And then you need to fucking do a mea culpa, a genuine mea culpa of you pay a fine, but you need to be embarrassed. You need to be shown to the community that you're like in some way that you fucked up. Because when we just kind of deal with it, it's not that big a deal. The problem is that it eventually becomes a big deal, because 10 years of little accountability for a lot of minor crimes or major crimes that kind of get reduced charges and things like that in the hopes that we don't want to ruin this person's life, we're aiding and abetting ruining their life, because eventually things get worse because they don't learn their lesson.
So I guess I don't on the principle of it all, I guess I don't necessarily disagree with you.
But how it's handled is fucking key, right? Because it could be
implementation is exactly.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's like the moment we do this tough on crime shit and we bring tough on crime back, everything is a trade-off. Everything is a trade-off. We get less crime. Yeah. We get more accountability. Some people are prevented from becoming murderers and become healthy, active members of society, but we're also going to ruin a lot of lives.
Yeah.
Because the state's going to fuck it up in a bunch of different ways, and you know it.
I 100% know it. I mean, we've seen it before. So you're getting a pushback on me there. And that's just my concern. And my concern isn't necessarily to be, it's bad to be quote unquote tougher on crime. And those words, tough on, that phrase, tough on crime and soft on crime, that does a lot of work for us, right?
Yeah, it does.
we're not like getting into the weeds. That's exactly what that means, right?
Yeah, I think there's a disconnect
and all that stuff.
Yeah, I think
so. Like,
I think there's this massive disconnect between the right and the left in this country when it comes to crime, because the left and the right both take it incredibly too far, as far as I can tell. Right, the left is so worried about the state engaging in negative behavior that it defangs the state, and like normal citizenry can't protect their communities because the state has the monopoly, and so it becomes anarcho-tyranny. Right, it becomes letting people in the streets that shouldn't be on the fucking streets. But then the right, like, let's give an example of fucking tough on crime. An example in tough on crime is putting officers in high schools, right? The quote unquote, school to prison pipeline, where instead of teachers in the community dealing with problem children, what we have is we start a fucking criminal record when these people are kids, and we like oppress them, and we fucking put them under the thumb of the state. And then they become career criminals by the very thing that is supposedly supposed to stop career criminality.
And even to like throw it back on the other side, right? To criticize the left here, it's something I was discussing with another individual recently. There are mirroring like what happens in larger society in terms of crime, right? Mirroring what our friend Latcher was discussing about like a small portion of people being a problem in schools, right? Like there's a small number of students who are problem students, right? Without
a doubt, yeah.
And I'm not saying these people are like kids are irredeemable or whatever. I'm just saying that they are the disruption. And if you just remove just them, right? Like you'll have like a vast improvement in like the teacher's ability to teach, the kids' ability to learn, right?
Yeah.
And the general welfare of the school. But you'll have people on the left, because they're afraid of the school to prison pipeline, right? Not wanting these kids to, like be tossed out of school.
Right. I mean, like what happens when you take what happens when you take all of the county's problem children and then put them in one school? Right. We do this now, and like we have special schools for like really, really bad kids with like oppositional defiance disorder or conduct disorder, right? Which is kind of like
awful.
Which are basically the precursors to personality disorders most of the time, right? Let's be honest. But we don't diagnose children with personality disorders because they're not developed fully. So we just kind of give them like a label that says they're a problem, and then that label follows them. And then it also changes the way teachers interact with them, right? Because this teacher gets some packet first day of school that says, here's a problem kid. And then what they do is they teach him like he's a problem kid, because of course they do, right? Like, why wouldn't they when they get a packet that pre-informs them? But then also, do we not arm the teachers with the knowledge of like do we force them every school year to figure out who the problem kid is after a couple weeks, right? Like, and so it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't scenario. Obviously, as a libertarian, I would say this is the problem with public education and this concept of a right to education, and that I would say that because one of the things that I see with the success, like there's a couple of private schools for specifically low income people in New York that outperform the greatest schools in New York City. The greatest private schools in that city get regularly outperformed by inner city impoverished Black youth. And the reason for that is because almost predominantly what we have discovered is the most successful intervention in education, by like its orders of magnitude better than everything, is parental involvement. Orders of magnitude better than anything else. And when these children are given those opportunities, the school says, if your kid fucks up, you're out. And so what this incentive does is it forces parents, the moment their kid is fucking up, to immediately be like, dude, you have the greatest opportunity here. Get your shit straight, straighten up. If the parents get involved, because it's a do or die situation. You're either in a great school or you're back in public schools and it's a hellhole. And so I think the market mechanism in private school is the correct solution to this problem.
I think there's a self-selecting mechanism there. I can agree with like
without a doubt,
idea. Yeah,
the self-selective mechanism is parental involvement, right? It causes parental involvement, right? The people that don't have parental involvement, the kids that don't have that,
aren't
don't
going to be sent to that school in the first place.
Yeah.
So like, I hear you. Okay, so I'm gonna leave that alone.
But public education allows parents not to be involved.
Yes, but like, we also need mechanisms to support kids who don't have parents that are involved. There are plenty of
Absolutely.
kids who don't have that.
Absolutely.
and
I
who
would, I mean,
go
I
on
just
to
want them
do
to be
things.
private, but absolutely. Like there are plenty of destitute people. There are plenty of impoverished people. There are plenty of, you know, widows, right? And through no fault of their own,
Yeah.
they had 3 or 4 children. They're a stay-at-home mom. And then all of a sudden their entire financial system collapses in on itself because their husband died and they got some bullshit insurance payout, like a fucking, like $50K is supposed to help them really get back on their feet when they have to feed 3 kids and they have no job experience. Like there is tragedy abound.
That was my grandma, and I've told you this story previously, I think, a long time ago. But very shortly, is that my grandfather was a police officer, believe it or not. But he died, leaving behind 9 children to my grandmother, and she was struggling. Like, how do I make sure these 9 kids aren't criminals? As far as I know, none of my uncles or aunts are criminals. But like the way she did it was like extreme corporal punishment. That's how I'm going to like take it out on these kids hard, right? Whenever they fuck up a little bit, in the hopes that like they'll be like functioning adults later on. And it was like rough.
Don't do that, guys. You know.
Yeah, but like that was her coping mechanism there in a very tough situation.
Which there's no
and so I have
like
this-
she's
I love
out
this-
of control, so she has to assert control, right? Like
Yeah,
I totally
yeah,
understand.
exactly.
Like I mean,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think corporal punishment by and large is wrong. I think the research on it's kind of bad though, because I think more often than not, corporal punishment correlates with parents that are, that are keen to react emotionally and that are unstable. And I don't know that it's actually the hitting that is doing the thing so much as it is the mixed messages, extreme swings in emotion, and the lack of parental guidance that comes with corporal punishment. And it's kind of a chicken and egg scenario. But setting that aside, yeah, I what the fuck do you do when you have 9 kids? Like you have
And
to
you're in
be a
poor
tyrant.
country.
You have to be a tyrant because that's the only way that you can protect them from all the other dangers because you're just lacking resources. And
she was in a destitute country, and so it was tough. Okay, so one last
This
thing,
was
and I'll
fun.
let you go afterwards. Yeah, oh yeah, and I was, and I thank you for sticking around. I love our conversations on this level. But look, it's gonna bother me. It's gonna bother me, and I'm gonna be a little petty here, just a little bit, okay, friend, just a little bit, right? What did I get wrong when I was describing a leverage buyouts, right? Like, because I'm not. Because the thing is, you implied that I was like new to this. I'm not new to this. I've been following this
Maybe
for
you're
years.
not. Maybe
I keep
you're not.
bringing it up to you many times.
It was and maybe I'm wrong. It seemed like you were confusing and front loading on to other people's books debt that was maintained by the main company, which isn't technically what they're doing, which is fraud. And I think it seemed like in your communication, it seemed like you were confused. Oh, dude, thank you for hitting the donation goal. Thank you. Somebody was like, "Oh, it's wrapping up. Let me fix this real quick." Thank you so much. It seemed like you were maybe confusing that with leverage buyout, where you are gaining new debt, right, in the acquisition of this company, and then putting that debt onto the company, which isn't really that different, to be fair. But I think it seemed like you were communicating that improperly. I know you meant the latter, and I think Grid was just ready to pounce on this because maybe he's a little tied to it with his wife being in private fucking equity. You know, maybe he got a little sensitive or something. So the moment you would say something or because you were kind of waffling a little bit, just in the way that you were speaking, like you weren't very concise. And I get it because you got like 5 different people trying to interrupt you, right? But it seemed like, and I think he was ready to pounce, and then it just became this. It kind of became a shit show where there was like we were missing the forest for the trees, and it was like I get what Prime is trying to say here, but it seems like Bam has questions because he's never encountered this or something, and then it seems like Grid is trying to nitpick, and then it seems like you're re-explaining yourself, and then like and it's like going on too much, and it was like it just kind of became a little bit of a shit show. But that's how panels are, man. Panels get chaotic sometimes.
I think maybe, and I think if we examined my my rhetoric in the past, right? I think maybe what you might see is that when I'm less confident in myself, I might be a bit more of a bros, right? Like trying to make sure I'm coming across clearly,
Giving all the
Like,
caveats. And it's like, well, I don't mean
doing all
this,
that.
and I understand this, and I do, and I
Yeah.
get this, right? But what I mean is,
So-
and then it becomes, and then the overall, I mean, it's something I struggle with, obviously. I struggle with verbosity. But, you know, it is what it is.
We know. But no, but like in that case, like, yeah, in that case specifically, it's because like, hey, like this, I mean, I am not a subject matter expert on this at all, right? But I have been following this story for quite a while. It's been like something I've just been on and been like, I've watched plenty of videos, like read plenty of articles, right? Like been on this.
Yeah, like the private
stories.
equity is doing a lot of shady shit that I think absolutely constitutes fraud, but doesn't technically constitute fraud. And like, you know, the examples of like Red Lobster and Toys R Us, you know, like is like classic example. Like the idea that you can buy a company that may or may not even want to be bought, which is, you know, another thing, as I said before, but that you can buy a company, then you can take assets that company had, put those assets on your books by buying them, and then leasing those assets back to that company, charging that company management fees for the process of you taking their assets and then putting them in contracts. Then you can sell that company. Oh, and by the way, when you sell that company, all of those contracts that company signed under your control, they're now beholden to later after they no longer have those assets, and you get to set the price on their own property is like just some loophole ass shit to just fucking violating all of their property rights. It is wrong. I also disagree though a little bit with like the people get over sensationalized about private equity as if this is the problem of private equity or the process of private equity, when I think in reality it is a problem of allowing companies to get through these regulations and loopholes that essentially constitute fraud, and then allowing like there's so many benefits to going public as a company, as a large corporation, that it's essentially necessary because of the way corporations have written the laws, and that staying a private company means losing out on a lot of money and opportunities because we're not in a free market. But with that comes the risk that someone else can buy your company and then own and control you. Is just, it's wild. That being said, I also think kind of at a certain point dims the brakes when you're stupid enough to put an overwhelming majority of your company as public as opposed to maintaining like 60% equity in your company. I feel like you kind of did that to yourself. You know, so I feel I'm very wishy-washy on private equity because there's just so many laws and regulations and loopholes that allow for shit that like I don't think are free market capitalism, that they're problems.
Yeah, and I would really like. I'm going to send you that video again. I'll DM it to you.
DM it to me personally. That way I won't lose it. Yeah,
I will absolutely do that. And again, like this guy's like I think he was an economist or something. I forget what his background is, but in any case, he's not a leftist, right? Like I'm trying to do a non-leftist critique, right, of all this.
It's fine. It's fine. I'm not even mad at you. It's just like my acceptability of what I consider to be left wing is radically radically more I'm radically more of a gatekeeper for right wing or proper economics than I am anything else. Like a lot of times I don't consider someone's social issues to be left wing or their but when we start talking about econ is when I get real like, no, fuck you, that's commie drivel. And I mean that about 99% of economists.
Okay, well then I won't argue about that then.
Because they're never Austrians. They're fucking like even Chicago school. I go, you're a little fucking commie, and that's like Thomas Sowell and Milton Friedman, like famous libertarians. I'm like, yeah, you have some socialism in your ideas.
Sorry. I'm losing my point. I just had like a final point.
Send it to me. You said you wanted to like let you know what I feel about it later.
I'll send you the video, but like it's the
I'll let you know how I feel about it in DMs because I don't want to bring that shit show back on a panel again.
Oh, that's fine. No, it's fine.
Yeah.
And I just really want to talk about the Lactoid Dildo Company. It made me very happy to do that. And I've been like sitting on this one like for a while, right?
Yeah.
Sitting on a dildo. So, we know. But and this is something that you and I would like to have like a longer time. It doesn't have to be now, right?
Yeah.
A longer conversation
Somebody to get out
about
of here.
this separately. Sure. About like morality, right? Like you were saying before that, the morality of the sale, right? Despite any of the consequences and despite any of the of like the practices of the private equity company or any acquiring company, right? Doesn't matter the method, right? That like even if they degrade it, like if they like massively like cut labor costs, if they cut quality, right? Like that is morally good because of profits being made. Like that's a big, like we have a big problem there, you and I. Now, like
It's not my argument, to be fair. I'll clean it up just a little bit before I get out of here, right? So,
okay.
What I am saying is, and this is where the Austrian a basis of understanding of Austrian economic theory kind of becomes more important, right? Is when we start talking about price and we start talking about profit and things like that, what I really mean, right? But basically what I mean is that if a company is making a profit, that doesn't necessitate it's morally good, right?
Okay.
For example, I would say that gambling companies make plenty of profits. I find them to be morally repugnant. I find it to be an evil behavior. Same thing with prostitution. I find it to be a morally repugnant and evil behavior, right? What I mean when I say it is a good thing when companies focus on profit isn't necessarily that it necessitates that it must be good. Rather, what I'm saying is that if you are not engaged in high time preference behavior, right, which is to say you're intending to make a profit in the long term and you're making decisions that make a profit in the long term, there's two ways, but we'll say three ways. Way number one is a way that it was, works, but it's bad, right? Which is morally repugnant behavior that I find just to be bad, right? But that's kind of a second category from a libertarian perspective, right? The second way is socialism, right? If you're Walmart, right, you go to a town and you say, I want a big tax break because I'm going to bring in a bunch of jobs when I build this Walmart. And then those companies do that. And they give you a big tax break because they want a Walmart built there because it's going to bring in all kinds of jobs and it's going to bring in traffic and it's going to boost the community. And then, 10 years later, what you have is another mountain town that's been desiccated by, Walmart and an Applebee's and a couple other corporations that have come in and destroyed every small business in the fucking town because they got this tax break. And this tax break allows them to pay their employees less, just like food stamps do, right? Like just like all these other things do. Like without welfare and without socialism, Walmart would have to pay their employees like $25 an hour to show up to work. And if they were getting paid $25 an hour to work, guess what? They wouldn't be impoverished people depending on food stamps, right? But the existence of food stamps allows Walmart to do fucked up shit like pay their employees $9 an hour and then give them classes on how to apply for food stamps at their fucking Walmart.
It's insane. Yeah.
Right. And I blame food stamps for that. Other people won't. Maybe there's a better way of working out something there, making it better where we could still do food stamps, but we could get rid of that problem specifically where people are underpaid. Some people say, well, that's minimum wage. I disagree. I think minimum wage in itself actually causes other problems, but regardless. So that's no way number two. The third way is to increase profit is to do something with the good or service in the economy in the price equation. So that means lowering costs of production increases profit. Now a high time preference way to lower costs of production would be to fire employees immediately. A high time preference way to lower the cost of production might be to purchase less, cheaper machinery, or, downgrade and things like that. Those things will get you profit by lowering the cost of production in the short term. But in the long term, they bite you in the ass. Because if you start firing a bunch of necessary employees, well, guess what? You have all these unintended problems that start popping up, right? If I'm at a factory and I'm running minimal staff, all of a sudden production slows down because a couple people called out sick and we don't have enough people to run the machines. Or safety procedures go down and all of a sudden I have to pay out workman's comp and I have to pay out, lawsuits because somebody got injured, or like there's all these things that occur in the long term where that was actually a bad idea, right? But if you develop a new machine or a new process that's more efficient, that's a high time preference way of lowering the cost of production. Another thing that you can do that's dangerous is you can, raise price. And
Thank you for the raid, Pisco. With 83 people. That's awfully kind of you. Sub to the channel. We haven't done so already. Or sorry, follow the channel on Twitch. Sub on YouTube. But follow the channel. We haven't done so. We're talking about economics here, having a really good discussion. And we had a great panel discussion beforehand. But sorry, go ahead, Scott.
Yeah, no, for sure. But so so that would be good. Low time preference ways of lowering the cost of production would just be a good for everybody. Low time preference. And the reason, and you may go, okay, well, sure. But when you say making profit is good, why are you not distinguishing between high time preference and low time preference? And the reason is because the equation always bores out in the long run. In the immediacy, you may see an increase in profits. And then when I say making profits is good, and then they do it in all these shitty ways, right? That like fuck over employers or fuck over their brand or fuck over the quality of the product, right? And you go, well, how can that be good? But the thing is that if you think of it from a temporal perspective, a year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, eventually, if you engaged in low time preference means of increasing profit, that lasts a long time, then that was good. And if it only increased profit in the short term, eventually the equation will show that high time preference behavior is going to bite you in the ass and you're going to lose money. And therefore it is bad, right? So that's kind of the distinction that I'm talking about when it's always good. Again, there are evil or immoral actions that are profitable that I would say are wrong, right? Gambling, prostitution might be one of them. These are justifiable things in a free market, but I'm morally against for other reasons. But if you are just taking a standard product like fishing poles, right? And you come in and you make more profit from fishing poles and you continue to do so in the long run, then what you have done has improved society. And the reason it has improved society is because you've lowered the cost of production without fucking over people. What you've done is you've more accurately in a market given the most valued resources towards their most valued ends, right? Like people spent their money on you versus other people because you've improved the economy, you've improved production, you've improved workers' lives, etc. But in the immediacy, yeah, companies do a lot of shit to squeak out a profit, but in the long term, that bites them in the ass.
If that's your description, right, then and being as generous as I can to capitalism while being an anti-capitalist, right? If that is the thing that you are saying, then I agree with you. Then I think that in the long term, right? I think like taking capitalism for what it is, right? In the long term, businesses that survive are business, assuming there's not like any sort of monopolistic practices that protect them,
right? Of course. There is, right? Like we don't have a free market, so it's like. We have a mixed market. Exactly, it's hard to determine what success leads where and everything. Yeah, it's complicated.
But looking at some sort of mom and pop that gets started and starts growing, right? I mean, looking at what Doobie did with his company, right? Like starting it from nothing and growing it to a huge operation. But like looking at that, right? I think the more likely the firms that survive are the ones that like treat their workers well. That provide an honest service.
Yeah, Costco is a great example of low time preference behavior, right? And what Costco did is they said, we're going to compete. How are we going to compete with prices like Walmart? Well, we're going to buy in bulk and we're going to buy excess and surplus, right? So like someone sells a bunch of humidifiers and then all of a sudden they made too many of them. So then we'll buy them, at lower than cost, and then we'll sell them lower than what they normally sell for. So we just have random shit that's like excess and surplus, and we have things in bulk. And what we're going to do is we're going to pay our employees far above market price. And then we're going to create a membership, and a lot of people won't use their membership. So we'll get extra money from the membership. We'll get extra money from selling excess and surplus goods at cheaper. So people want to get a membership, and we'll sell things in bulk, right? They had a lot of good ideas that don't necessitate a quick profit, but over a long period of time. Well, Costco can't work with shit employees. And here's why I say that. Sam's Club sucks. It fucking sucks. Every Sam's Club is a shithole. And it's like, it's in terms of its profitability, it's nowhere near as profitable as Walmart. And the reason is because when you deal in excess and surplus objects and you deal in bulk, you have to have people use forklifts, and you have to have people carry heavy shit. And people that get paid $9, $10, $11 an hour are not of a quality of employee that is willing to deal with that will do that safely, that will be dedicated to that will pay attention, not cause problems. Costco doesn't have all these fucking problems with their store and their employees because they go, yeah, this is a hard job. When you start out here, you're driving forklifts and you're carrying heavy shit all the time. But you're a teenager and you're going to make $18 an hour to start. And pretty quickly, if you stay here, you're going to end up like some assistant supervisor thing or whatever, and you're going to be making like $25 an hour. So Costco's a great example of like how low time preference behavior works. The problem is like I said, who's their competitor? Walmart. What does Walmart do? They get subsidized by fucking welfare, which is fucked up. They get subsidized by taxpayers by bringing in companies. They lobby governments a lot for legislation and regulation that benefits them.
Yeah.
And it's and so we in a purely capitalistic market, it's my opinion that Walmart would either have to change or would just get dominated by Costco, because Costco's engaged in true low time preference behavior.
Taking it on your terms, I actually agree with you. So if that's what you're saying, well then I guess I have no.
It's hard to get quips. It's hard to get complicated economic concepts into quips, right? So I say something quote unquote based, like, when they make a profit, it's always good, and it's like, that's only part of the truth. But I don't have a soapbox to talk for 30 minutes. Anyways, I'm going to get out of here.
Okay.
Speaking of good mom and pop stores, I am so in love with this company. This is not a paid sponsorship. I want to make this very clear. They have paid me nothing. They have no idea who I am. But you guys got to go to flameanddragon.com. Dude, it is, they sell candles. It's Flame and Dragon Candle Company. It's this mom in New Jersey, and I like researched them to make sure that they weren't some fucking front. It really is a mom in New Jersey. And she sells like candles and sensu shit. And I just bought a fucking, my roommate bought one. It's a Petrichor. My apartment literally smells like the smell of like when fresh rain hits and the rain stops. And they sent one that was pen and parchment, and it smells like an old bookstore, and it's amazing. I'm telling you, you guys should try it out. And they're reasonable.
I thought you were doing a callback. I thought you were doing a callback, and we're like, well, this is company Bad Dragon.
No, that's not a small company anymore. Unfortunately, a lot of hoes are buying fucking dog penis shaped dildos out there. It's fucking, it's white women, but regardless, ew.
Have a good one, friend. Thanks for being here, friend.
All right, peace.
And to everyone else who was here, hit
hey,
the follow button.
Piscos.
You haven't done so yet.
All right, boys, we're going to get out of here, but we're going to find out very shortly if video game music compilation caused copyright claims. Because I've been paying a lot of money, all right, to have copyright-free music in the background, and I am constantly getting copyright claims on my shit. So please do Sam Walton and Walmart Deep Dive episode. Yeah, dude, Sam Walton is he was a good. There's some good and bad with Sam Walton. One of the few things I do respect Walmart for, when Sam Walton was CEO, and it's unfortunate that he's gone in a lot of ways, was you used to be able to park your car, no questions asked, in a Walmart parking lot for 12 hours. Because his daughter died from like a sleep-deprived driver. And so it was a store policy everywhere. And now that policy is being pulled back in some places. And it's just, I don't know, like of all the things that I've ever heard about Walmart, that was like one of the coolest things about it. And it just goes to show you how the first generation cares and how the second and third generation just gobble up and destroy what their fathers build. Does the candle have creosote bush extract? I don't fucking know. I didn't even get a candle. This candle is just like a random ass candle I got. This is a Walmart candle. But the petrichor one was cool as fuck. It's crazy how much it's changed. Dude, what was really crazy to me was like fucking post-COVID not having any fucking, like, everything being closed at night. Like, there's a generation of, like, Gen Alpha and, like, younger Gen Z that are not going to remember a world where, like, at 2 o'clock in the morning, you could just go to the store and, like, get whatever you wanted. Like, everywhere in America, in cities, like, I remember, like, when I went to New York and I was like, oh, I'm going to check out for the first time. I was like 16, 15. And I went and saw Les Mis on Broadway and just kind of like did the, the normal shit in New York. Did you guys know that I'm a big fan of Broadway? Might be a deep cut you might not know about me. But anyways, went to see Les Mis. And like every couple of years, I haven't gone in a while, but I used to kind of go to New York regularly to see Broadway productions, and because I've seen a bunch of Spider-Man, Jersey Boys, Lion King, Spamalot, Les Mis, Phantom of the Opera, but obviously there was a reproduction because I wasn't alive in the 80s. Yeah, a bunch of them. But anyways, like I remember going there and being like, they call it the city that never sleeps. And then being like, dude, this is just the city I live in. Like, what are you talking about? Like, I remember just not getting that as a concept. And now it's so sad because, like, my city sleeps. Like if I go walk outside, everything's closed except for, like, the pizza place and a gas station. Whereas, like, a couple years ago, fucking, have I seen Cats? No, I've never seen Cats. Mary Poppins, I saw Mary Poppins. That was good. Jersey Boys was really good. Lion King was really good. Actually, they were all pretty good. I think Lion King was my favorite, oddly enough. It was really good. Oh, I've seen Wicked on Broadway. Wicked was really good. I saw it when it came to town again, but the original cast was amazing. I actually met the girl that played Glinda when I won a solo competition in show choir. And I met her. That was really cool. I didn't meet her in New York though. That was in Disneyland in Florida. And when they were traveling. But yeah. Yeah, but it's just like it's so weird that like we live in this like post-COVID, everything's closed at like 10, 11 o'clock now. Yeah, Walmart is not 24 hours anywhere near me. There's no 24-hour Walmarts anywhere. It's strange to me. It feels like, I don't want to say scary, but there's something disconcerting that didn't used to like I used to go out as a grown man and walk the city at like 2 o'clock in the morning and like go get something, go get a energy drink or something and like see some people coming out of the bar and be like, yo, what's up, and like like dap up some people randomly and do some random social interaction and then go to the pizza place and get a slice of pizza and hang out with some crazy people there and, avoid whatever criminal element might want to fuck with me or something. It was fun and dangerous at the same time, but now it just feels dangerous. It just feels shitty. It's just everything's closed and dark. And there's just like some random homeless person that like pops out of a dark alley at you. And you're like, oh, shit, fuck this. Why am I outside? I need to be inside behind a locked door. It's sad. The local Walmart here was 24 hours before Coof. Now it's like 8 a.m. to 11. Oh, they're all like that here in Virginia. I don't know about other places. But anyways, I'm going to get out of here. I've been sick. I had like swollen neck right now from like fucking autoimmune shit. And I'm hopped up on energy drinks. But I also took Benadryl. I don't know. Came out of nowhere. Well, that's fun. Having autoimmune disease is super, super awesome. But I'll be in Discord. I'll be on Twitter and stuff tomorrow. And maybe I'll make some clips tomorrow when I get some time. And we'll schedule something for Wednesday. I don't know what yet. If you have shit you guys want me to look at Wednesday, let me know. I'll look at it. Trying to plan some stuff, but I don't know. Nobody reads my DMs anymore. I must be irrelevant. It is what it is. It is. There was a night of life of Walmart even. Oh crap, I need to get some critical hygiene items before work, but nope. It's even this way in the home of Walmart. Ugh, that sucks. All right, boys. I appreciate you guys. I appreciate the donations. I appreciate the likes. Join the Discord if you're not already in the Discord. It'll be fun. Follow me on Twitter if you want to watch me talk shit. For whatever reason, my Twitter's been dead the last couple weeks, but it is what it is. It'll pop back up. It's you got to get one post that people like, and then all of a sudden all your posts get likes and views again. It's very strange. I don't know how the fuck so many retards have like 70K or 300K likes. I see, or sorry, like followers and shit. Like it's more and more I'm seeing online spaces are just fucking dead internet theory. More and more, every single large channel is just botted. Every post is botted. It's like it's pretty rough out there. So make sure you share the stream to real humans, all right? Like in Arkansas, I mean, yeah. I knew what you meant when you said the home of Walmart, when I said it's rough. I was just wrapping up stream. But I'll talk to you guys. I'll see you guys in the Discord and on Twitter. We'll do some stream Wednesday. We'll figure something out.